Hello, everybody. Are we live? Did we make it? We're doing more OS dev today. We're working on a C++ standard. How's it going? Can you hear me?
Standard.
You can hear me. Alrighty, let's get this going. How do you feel about this? Let's just get into the code. We're gonna start. I was already there. I can just do Streama Lenser OS. Lenser OS is an OS I've been working on for over a year now, it turns out. Off and on. Probably about 6 months on. And one thing that it has, thanks to a contributor, Suraid. What have I done? I wanted to clues of that. Is we have a C++ standard. And you'll notice there's a lot of files here, but they're not necessarily all complete, if that makes sense. So we have, it thinks it's just a regular file. Emacs doesn't know how to open it. Hold on. You can see that in string, for example, we have a basic string and basic string view. Because in this implementation, we basically have string view just include string. Because when do you need string view, but not string? That's quite confusing. Zariel says 10 out of 10 title. Legendary. I did it. I'm usually not too good at those. But yeah, so we have a C++ standard in Lenser OS already, right? And basically, the gist of it is that right now, let's go to a real use case, I believe, in the kernel, because yes, we use a C++ standard library in the kernel. In the kernel, why is my chat not updating? There we go. Don't find file. Thank you. Okay. Anywho, basically, let's look at a real use case in the kernel. Why would it be bad to use standard lib in the kernel just for binary size? It's not bad. We do use it. For example, here we're using scheduler page maps to free, which if we check it out in the scheduler is, I believe, a vector. Yep, it's a vector of page tables, which is basically just a vector of page-aligned addresses. And you can see we also have this, we're working on it. This is stuff I wrote like a year ago when I was still learning C++, and it's horrible. It's horrible. You can see, for example, let's look at right here. We are looping through, this is literally just find, which we now have. So we're looping through an iterator here. Oops, I could probably do tree sitter. And this is effectively, all of this is just standard find. So all we have to do is say, we're not going to change it either. Yeah, I don't think this is right at all. But, oh, I see this is a linked list. Never mind. We're good. This is still the horrible linked list. Suraid says, yup, I'll be right back, by the way. All right, cool. Thanks, Suraid. Thanks for popping in. But yeah, Suraid wrote a majority of the current C++ standard. I've extended it with little helpers and filled in little gaps, like strings need find last of and stuff like that. But it's still very incomplete. What am I looking for? I remember writing it the other day. I just don't remember where it is. I've changed so much stuff. There's too much code for me to even think about it all in my head at this point. Somewhere in here. I see, I remember. It was on a different branch that I ended up not using. Just another failure. That's right. Either way, we can see that it would be helpful to actually have more than just find and find if, and min and min max of integers, I guess. But it'd be great to have more than find and find if, because only having this in algorithm makes it kind of hard to do things properly. Zaria says, we all have 400 plus lines of code files. Yeah, that's pretty much the entire kernel. I mean, this one's only 200 lines. That's the scheduler header, though. It's actually 400 lines. And that's a short one. The scheduler is quite simple. If you get into like memory management, it gets quite rough. So it's still only 400, but just the code itself is quite challenging. With nested for loops out the wazoo. It's amazing. But yeah, we all love lots of code. Let's write some things. First of all, let's write some things that use this stuff. So basically, I think I'm going to do it after we play our little boot thing. And we're just going to print some things because we have C++20 print, which is beautiful. And we're going to need a vector. And what should we call this vector? Let's just call it testVec. Why not? And what is this going to be a vector of? Let's just do ints, right? Let's just keep it very simple. Is this going to work? ClangD will not agree with it, no matter what. What are you mad about? Yeah, that's fine. I think this should be fine. Then we're going to do an auto-ranged for loop. This is just going to be an int reference I, which maybe we could probably just do auto I and it'd be better. And let's just print out, yeah. We'll print out index as we go, because why not? Increment it at the end of the loop. And then we'll say index and the number that's there. Hello? Oh, I'm in the wrong keyboard mode. Too many layers, too many layers. So we have index, and then we have I, which is our value in testVec. Cool. And this should hopefully just print out 0:5 after we boot up. So that's something I have to also open up. Perfect. Perfect. We can build everything from scratch, generate our boot media for our EFI system partition, generate our user space data partition, and then we can generate the GUID partition disk image, boot into it with QEMU. How beautiful. Hey, it works. And you can see this is the LenderOS interactive shell right now. It's just the very basic. You can get PWD and stuff. And hopefully somewhere around here, hey, look at that. Because of how multiprocessing works, right? So after we enable interrupts, we're running all sorts of processes, including the LenderOS shell and the kernel main, or at least after K-Stage 1. All of this is during multiprocessing. So you can see we do have 0:5, albeit a little confusing. Maybe we want to put this before we enable multiprocessing within K-Stage 1, just so it's a little easier to think about things. How about that? That way it'll show up here instead of somewhere down here. How beautiful. So this is just a little vector, and obviously we can have multiple items in the vector. It is a regular old vector. We have a kernel heap and everything. It's one of the first things we actually set up is the kernel heap right after the UART driver. Okay. And we can see that we have effectively mapped indices to these things. We've stored them in memory. So let's say we want to remove, right? Here, we can go ultra C++ with this, I think. Can we do something like this? It's not worth it. We won't create a lambda just for that. We could, though. It'd be fun. So let's do something like this. Didn't mean to copy all of that, just that. And I guess just once. So then we're going to use, well, we want to erase something within this vector. And let's say we want to erase all elements, right? That match, like that have a value where value modulo 2 is equal to 0. So remove all even numbers, effectively, is what this means, right? How would we do this? Does anybody know? Normally, in C++, to find things in a vector, well, first of all, let's just go over the naive approach. The naive approach is similar to how we printed it. We say, okay, we can just loop over and then say, if I modulo 2 is equal to 0, then what do we do here? Can we erase? Can we just erase I if we make it a proper iterator? Right? Is that going to go well? MouseSX says it's the erase remove idiom or something. It has a page on CPP reference. You need to call two methods. MouseSX is exactly right. The problem is we are iterating over this vector. If we try to erase from it and then continue to iterate, it's gonna break things because this iterator will no longer be valid and we may read invalid memory if it's a whole bunch of nonsense. So to properly remove something from a vector, you can't just loop over it and erase the ones that match the criteria. Are we implementing remove if, erase if? We're getting there, yeah, for sure. That's exactly where we're headed. So you can see that calling erase in this way breaks the iteration because this iterator, let's say there's an optimization where it only calculates the end iterator once and compares against that. That means that the end iterator, if it changes, or if the memory actually changes where it's located, like if the vector has to resize and reallocate to a new place in memory, guess what? These iterators might not be updated, and then you're reading bad memory in the future iterations. It's horrible. The size of these eyes, lol. The best part is that it just matches the words, not the emote. Should probably make it match the emote too, huh? But then I'd have to name a file an emote, and I don't know if that would work well. I'd have to change how the package works that I wrote. So this won't work. We can try it, but it's not going to go well, I promise. So we're not going to try it. So here's the thing. The next kind of thing that you might think of is let's just make a vector saying indices to remove. And then each time we find one of these values, then we can just say indices to remove dot push back index. And then we can loop over the same way we did just above. And because we are not removing from the vector from the container that we are iterating over, then we are totally in the right here to say testvec.erase at testvec.begin plus index, which is rough, right? How's that? Not bad. This should work, and we should end up with basically I can probably do clear or whatever, but it doesn't matter. The problem is that that doesn't work either. That's a classic error. What have I done? I'm pretty sure I've done okay. Oh, index isn't going to be right here. That's one thing for sure. That's definitely going to happen. You have to remove them in reverse order, otherwise you'll end up invalidating the indexes you remove. Ah, so we have to do like a reverse iteration. Don't I have to do a whole thing for that? I think I need an iterator now, right? So that would be rend it does not equal indices to remove r begin minus minus I always forget if you add or subtract an iterator. I suppose we should implement standard ranges reverse view while we're at it. That's probably a good idea. That way you can reverse iterate using a range-based for loop. Always plus plus it. Weird. See, that it hurts my brain. Like, if we're reverse iterating, shouldn't we decrement the iterator? But the reverse iterator has a forwards direction of backwards, and it's just so confusing. You can check iterator for that. All right, all right. But yeah, this now should work. And let's just see what happens. Plus plus does a decrement. Yeah. Naturally. That's why C++ is so easy and to understand, you know what I mean? I'm probably gonna have to do this. Hey, look, what we were just talking about. What's happening? What have I done? I need to do a postfix, don't I? Is that what's happening here? We didn't do the prefix? We didn't overload the prefix increment, did we? No, we did. It's just, it's complaining. What is it complaining about? Passing reverse iterator as this argument discards qualifiers. Can it not be const? Do we not have a const reverse iterator? Move the const, yeah. Well, we're getting there. Now what? Cannot bind non-const L value. You can't increment something that's const. That's fair. I'm pretty sure it just has to be auto. Yeah, I know. I figured it out. The iterator is a value. Yeah, before in auto ranged for loops or whatever they're called, range based for loops, that's what it is. Then you get the actual element and you get a reference to it. But in the naturally. Sorry, it says exactly. What did I do? What did I do? Index equals 0. We can, I mean, we can do this again here. I don't think that'll make a big difference. Does this matter? Interesting. I put that in the wrong area. That's fine. We'll see what happens. You're pushing the values of the array, not the indices in the first loop. That's amazing. And we get a bailout. Classic QEMU. What am I doing? I don't think I'm pushing the values. That would be pushing I. We're pushing index. Then we erase it. It doesn't work. This is why we need standard algorithm, so that we don't have to write code like this and wonder why it doesn't work. Auto-it equals begin. What? See, this is so confusing. Why, why is it so dumb? Has the same interface as an iterator. That makes no sense. Why not just make an iterator incrementable and decrementable? Why do we have to do this nonsense? Hey, we did it. And you can see that we go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then we end up with 5, 3, and 1 because 4 and 2 have been removed. That's a good question. The problem is it's not that simple. Classic C++. Anyways, algorithm is meant to make this simpler. So let's implement some things in algorithm that make this simpler, right? Yeah, let's do it. First of all, this is basically just erasing elements if some predicate returns true, right? That's all this amounts to. So we're going to try and reduce this using the C++ algorithm. What do we want? We probably want remove if. Where are we? Let's check out CPP reference. Oh god, it's blinding. So we have remove and remove if. Let's check out those because they sound right. I don't see erase if here or anything. That's it might be somewhere. Is it not defined in the algorithms header? Algorithm.remove in the standard remove if is the function. There we go. Yeah, it's remove somewhere here, right here. Okay. Complicated stuff. Let's look at CPP reference. It's a little simpler. Standard remove and remove if. Right? It is an algorithm. Okay. Erase. I don't see erase. I'm going to make this a little bigger. And then maybe I can change this a little bit. There we go. That'll be better. Erase if is implemented using erase and a remove if. I see, it's not technically part of the standard yet. It's probably like, so we need erase if here, but we got to do remove if first. That's what I was figuring. Where's remove? So you can see removes all elements that are equal to value using operator equals equals. Hey. That's what we're doing, sorta. We have a little bit more of a complicated predicate, but we're not going to worry about that right now. 3 removes all elements for which predicate P returns true. Very good. Okay, so this is also kind of exactly what we need. And then 2 and 4 are the same as 1 and 3, but executed according to policy. We're not going to do these right now. Not worrying about that. Erase if is in C++20 on CPRef and it lists multiple overloads, so pay attention to the numbers in case that's not clear. Yeah, I'm going 1 is this, 3 is this, and that's all we're gonna do. We're not gonna do this, we're not gonna do this. We're just gonna go this part and start with that. Algorithm. Until C++20. So one says until C++20. Do we really need this then? I don't think we need this then. We're going to get rid of it. We're going to just do the const expr C++20. It says until. Yeah. And then since C++17, well, not that one. Since C++20, we also want this one. I'm getting there. Oh god. Now we have to undo this horrible formatting for some reason that they like to use. Okay. Make sure it's in the standard namespace. That's probably what that is. And now we have remove and remove if. Okay. So if you don't know, remove doesn't really... We'll go over it. It's done by shifting, which is It's fine. But basically, for remove, we're just going to loop over, right? And we're going to have some iterator, which is equal to first. And we don't want this iterator equal to last. And we want to increment this iterator. This is why reverse iterators use plus plus, I guess. And we're just going to say, does remove all or remove one? Removes all elements that are equal to blah, blah, blah. Just going to pop this in here somewhere. And pop that other one in there somewhere. That way we kind of know what we're doing. Yep, removes all. Legendary. Okay. So, in case you weren't paying attention, this is kind of what we just did. There's got to be a better way to do it. Is this literally how it's implemented? Do we literally just get indices? Do we keep track of iterators themselves and erase those? So do we just push these iterator values and then no one ignore the execution policy overloads 2 and 4? No one cares about those. Yeah, I was planning on that. That's all like multi-threading stuff, which at that point, why not just use a single thread? Yeah, that's one way of doing it. So it's probably not the best. Forward iterator. And this will work, right? That's a class, so we can have a vector of that. And then this would just be to remove or something. By the way, should I start doing the changes? Dun dun. I'm going to wait until it's almost done, and then I'm going to add the underscores, by the way. Yes, underscore, underscore everywhere. I know. We're getting there. I figured I'd write it where we can read it, and then make sure it works, and then we'll obfuscate it. I call it obfuscation. It's not what it's for. Single underscore is fine if it starts with a capital letter. Yeah. Like underscore a line of and stuff like that. I get it. It's gonna be rough. So let's think about this. We want to push back this iterator only if some predicate, not some predicate is true, using operator equals equals if we actually have the right value. And then we're basically, I mean, we can do a range-based for loop over this one. Do we have to go in, yeah, we probably have to go in reverse order. We might as well. Which just means that unnaturally, we start at the reverse beginning to go to the reverse end, which actually takes us from the end to the beginning. C++ is simple. Okay. And we don't really need this. I'm probably committing horrible atrocities, I know. And then we can just say, oh, this is an interesting thing. We don't actually have access to the container, do we? What container are we iterating over? How do we remove from a container that we don't know? Hold on. Because before we actually just had the vector itself that we could erase from using the iterators. So do I have to literally make the iterator, what? Using the iterator. So I have to make the iterator actually 1 equals move 2 or whatever. Yeah. I just have to like move. This is so horrible. Which means we have to loop over it forwards. Right? Otherwise we'll overwrite things that we have to loop over it forwards. Classic. index. No. It. We'll just call it it. Well, it's fine. I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that we have to do something like this. We're going to have to, so we're going to have to loop over 2 at once, aren't we? We're also going to need an iterator, it, that's equal to first. See, this is going to be original, it, sure. And then we're going to have to also blah, blah, blah every time. This could just be nonsense that I'm saying. You're going to have to let me know. And we have to say that original iterator is actually equal to this. No, the one we're removing is equal to the original iterator after. So we're going to have to do this, right? Are you writing this for Lenser OS? What's up, Javesmear, TNT Master? Thank you so much for tuning in. Yes, I'm writing this for Lenser OS to fix up this horrid situation right now that we find ourselves in. So we're going to work on remove and remove if, and then erase if, and yeah, we're working on all of it. I'm going to need Sir Aid's expertise. So basically, let me think about this. Let's say we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, God. And then our iterator is to remove our 1 and 3. Then we want to end up with 0, 2, 4, which means that we need 0, but when we get to 1, we actually need to copy from after. Copy from element after into element before, but we're gonna have to do that, yeah. Oh man, this is a mess. I trust links from Sir Aid. What do we have? There's a, okay. Okay, listen. What's the license here? I gotta look at the license. Hold on, I gotta see what I'm allowed to do. Apache with LLVM exceptions. What are the exceptions? If a result of command portion is higher and better. I don't have to worry about this, but I can't copy. I can be inspired. So you can't just copy paste it. I'm not technically allowed, but you can use more or less the same algorithm, I'd say. Yeah. So we do, this uses find if with a predicate. Is this just remove if? I'm looking at remove. I want to look at remove. I know it's the same, it's just, it hurts my head a little bit. So we have some value. We want to find this value. If first does not equal last, so if we have found the value, then we would like to loop over the entire range and then copy 1 back starting from this find. And then it seems like, does this only remove one thing? How does this remove all things? It seems like it would have to call itself to remove all things it finds, but we'll see. Look closely. While plus plus I does not equal last. I mean, we only call find once, so how do we find all of this? Does it call itself? Am I just missing something? That's what the if in the while loop is for. That's pretty clever, actually. Oh. So we just use find to reduce our range. Okay, I'm going to comment this way better than they did. Jesus. Okay. Use find to reduce range by incrementing first to the first occurrence of value. Legendary. Okay. So we need forward iterator. Is that what they called it? They just reassigned first. We're literally just making this shorter. And we can just do this because it's right here, as you can see. And yes, we're going to flip-flop how these are implemented. Don't worry about it. The standard mandates it since C++11. Mandates what? It doesn't copy back elements that should be removed. Right. It's doing this. Yeah, I see what you're saying now. It equals using move semantics instead of copy semantics to move item around between first and last. That's true, yeah. Okay. Anyways, we want to look through first and last and find value. If first does not equal last. While we, so basically, what are we doing here? If an occurrence only try to remove if an occurrence of value has appeared within the given range. Sure. That's true, yeah. You can check alg.remove and scroll all the way down. Okay. By the way, these will be in the description. Down here, what? Am I missing something? Effects. Effects. Ah. Copies all the elements referred to by the iterator I in the range first, last, inclusive, exclusive, for which E is false. I like their little mathematical range syntax. If first does not equal last, then basically we have to remove first, which means that we need an iterator, which we're going to call it. And it's going to be equal to first. And then we're going to say, this is the interesting part. So we're going to say while, so only copy, that's right. So we want to copy iterators that are equal to value. Something like that. Where does can I see a description of what it does? Oh, Jesus. Okay, so the ranges first, last, and blah, blah, blah do not overlap. First is writable. Returns result plus n. N, where did they define n? Oh, let n be the number of elements in first, last for which E is false. Okay. We only want to remove if true. So this basically means that we need to refer to the new end, right? Whatever iterator is after this is done, we have to return that, don't we? Because that's however many we've removed. Am I crazy? It minus first. Also, all the way at the bottom is technically standard remove copy, which is used to implement standard remove and standard remove if. I see. Why? What is remove copy? What's the difference? It just doesn't move? I see, it's just move semantics. So while this does not happen, then we want this iterator to be equal to something else, right? Is this it plus 1? I gotta be inspired. Hold on. Ah, I see. We keep first just behind. So we keep first as our previous. Interesting. Ah, very tricky. Can't miss the increment. It's a tricky one right there. So basically, I is always, it should always be equal to first plus 1. Within the body of the following while. Pretty sure that's how things are working. Standard remove copy is basically just that while loop. Also, generally speaking, don't use plus 1, use plus plus instead. Does it really matter? Is equal to first plus plus? But then this implies that first is incremented itself. Only operator plus plus. Iterators may not support operator plus, only plus plus. You're not talking about in the documentation. You're just saying down here. I got you now. So because iterator actually needs to be incremented, this is a little interesting. I guess because prefix will increment then return, we can do a dereference of a prefix operator it, which will then be equal to value. Sure, I'm just going to add these for clarity. And basically, while this does not equal value, is there a reason? Can we do not equals here? I guess because we have to use operator equals to compare. Prefix operators are right associative. Left associative prefix operators would be painful. Yes, it sure would. And at this point, it is now equal to first plus 1. So we can actually say first is equal to it. And because we're in remove, I think we can use standard move. How do I do this? And we're in the standard. So we can just move the iterator. Yeah, it's supposed to use equals. So first equals move it. I'm just double checking. We increment first, of course. Interesting. We have to make sure that we don't, we increment I and check for that. So before we actually dereference this, we need to move this into its own thing. It's not equal last. And then this is all actually a part of that. I feel like braces won't hurt here. We don't need them, but they won't hurt. And then first needs to be iterated every time we write to first. So we can just do, and we can do that as far as I'm concerned. So for every item that is equal to value, we'll do nothing. Otherwise, we'll write first from the iterator that we have. We're writing from later to before, so we should be okay. Yeah, it's like mem move. Source is less than dest, so we're not going to have issues. And then, iterators may not support postfix ++, only prefix ++. Really? There's no postfix? That's kind of sus. In that case, we just have to do this then. Not too bad, just 2 lines. Okay, it should always be within the body of the following while. Okay, so from the first, iterate it from the first found object to the end of the container, iterator, range. If a value matches the given value to remove, we skip copying it into the we basically skip it. We skip it. We'll just say we skip it. Otherwise, we copy the value into into the beginning of the range. I don't know how to, where do we copy the value into? And we really move the value. We don't copy it. Susfix operator. King Buns. That's hilarious. Susfix operator. Should I make the chat bigger? How we doing, by the way? Otherwise, we move the value into the next available position. Does that make any sense? Here are the basic requirements for something to be considered an iterator. I'm curious. That's not a lot. That's not a lot. An unspecified return type and a reference. This is it? Of course. Is there there's not like a C++ 20 update where there's a million things? It's a little sad. And if we did find something, even if we didn't, do we just want to return first? I think that's all we want to return. Only a million? Well, I'll have to keep that in mind. Only use prefix. What do we have? So we move. We'll get to the last one. We'll come out of here. We'll return first. Yeah? It returns the end of the new range. That's right. Which should be first. I know that's kind of confusing naming, but we're just reusing this. So this will be at least equal to that, and then first will eventually just be equal, yeah, to the last element that we've touched, right? One past it. An exclusive range. Doesn't it return the start of the garbage range? Yeah, that's what we're doing. Because as soon as first is no longer used, it'll be one past, and we've never moved into that, so it'll just be garbage. Okay. I think this is fine. I'm thinking about it. I think we're good. So we have first, last, blah, blah, blah. And then to use this properly, then we should just erase the return value of this. The second while can just be an if, I think, but otherwise it's fine. Yeah, I don't think there's any reason for that to be a while. If. It just used to be the iterator. That's why it was while. Okay. It should be an if. There's a risk you start looking past the last argument otherwise. Yeah, because it's never... Well, we never increment it, so it would just be that... Yeah, I guess first could increment past last in that case. In the odd case where people don't call remove on complete containers. Yeah, that'd be weird. Okay, so we have remove. Let's think about what this changes. So instead of having to do this nonsense and erase one by one, we should be able to use standard, not standard erase. We're going to have to use testvec.erase. And the iterator that we're going to give it is the return value of remove. Excuse me. And we basically want to say remove that had a value of, here, we'll copy this and say to do. But for now, a value of 2. Which means we should end up with like, I don't even know. What should we end up with? I guess you can remove all occurrences of the number 5 or something. Yeah, I was just gonna remove 2. Let's figure it out. See what happens. How many crashes do we get? You can see it's already a lot shorter than whatever we had before, right? Now a majority of it is just print statements. Instead of crazy iterations and a whole nother vector to keep track of things, and it was a mess. Well, it launched, it booted, and you can see we have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then we have 5, 4, 3, 1. It worked. We removed 2. And everything seems to have updated properly, so we now have some sense of standard remove, pog. I'm just going to commit this so that I can have something. Uh-oh, Megget's slow. And I'm going to say everything except remove if. Sure. Should be erase remove v.end. What? Isn't that what that's what I did, right? Am I crazy? I think I did it. Vector erase it only removes one element. Does it when given an iterator? It doesn't by default go to end pause or something, or end? So you're saying we have to put an end here again so that it erases everything from the given end to the actual end instead of just one. Can you see why they kept changing this API? It's horrible. This is why people don't like C++. It's like, just write testvec.end and begin about 18 times and call 9 functions and you're good. It's like, this is not good design. This is why erase if exists, haha, and why ranges exist. Yeah, but they couldn't just remove this stuff. I hate their compatibility nonsense. Breaking changes are the best. You know what I mean? Let's do remove if. We know that remove if is going to be largely the same thing. Why did that break? What? Oh my god. It's just because there's no body here. That's not the body. That's a namespace. That would help. Find the first one. Right? Not complicated. If we've found it, and if not p it. So if we run, why do we call this p? Let's call it predicate. What is their, why are they avoiding things? Type predicate. Crazy. So if a value causes predicate to return true when invoked, we skip it. Otherwise, we move the value into the next available position. Beautiful stuff. Breaking changes are nightmare for Arch. What does that mean? Arch, like an architecture on computers, or like Arch Linux? This is from Skyzar. Oh yes, let's remove that and break literally every C++ library on the planet. Skystar says Linux, I see. Well, Linux has the thing that you shouldn't break user space, right? And it's really interesting. I do like that because it means that we're still using programs from 40 years ago. We're still using Emacs. We're still using stuff like that. And it's all possible and easy, relatively easy to use old code because Linux doesn't break user space. But when it comes to designing a language, change the language. Okay? Didn't realize I had to spell that one out for you. When you're designing things, turns out you made mistakes. You gotta fix them, or they're just gonna be horrible forever. But everyone's so scared to change things. It's like, just change shit. The world will adopt and adapt, I promise. And if it doesn't, you didn't change it the right way. Oh well. You already didn't have something going the right way. It's like people were using other stuff anyway. Just make changes. Why you gotta like treat everyone like royalty? We just write code. They don't deserve, they don't owe us anything. Make the language better. Don't go, well, you wrote code 10 years ago that uses our stupid decision, so we're gonna uphold that decision. Make a better decision from this point onwards. You know what I mean? It's not that hard. Who cares? I guess the companies that have to spend $1 billion hiring developers again because they fired them all because they wrote code 10 years ago and it works. But I'm not sure that's on the language designers. So it says, yeah, sure, it's no problem. Everyone will just change their code. It's not like some of these libraries contain millions of lines of code from 20 years ago and others haven't been updated in 15 years with no one still around who actually understands the code. Writing better code is an excellent idea when designing new software. I agree. And if language designers change the language, which force developers to write new software, we'll overall be in a better ecosystem, in a better world with newer, better software. Even if it costs more money and takes more time. Who cares if we have to rewrite Harfbuzz 18 times? It's already, it's a giant thing already. We'll be better off. If updating were this simple, COBOL would have become obsolete 40 years ago. Instead, there's COBOL 2003 or whatever, and object-oriented programming COBOL. That's not our fault. It's not a bad thing. People can do whatever they want. They can use the old compilers and old code and old standards. Just update the new standards to have new updated standards. Don't uphold the old standard. It doesn't make sense. Like, nothing's ever going to change in the language. It all still just looks like this. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's easy to update everything or simple. I'm saying it's the right thing to do, even if it's hard. Because this, it's obvious, everybody already knows in C++ this is wrong. This is not how, this is not intuitive. This is not how our brains work. It's like, we got to do a little better. That's why we're creating erase if and remove if and all these abstractions, and we have 8 layers of abstraction on top of the C++ 98 standard library that we still keep around for no reason. In 2020, the standard committee voted against ABI changes. There won't be a next C++ 11 for a while. I know, and it's weird. Just change things. It's so annoying. Because no one would ever want to interface with legacy code. You can make ways to do that. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. Rewriting everything to be cleaner would be the best option if it really were that simple and if you could guarantee that you wouldn't introduce tons of bugs in doing so. In so doing. I've never heard it that way. That's the general problem with rewriting code. I'm not saying start from scratch. I'm saying everywhere you see this, make an equivalent that is testfec.erase elements 2. Yeah, erase elements matching 2. Erase element by value 2. Don't do this. That's it. You just have to go through and replace occurrences of this with occurrences of this. It's not like you have to rewrite all this code. You just change the little things that suck. I'd advocate against erase plus remove if all day. Right. Again, I understand your viewpoint. You're saying in new software, you should make it better. What I'm saying is we can't remove if from the standard lib. We can't. I agree. The C++ committee absolutely could. And I'm not saying they should. I think remove if is one example of something helpful. But something that they could change, can't we make like constrained ranges that take in a container type? Like, why does this have to be so first, last, begin, end type of thing? It's so annoying. Or can't we make these like internals? Or deprecated. Remember C? There's a bunch of deprecated things. Sprintf, scanf, gets. They're all deprecated. Can't we do that? And slowly phase it out, even of old libraries and software? It's just, it amazes me that this is how, like, yep, this is modern C++. It's like, this is 1980. You can't actually use any new features to implement that part of the standard lib. The part that has been there since 03 has to compile in 03 mode, so you can't actually use any new features to implement that part of the standard lib. That's weird. That's like they're just like disabling or disallowing bootstrapping. Like I'm writing a kernel in C++. That didn't used to be possible. Because guess to actually run the kernel, you'd have to have a system that can run executables, and then you need a compiler, and then if you run it's like a bootstrapping nightmare to run an OS. Because people who have C++ 03 code still have to compile as C++ 03. Why does that have to be a part of the new standard, though? Why does C++ 17 need C++ 03? It's only for interop? And if that's the case, just make compatibility layers that do the interop. And don't make people suffer just because you wrote shitty code 20 years ago. Or you made a bad decision 15 years ago. It's like, who cares? Stop making people suffer just because it's for compatibility reasons. Just make it better. And I know it's not easy. It's not like they can just overnight go like, let's change all these things. But they think so much and so hard about all the decisions that they've made. Can't they at least put some thought into like maybe deprecating some things and allowing, hey, all this old code needs to be updated or unused because we're moving on. This is a modern world. We got new code. We got new things, new language features, new stuff. But they never change anything. It's all just the same. It's dumb. Imagine if in Intercept it still looked the same as the first day. It'd be horrible. Containers and algorithms have been a thing since 03. right? Because people what? Skysar says this bad code has a scientific term. Hardly anyone is using intercept. So you're saying C++ needs to act differently because people use it? Just make a better language. Stop. They don't owe anything to the people using it. If the people using it don't like it, use another language or use the better one. Who cares about the people using it? Make the better language. Design things better. It's like an architect going, well, yeah, I would love to make this crazy, awesome building that looks like this, but it turns out that all the houses around are in brick, so I'm just going to make a brick building. It's like, or you could make that crazy cool thing you wanted. Just go for it. You don't have to do what everybody else is doing or asking you to do. Just go crazy. Design an awesome language. Nexivec says, hello, long time no see. What's up, Nexivec? I'm ranting about C++. Why they can't just make it breaking changes. Just make things different. Make things better. This is not good. It's already identified. Sarate says, sure, use another language if you don't like it, but this isn't another language. It's C++. C++ cannot break backwards compatibility so long as it is C++. However unfortunate that situation may be, that is how it is. I didn't say that's how it wasn't. I'm saying that's not how it should be, and it's a dumb thing to do, and you stagnate design. C++ looks like 1980 code. You know what I mean? And then we're putting just layers and layers on top of it, but nothing actually is changing. We're just going, oh, what if we combined remove and find if and made remove if? What if we combined remove or erase and remove if and we make erase if? It's like, or you could just make it work differently. You ever think about that? Maybe, change something? Oh, no? Okay, that's not allowed. It's crazy to me to lock yourself into just something that doesn't work and it so obviously isn't the right way to do things. They're like, yeah, but we made the decision, so I guess I'll just keep doing it. Like, just because you step in dog shit once doesn't mean you should live in a pool of dog shit. You should probably try to get out of dog shit, even if you've been stepping in it for a while. It's a bad analogy, but it works. Remove if. We've done it. Okay, what else do we have? By the way, it did work. We could add two, so that's probably something to test. We'll add one at the beginning and test it all. So it says, I can link you PhD dev blogs where the rant about this and how it being an ISO standard makes adoption of new features complicated. That guy's the editor of the C standard, by the way. Awesome. We have two. Didn't I add 3 2s? Am I crazy? Shouldn't there be a 2 here? What's going on? Have I gone crazy? Did I just not save it? I saved it. It's just people's decisions make no sense to me. It's like, well, people don't like what I'm wearing, so I just wear a white t-shirt every day. Like, or you could wear something new every day. Yeah, this is definitely broken. What's happening here? I'm a little worried, Sarade. I'm a little worried. Is this your OS again? Yeah, we're working on the C++ standard, implementing algorithm for my OS, pretty much. Well, that's definitely better. Do you know what it was, Suraid? Remember that bug I told you about with Windows Terminal? Where the line at the top? So it says what? Remember that line at the top? And every time I realize there's a line missing, it's the line exactly one above at the top. Well, I just noticed that coincidentally, there's an interesting amount of space in the terminal window right now where this list happens to be at the very top. Windows moment. Windows terminal moment, because you can use this on Linux. But yes, Windows moment. It's working. It's just dumb. And we're removing all of them properly, so it's going well. Did you see that this one worked because I had it not focused? I don't know what the bug is there. Some craziness. Nexivec says, oh, what did I miss? Suraid says, at Nexivec, the goal is more or less adding whatever we need. Nexivec said, oh gosh, and what's the goal? C++ 98. No, C++ 20 is kind of where we're aiming for. We're not implementing old crap. Lenser OS that is the mindset of Lenser OS. Old crap is out the window. We're not supporting BIOS. We're not supporting 16 or 32-bit systems, at least not to start off with. We're supporting x86 64 with UEFI boot, which is like standard. It's modern. That's what actual hardware, when you buy a laptop today, that's how it works. Why would we start making hard software for 20-year-old hardware that doesn't work anymore? I don't get it. Anyway, that's the whole point of Lenser OS, is we want it to be like new. So we have standard print, right? We have standard print from C++ 20, and we're kind of just going through and adding everything we can or need. And I've noticed that I've been removing things from vectors the wrong way everywhere, and it's bothering me, so I'm trying to make it easier to remove and erase things from containers. Hence, algorithms. Suraid says, I don't plan on adding goddamn Valoray or anything anytime soon, so it's not going to be full C++ 98 for a long time. That's going to take like 20 years. Yeah. That said, I did just use a Valoray the other day, but still. I don't even know what that is, so who cares? The goal isn't to port all existing software to Lenser OS and make everything run forever and be fully POSIX compliant. And oh yes, the idea is to implement a subset of all these things that gets us enough benefit without incurring all this debt and horrible onboarding. Where's erase if? I'm looking it up. Part of erase, okay. Standard erase is defined in the header vector. Oak doke. We can do that. Standard val array is like vector, but operations are element-wise. e.g., if a and b are standard val array int, then a plus equals b performs element-wise addition. Naturally, of course, it's in vector. God damn it, C++. Yeah, it makes no sense. Another thing that, like, you can't just move this shit for real? Does it really matter if in all the 20-year-old code you have to include a new header? Jesus. God damn it, C++. It's the same thing with how accumulate is in numeric. Oh, nice. Okay, I get you. So it's kind of like reduce. Oh, yeah, so you can element-wise. I see what you're saying. So if you have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then you add those two together, you'll get 1 plus 4, 2 plus 5, and 3 plus 6. I'm getting it now. What is this? Standard erase and erase if. Do we have erase? This is part of no, that's not right. That didn't jump right. Did it jump right? Oh, that did jump right. Okay, so that's part of vector. That's not what we need. We need actually erase. What is erase? We're gonna... Alec. Oh? I'm not gonna worry about that. Ignore allocate. That's for allocators. Ignore that. Okay, I was that was the plan, so I'm glad that it's gonna work that way. Why is this formatted in this nonsensical way? What if we put spaces around everything? That makes it look better. Can I just unuse? Like, what do I do here? Also, one thing I forgot to do. I gotta commit this stuff. Which means that first I have to fix it. Okay, time for obfuscation. Woo! Yes. Yep. Okay, now first, can I do egglet rename? Is it smart enough? Pog. Last value it. Oops, not that. Beautiful. Same thing here. This should only have 2. First. First. Last. Kind of off the side here, sorry. Just renaming. Predicate. It. This is horrid. Okay, there we go. Looking good. Not important in the slightest. Also, since I think you missed it, standard erase if is exactly that erase plus remove if call, except that it returns how many elements were erased. Right, it returns like a number n rather than the set n, or the iterator n. Algorithm. I don't think we need to include the test. We're gonna say, what is this? Do I do C++ standard? I don't know how to write this. Maybe that's fine. C++ standard. And we're basically just gonna say remove and remove if. Cool. You can check git log one line for what we used before. True. Current. So C++ standard? That looks like what it is. C++ standard. What did I say? C++ standard. I did it. I kind of screwed up the... It looks like I've already done that too. I've screwed up the, you used a capital C and I used lowercase. It's fine. It doesn't matter. We're not case sensitive in this chat. We're open to all cases. Let's push that to Codeberg and GitHub. Our standard vector is not exactly standards compliant at the moment. Yeah. It's not a big deal. I'm just gonna do this. I think I can use vector after this moment. This should be fine. I'm pretty sure this is fine. Do I need to use underscore here? In case you're wondering, it's because underscore vector is also used to implement sparse vectors. Ah. For the vector template, just copy the template params. What is the vector template? You saying this thing? Do I just need like, because we should just have t. What is const? So this is what it returns. It returns a size type of the given vector of t. Standard array SIF takes a standard vector where ... are in our case 3 template params. What? Standard vector of ... So what you're saying is that other than u, we still need class u, but you're saying we need these? Like this? Oh god, this is horrid. Is this what you're on about? It's maybe the worst thing I've ever written. Pretty much, yeah. Okay. So then do I do index type here? This one isn't named. What is this? Vector is horrible. I agree. Okay. Ignore that one. Can I? Is it safe? This is horrifying. I'm now starting to understand why this may be the worst choice I've ever made. I should have written it in C, man. Perfect. And coolio. Remove that type name equals parameter. Ignore that one. Sfine nonsense should be replaced with concepts, but that was before we switched to C++20, so I couldn't do that at the time. Also remove that type name equals. Can I get rid of that from both? That'd be great. Right. So this is what we have now, I guess. And we're gonna implement erase, which should basically just be remove, right? Can we implement it using remove? Is that allowed? Like, is this a thing? It is exactly that remove plus erase call. Okay, legendary. Okay. Erase. And erase if. Jesus Christ. Underscore vector. Thank you very much. What is U? Why'd they name it U? What is type U? Unit? Why is U? They went from T to U. That's the element type. Okay. It doesn't mean anything. Well, that's ridiculous to use U. U is the next letter after T. T stands for something. It does mean something. T means type. Oh no. Oh no. I would rather see T1, T2, T3 than TUV. These aren't mathematical variables. It's not like this is an integer, x. It could be 4 or it could be 8. This is a type. We know what it is. So it's some type. It's an element type. Yeah, technically it may originally have stood for type, but no one cares about that anymore. Not saying that's a good thing. I can't believe no one cares about that. That bothers me so heavily. that we can't just name things pred. Like, why would you name it pred? What is pred? Is it really that hard to type predicate twice? That's it. And then it's there forever. But the C++ standard is like, nah, predicate, too long to write twice in your life. You have to write it shorter. What? Just name it predicate. It's really not a big deal. I also often use pred instead of predicate. Do you use it in like headers? Why would like the C++ standard, which is meant to be like the thing to do, this is what you're meant to use when writing C++, why would they use like obfuscated terms? Like, let's use U and T and pred. Just name it predicate so people read it and go, oh, it's a predicate. Don't name it V, name it value. You know, why is this named C? It's probably meant to be container. But they couldn't be bothered to write it 4 times, which takes less than, what? That took me 10 seconds. I'm just saying, Suraid, when you use pred instead of predicate, it's for your own code in an internal API. If you're writing a library where people are going to call this, millions of people are going to call this library and use it all the time and have to figure out how to use it, and new people are learning it constantly. Would you really write pred? You'd write predicate to be more clear, but they write pred. They already have to write the underscores all the time, so I guess standard lib writers don't care about that. Exactly. It's already underscore underscore vector, underscore container, underscore. It's like, it doesn't help to have underscore C, I, U, and F all in one function. I can't type. It's a ranty day today. That's what documentation like CPP reference is for. CPP reference has pred. And I know it says pred is a unary predicate, which returns true if the element should be erased. Why can this not just be predicate? Pred is fine, IMO. I just don't get it. I don't get the reasoning. Why say parameters C, container? Why not just say container why does it have to be like the separate value? Right? It's like, just say the thing. Value is a value. C should be container. Container is a container. Value is a value. Predicate's a predicate. I generally cannot stand long names because I don't like typing. So you just need to get a keyboard that makes you feel like you're better than everyone else, like I have. No, I'm joking. I don't think I'm better than anyone else, but I do enjoy typing. I just sit here and press buttons and type nonsense. Sorry, it says you simply have different preferences in that regard, I suppose. Yeah, I like typing. Interacting with the computer is a large part of why I use it. And Emacs makes typing and editing things like fun and intuitive, so I really like it. Blah, blah, blah. See? I screwed it up. I really did. See how I messed up the undo redo. I'm gonna call it pred. But yeah, it's not a bad thing to prefer like pred over predicate for your own self, for your own code. But when you're writing the C++ standard library documentation, maybe write it out. You know, that's just one thing I'll recommend. Maybe write it out. You don't have to every time. You can shorten it and say, pred is this, pred is that, blah, 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 if you have to say it all the time. Right? They might not want to type predicate V, I guess. In the docs, you can spell it out, I suppose. There is an argument to be made there. Yeah, that's my only argument. But in the code, no one cares typically. I agree. This is the implementation. This can be whatever. But when I go to CPP reference, and they have pred, or alloc, is it really that hard to write allocator? Is it really that hard to write element type? I didn't realize we were like that crazy. Also, shouldn't T and element type be the same thing? How are these different? I'm a little confused here. Maybe they generate the site from GNU standard lib or something, so they don't rename the declarations? Maybe. Srade says nope. So if you have a vector of T, it's not guaranteed that it stores T? You can e.g. pass in standard string view to remove a string from a vector of strings. So you just have to be able to compare them with equal equal. It is a vector of T compared against you. So rather than this being element type, this would be the compared type. Element type is this T thing. Is that what you're saying? I think that's what you're saying. Because the vector is of element type elements, whereas the value is of the compared type, because we may want to do like foo equals baz. Okay. Also, okay, did I miss something? The element you pass to, remove, / erase doesn't need to be of the same type. Okay, that was part of that. Also, similarly, you could argue, and I would, that is it really that hard to understand that alloc means allocator? You know, that was in regard to what you said earlier. Text-based communication. Where are we at? I think we have erase and erase if. Can we now use something sensible? We can't. We still have to... Okay, hold on. Can we do this now? We should just be able to pass in remove from test vec 2. Good lord. Did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Is there 3 things? Test vec begin, test vec end. What? Isn't it container type? Am I insane? We just wrote a container type that takes in a vector. Oh, right. It didn't work anyway. What did I forget? Oh, turns out you have to return things. What do we have to return? We don't have erase if. What am I doing here? I'm not used to having to write begin end all the time when I'm not using ranges. I see. Oh, right, they fixed that with standard erase. The number of elements removed. That's annoying. So we want to basically cache size. Is this crazy? And then say return. Maybe I'm insane. That seems correct. This is probably supposed to be a size T. Sure, that works. Could probably use index type, but it doesn't matter. Is there a better way to do this? We could also... What else could we do? Standard erase needs to do the same thing. That's true. I don't see an obvious alternative to caching and returning the difference. Could we... Is there something here? If we saved the iterator that remove returned, we could subtract iterators. I don't know if that's easier. Just do this. I don't think there's a reason to do it differently, I'd say. That's fair. Did it work? Now that we actually return things? We'll see. That sure will make this a lot easier. Yeah, you can subtract the iterators. That's the other way of doing it. I see. I don't think... I'm really okay with integers. Well, we launched, so we didn't, like, horribly break memory. And it worked! Look, we removed all the 2s. And remember, there's 2 is skipped because look where 2 is. Look at this exact case. Look. 2 happens, the line missing, right? Should go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The line missing is right above 3. And it's right above, where is it? So yeah, it's working. I wouldn't worry about it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's just shell bugs. Shell bugs. Like a snail. Okay, then originally we had this, so we would like to actually test this out now. Can we erase if... Do we just give it a predicate? A lambda? And then we're going to have to capture a value. I'm just going to do this. Capture a value. Not capture, have a value parameter that the predicate is called with. Then we're going to return I modulo 2 equals 0. So this should remove all even elements. Erase if with a lambda. Okay. Const auto is generally a good idea. Const auto reference. Beautiful. It's kind of backwards. There we go. What a journey. What a journey we've went on today. In these kinds of callbacks for standard algorithms specifically. Interesting. Again, we have the 3rd. See, now the 4 is here, and there's no 3. It's a very uniform bug. It's not us. Something interesting has happened. We now have 5, 3, and 1, because all of the others are even, which I think is true. We have 1, 3, and 5. Yeah. Holy crap, we did it. We implemented our very own standard algorithm with remove and remove if. So it says, yeah, looks about right. Legendary. It's still non-standard because our vector technically is non-standard, but we're not going to worry about that. I'm pretty sure all we have to do is write another vector on top of this and then name this vector impl. And then the vector on top of this has slightly different template parameters. Is that correct, Saraid? Technically, we need the alloc as a thing once we support standard allocators. We're never going to use remove if again. Just erase if from now on. You are very correct. What was I looking at? Oh yeah, vector. So in vector... Yeah, but whatever, that's not that important at the moment. Exactly. We're not really worried about standard allocators. Or supporting... very... Who uses vectors with custom allocators? I'm just curious. Has anybody ever used one? Usually if you write a custom allocator, you also write a custom data structure. It's not... Because the data structure is the easy part. I guess if you're using like a red-black tree. Is there even a red-black tree in the standard? I guess sets are implemented using red-black trees. I knew that, but they're not actually exposed. So it says yes and no. Standard map typically uses a red-black tree, but it's not exposed. RIP. Interesting. That's really curious why they wouldn't make that exposed. I guess they're trying to... It's so complicated it causes bugs, so they're like, people don't need to use that. Algorithm. I feel like these are easy, and we can just pop these out pretty fast. So it says most of the time you probably don't need red-black trees. It's true. Since 11 until 20 since 20. They just added const expr in case you're wondering. All of. Same thing with allocators IMO. Most of the people that I see using custom allocators are game devs. That makes sense. In game dev, you have very specific lifetimes of objects that can be managed in certain ways. Like pooling just makes things so much better because you're loading entire 3D meshes, and it is true. All of. I'm gonna put the little thing here because I keep forgetting why this is here. Cool. What do we have? Did I, by the way, did I commit this stuff? I didn't. I should probably do that before moving on. I gotta make it __ container. Okay. It's not gonna play nice. That's okay. Not worried about it. Oops, how'd I miss one? There we go. Okie doke. Value twice. Predicate twice. And that should be that. Oh, by the way, I completely forgot. Here's a cute cheat sheet for C++ standard algorithms. I'm overwhelmed. So the arrow, it's saying like this is what doing this will give you. I don't know why at is being used very aggressively here. This reads like a PhD defense, like a dissertation or something. Mouseless X, I'm overwhelmed. Classic CPP reaction, Keeple. Sorry, it says that's a return value, and I think at is for iterate arrays. I feel like that's some awesome Greek warrior. Iteratories. It's iteratories. You fools. Do not disrespect the name of iteratories. Oh, I didn't name size. What am I doing? Did I get everything? I got everything now. That would be the Latin plural of iterator. Okay. C++ standard. What did we do? We did implement race and race if. Why? Okay. And then push to GitHub and Codeberg. If iterator were a noun, that is, in Latin. Yeah, I got what you mean. Okay, all of. So basically, we want to say we have some predicate. P, we have a predicate predicate. And we want to start at first and go to last. So while first does not equal last, could we do a for? I don't think it's really worth it to do a for. Well, predicate takes an element. Yeah, let's do a for. Element? Yeah. I guess we can't, can I do like a pair? This is kind of cursed. I can't like make an auto-ranged for loop from a pair of iterators, can I? You can do a for loop, sure. You don't need a declaration though. Just for first, yeah, that's what I was just thinking about. I was like, I'm just gonna have to iterate first. They really should make this a thing. Iterating over a pair of auto-ranged for loops that aren't auto-ranged, they're just ranged. Can we just have range-based for loops from first to last? That'd be great. But yeah, we just need to make sure first does not equal last while first is being incremented. And then we need to say if not predicate pointer first return false, otherwise return true. And this is outside of the for. If not predicate first return false, otherwise it returned true. Is this opposite? No, because we're just saying do all of these return true from predicate. As soon as one of them returns false, all of them have not returned true, which means we can shortcut and return false. Okay. That should be all of. All of C? That should be all of. And where are we at? Standard all of, any of, and none of. It's none of your business. Just for first does not equal last. Am I rereading? I'm just rereading something I've read before. Okay, just checking. Since C++ 7, execution policy, none of that. We now have any of. I'm gonna write them all from scratch. Is there a license to this page? It's a wiki, right? Is this a wiki? Fact. I don't think anyone's gonna get mad at me for copy and pasting. Oh, it's the GFDL. Pog. Pog. Thanks, CPP reference. Sraid says you're rereading it. Yeah, also be right back. All right, see you soon, Sraid. This is a wiki, and it's under the GFDL, so we are just fine. We good. We good. Where are we at? I mean, we can't do anything, obviously, but for a majority. So any of is GFDL copyleft. Sort of. You can look at it exactly. See, it's a kind of copyleft. Even they see like, Derivative works of the document must themselves be free in the same sense. It complements the GNU public license, which is copyleft license designed for free software, whereas this is designed for free documentation for free software. We have designed this license in order to use it for manuals for free software because free software needs free documentation. A free program should come with manuals providing the same freedoms that the software does. But this license is not limited to software manuals, it can be used for any textual work, blah, 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 like a website. And basically, if you're copying the entire text, the entire document, you need to have copyleft notices, right? You need to say retain all of the things. Copying in quantity as specific, like if you're making a ton of copies of the documentation, then there's certain rules. There's modifications, combining, collections, aggregation with independent works, which basically I think says a bunch of things can come together to be one thing. We're not really worried about it. relicensing. Basically, yeah, it's kind of confusing. All in all, we're gonna be fine. And it's sort of copyleft, but it's not, because we're not copying verbatim. Because verbatim would imply that we haven't changed anything, and we have changed everything that we've copied, right? So it's not like we are verbatim quoting this source, and we need to cite it and say this is the copyright of this code. We're basically just reading documentation and using it as far as the license is concerned. And especially because we're not doing crazy things like we don't have to contact the authors of the document before redistributing numbers of copies, and if none of this is part of Mousesec says, I'm not a lawyer, but I'll allow it. Thanks. But yeah, I can guarantee that because this has the GFDL, and I'm working on a GNU GPL v3 a program, right? It's part of the GNU General Public License. I'm really not going to have any problems when it comes to using GFDL documentation. That makes sense. Unless I use it in bad ways. Of course, I'm not malacting. You're licensed to GPL, so the point is moot. Yeah, kinda. It still means that I would have to retain their copyright notice if I was going to take this whole website and embed it in Lenser OS. You can see that basically it's just I'm not doing that. Right? They don't care about what I'm doing. I'm taking a small part of it, changing it, and then it's now different. I'm renaming things, I'm changing white space, you know what I mean? It's like it's not the same data. So it says, all right, back, where are we at? I got on a sidetrack because I was curious if I was allowed to actually be copying like I was, because I was just doing this and then pasting it into Lenser OS, which is kind of dangerous. So I looked at the licensing, and luckily, this is under the, wherever it is, I found it somewhere. I found it somewhere. Yeah, here it is. It's under the GFDL, which means that we're going to be fine, because it's free documentation for free software. Everyone is permitted to copy and distribute verbatim copies of this license document, but changing it is not allowed. Because we're not making verbatim copies, we're making literally not a copy of the document. We're just taking a portion of the document and writing, and then changing it into our own use case by renaming and altering and obfuscating. And it's like we're not actually copy and pasting. Yeah, I'd imagine they wouldn't care about it because it's just signatures. I'm not saying, no one could ever even tell, right? That's the weird part, is if they saw this code, it's not like they could go, that's from there. But it's just, I was curious. So you are copy and pasting, but from the standard. That's a good point. Those are ultimately from the standard itself. Those aren't from the people at CPP reference writing the GFDL docs. But I did copy and paste some of this stuff earlier as well, just so you know. But I'm not redistributing it in, because like redistributing verbatim copies of this document, I didn't take a verbatim copy and say this whole thing is now being shipped with Lenser OS. I just said this one part of it, I like how that's worded and I'm gonna use that. And then I change it. So I think in any sense, it's gonna be fine. So it says, and that's gotta be fine. Otherwise we wouldn't have any standard lib implementations to begin with. Legally, nothing could ever happen. Even if I did just copy and paste and reship CPP reference in Lenser OS, no one would care, right? I just kind of care about making sure I'm not, one, showing the wrong thing, right? Like showing the wrong way to do things and saying, this is how I do it. It's fine. I'm fine. You know what I mean? I don't want to be that guy. So we're going to return false unless one of them has the predicate return true. What have I done? That was a little confusing. Okay, there we go. I could probably just also do this. Right? Return not all of? I guess I can't do not all of. It's still, it's just this slightly different semantics. Because we need to return true and false. So it's like these are opposite, but this is also opposite, which means that if we pass in the predicate, then these are going to... Yeah, it's not, these aren't actually implementable in terms of each other. It just looks like they are. Where are we at? C++, this is none of, okay. So it says it's also faster this way when you copy and paste, because you can return early rather than iterating the entire range. Exactly, exactly, yeah. Because if we did it in terms of not all of, then it means that we could return true, but only, aka return false, but that's only if we get through the whole thing, whereas we don't have to go through the whole thing in this implementation, so it's faster. That's going to be relevant when implementing none of, which is just not all of, but that's a bit inefficient. That's right. So, we're just going to do the implementation that we've been doing. With first... Okay, this is kind of confusing. So if predicate never returns true, then that means that none of them return true, which means we return true. But if predicate returns true once, one of them, which means not none of them, has returned true, so we now need to return false because it's not none of them. Okay. Quantifier negation go brr. Yeah, looks about right. These are all very similar. And again, yeah, we have, like you just said, this is all of. Pretty much exactly, just not. But in implementing it this way, it's way more optimized. Cool. I'm not even going to test these. I'm not really peeved. I don't think I can screw up 2 lines of code. And if I can, well, it's kind of my fault and I deserve getting things wrong. You know what I mean? None of this should be things that really need that much attention. Because I didn't just skim through them. I paid attention to the code I was writing. I returned the right values. We're gonna be good. I returned underscore underscore false. That might be bad. Might not work. Gotta call underscore underscore predicate. Okay, there we go. That makes more sense. Wow. It's really weird when alt and underscore is the same button and you're trying to use both. Okay. Oh, this template's still funky. There we go. Oops. There we go. Multiple cursors go burr. All of his AX, PX, any of his theta, PX, and none of his... Yeah. Those logical symbols really hurt my brain, I will say. What have I done? Have I done it? That's what I'm asking. Did I replaced every... Okay. Is it compiling? I just did the wrong thing. I didn't need to run it. I should have just compiled it. It works though. You can see when we change like algorithm or vector or something like that, everything has to recompile. And it goes, hold on. What am I... Yeah, don't print anything. Thanks, Lenser OS. It works. Blaze it, math. What are we missing? Not olive? Was that here? Is that part of the standard? Is that part of ranges? You might just mean out of these. We have true, false, false, true, false, true. There should be one more true, false, and it's going to be not olive. No, I'm saying it doesn't exist. Yeah, I see what you're saying now. There are 3 to this set, and there should be 4. Very interesting, because there's an optimization missing with not olive, where you return true. Interesting. Interesting. Is not olive and not any of the same? It's not. So what we're missing is not any of, because none of is actually just not all of, but it's an optimization. So not any of. Is that confusing? Not all of. Okay. Okay. See, this is confusing because at least I'm not ridiculous. So the thing is, we can have all of something, none of something, any of something, but is there necessarily an in-between where you can have not any of something and it's not also not all of something? I don't know how to say those words. But yeah, not whatever the backwards E is times P of X is the same as upside down A X, not P of X. Upside down A is for all X in blah, and backwards E X is there is an X such that. So E is kind of a predicate matching. P is typically used to mean predicate. Not is not. Yeah, I remembered not. The little notch, I've remembered that from from something. I don't remember. Anyways, we have all of, any of, and not of. Let's commit those. Implement all of, any of, and none of. So for all X, P of X means for all X matching predicate P. For all X, P of X hold. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Push it to GitHub as well, can't forget. Gotta have your mirrors. What have I done? I've done those. That's fun. C++ 11. For each. I don't know if I've ever used this, but we sure will do it. Standard for each. And the rule is that negating a quantifier is the same as switching the quantifier that is for all of to, how do I say that one? X such that. Negating quantifier is the same as switching, that is for all of to there is and there is for all of, and negating the predicate. E is there is or exists. Interesting. So like there exists X. Okay, so not there exists X and P. Okay, I'm starting to get it. I'm starting to get your crazy fancy math symbols. We really need to make like an automatic thing that can do this for each. So I'm pretty sure it's just going to be kind of a fancy loop like we had before. And we're just going to say function on first. Why do we return a unary function? That's kind of odd, right? Standard move F. Okay. Sure. This has an execution policy. We don't need to worry about that. Sarade says that's why there are only 4 combinations. Sarade, predicate logic, not maths technically. Sure. It's mathematics. That's even more basic than maths. Yeah. It's surprising how complicated math actually is. Don't do standard move. What? Math is more high level if you will. That should happen automatically. For each is used for side effects usually, so they just stuffed a random thing in the return value, I guess. I shouldn't use move? Why should I not use move? It's telling me to use move. I trust you, Sarade. I'm sure you're right. I just don't know why I shouldn't, and I'm kind of curious why. Scroll down. Oh. That, yeah. I may see your reasoning now. Implicit move. I'm just going to write the same thing. I don't think anybody who needs this code explained may just need ranges explained, or iterators. Isn't there also for each n? Okay. This thing. What is size? Guess that's size type or something? I don't know. I feel like I'm committing horrible, horrible atrocities for some reason. For each n. So if n is 4, then we want to do something 4 times. Which means that if we do something once, while n is 4, then 3, then 2, then 1, as soon as it's 0, we can stop. So I think we can do first does not equal... Oh, there is no last. Okay, so we can say first is less than... First plus 4, we could do n minus minus. kind of horrid. You basically increment first n times. So as many times as we decrement n until we get to 0, that's how many times we want to increment first. And then call function on first. Yep, legendary. This returns an input iterator equal to... I don't think we have standard advance. What's standard advance? It's an iterator. We definitely don't have that. Iterator is quite simple right now. So ignore that. Yeah. First plus n. First plus n. So we just return first. I'm getting it now. Advance is not going to make your it. What? Surreyed, that's just plus plus. I see. Standard advance it n is roughly it plus n. MouseSX says advance is not going to make your iterators harder. Some operators don't have iterator plus. Right, so they're saying advance it that many times using plus plus. I'm getting you now. That's exactly what we did to get here, which is why you're saying ignore it. I'm now understanding what you mean. This now makes a lot of sense because the iterator interface is basically just prefix plus plus and no operator plus. MouseSX says the implementation of advance won't make your iterators.hpp lib harder. Ah, that's okay. So you're saying harder in the sense of like more concrete. I'm starting to get you now. It's really just a shortcut to calling plus plus n times. Yeah. Legendary. Hey, look, that's what we did. Why do they make size I? Can n be negative? Hold on. Nothing here says n cannot be negative. I'm a little worried. That might be why they do this. But then that wouldn't make any sense. It must be an unsigned type if n is less than 0. What did I miss that? Oh, Jesus. Okay. Oh, nice. Legendary. It's just UB. Cool. So we don't have to worry about... Because if n was negative here, we're going to get some real horribleness happening. What if it's 0? If it's 0, this won't happen. We'll just return. Okay, we're good. We're good. Just making sure. We good. Okay, for each n. So that should be for each and for each n. I think that's fine. Count. Oh, what did there we go. Ooh. It's trying to return the difference type of an iterator. In case you want to check the standard, stuff like that is found under preconditions. Is it somewhere here? Where are we at? What did we just do? For each. Is it here? Preconditions. Preconditions. Okay. N is greater than or equal to 0 is true for each n. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. This is tiny. Okay. I like the colors of this website, but the fonts are horrible. Not gonna lie. These are like so thin and wiry, I can barely read them. They need a bold font, a bold mono. Sred says, oh god, not iterator traits. Yes, iterator traits. Well, how do I not iterator traits? Is there any here that does? No, they all iterator traits. Maybe we'll wait on count and count if. Just use pointer diff t. Difference type is typically pointer diff t. Yes. Could I go so far as, did I commit for each? I didn't. I'm gonna do that. I think like that. Woohoo! We're getting a lot of stuff done today. Implement for each and for each n. I didn't mean to save that file. It's gonna cause some stuff. Are you saying that I should make iterator traits, input it difference type equal to pointer diff t? Or should I just remove this for pointer diff t? Ignore that for now. Fix me. Pointer diff t should be blah. Not that. How did I get that whole thing? Didn't I just remove this? I'm an idiot. Should be that thing. Cool? Cool. Why t? Okay, t is what? Value type. Legendary. TNT Master 58 says, wow, productivity overflow. We actually have been getting a lot of stuff done today that we normally don't get. I didn't get anything done on the last stream. Sraid says, just use pointer diff here, honestly. Iterator traits would likely be a headache right now. You are probably right. But yeah, we have remove, remove if, erase, erase if, all of, any of, none of, for each n, count, count if. It's going well. TNT Master, unlike my homework productivity, F counts the elements that are equal to value using operator equals equals. Why didn't they just make like a size parameter? Or template, default template. I don't get their reasoning here. Loop over thing. If thing equals thing we care about, increment return. What have I done wrong? Oh, this says while. Yeah, that might be a problem. Cool. Cool, cool. Should this be brace initialized? I don't think it matters. MouseSX says, wait, what? Sorry, it says, I tested it for some standard containers and different type is usually pointer diff t. I put it in general if you're interested. I am interested. It's also a great time. Go check out the Discord. There's announcements every time I go live and stuff like this you can learn about. So if the difference type of a vector of int iterator from iterator traits is pointer diff t true, or map of string to string, iterator traits difference type is same, pointer diff d true. Okay, so yeah, that's very good. What else do we got? Awesome. Well, now, King Buns with the buns. So this looks right. That's so weird that you use difference type for something that counts values. Yeah, it makes no sense. Welcome to C++. No, not last G. It's probably easier on that one to just search and replace, but it doesn't matter. And then we can do count if, which is just like our other ones, where instead of a value type, we're going to take a unary function. This is what it is, right? Unary predicate, first, last. Okay. Unary. Whoa. Oh, out. Why did that make you mad? Oh. What? What have I done? Can I not? What's happening? Our standard pair has like 10 lines of code. Oh, because GG Fazo says hi. What's up, GG Fazo? What's up? First time chat. GG Fazo, are you creating the whole standard C++ libraries? Yep. I mean, we're not going to, but as much as is useful. This is weird, right? Am I kind of freaking out here? Pointer diff t out. So yeah, there might be some things going on with clangd that I just noticed. That's not gonna go well. Siraid, you are correct. clangd is having a stroke because Windows. Not only is clangd having a stroke, Emacs is having a stroke. Where's line 5? Emacs? Is this recursive? I don't like this. So we can use brace initializers. It's just clangd freaking out. Yeah, naturally. That looks much better. Oh, I just don't have it loaded. We should be good. We should be fine. And instead of this equals, we're going to be using predicate, unary predicate. Technically, we could implement count in terms of count if. I don't really care. Sorry, Emacs is like, trust me, you don't want to see what's on that line. Emacs is just trying to keep me sane. Return value, the number of iterators it in the range, blah, blah, blah. Satisfying the following condition, it equals value, or if p it does not equal false. Huh. Do I have to do that? I don't think I have to say not equals false. I don't think that's going to be different, is it? If there's an overload, Wouldn't that matter? Because if the return type of the predicate is like not bool, but it can be compared to bool, I'd have to check the standard. They don't do anything like that in their example implementation. We should be good to go. Oh God. Yeah, underscore out is not liked by ClangD. Yeah, don't run. I just want you to build. That's fair. This kind of goes against against things. What if we just did this? Does that give us pointer diff t? Or is it standard int? Yeah, yeah. That should be good. Is it okay to include standard def.h here? I feel like this is a little sketch. LLVM doesn't do that nonsense either, so you're good. Legendary. Then I would propose that they change that on the website. And they should just say if p it is true. Because it's kind of confusing if p it does not equal false is true. Maybe they're trying to avoid something or they need like a comparison on the left for some reason. I don't know. Everything compiled. The standard does use not equal, but no one actually implements it that way. I see how it is. I see how it is. So we should do this, but it doesn't matter because no one has ever relied on it doing that. Given n as standard distance, first, last, exactly in comparisons with value, exactly in applications. Once. We're good. Cool. Count and count if. Da-da-da-da. Also, including standard def, that is fine, right? Is that like a horrible thing to do? Sometimes I just feel that the standard is there just to store just to store things no one will ever use, Kappa. And hello, what's up, Ozirix? Sorry, it says nah, I think it's fine. Okay. Hopefully we're not committing too bad atrocities. Implement. Count. And count if. Beautiful stuff. Unlike C standard lib headers, C++ standard lib headers do include each other, e.g. GCC's implementation of algorithm also includes type traits and compare. Interesting. That's very interesting. Because you'd think that's not allowed. What does this even do? Wait. Oh, Lord. So we're comparing two ranges together. I don't know if we need to do that. Find first of, that sounds helpful. That's also the ranges. Find first of a range. I don't think we need that. At least not yet. Searches for a range of elements. What is copy? Okay. I think we can skip find end for now. You've already implemented the most important ones. That's good. That is good. This may be a good idea. Standard copy is mem copy, but properly, i.e. using copy constructors. Which means we just assign, right? You just loop over and assign each one. Is that literally all it is? We can implement that. Why is it D first? Destination. I don't care if that's what it stands for or not. That's what this one is. So it says D for destination. Nice. Does standard copy also support move constructors? No. Otherwise, you wouldn't be copying anything. I'm pretty sure there's move for that. Which we'll also implement. That'll be easy. We're going to do our classic for first does not equal last plus plus first. And we're basically just going to say destination first is equal to our first. Is that it? Ozirix says, yes, makes sense, sorry. No, that's okay, don't be sorry. This stuff is so complicated, I don't understand what I'm looking at half the time. I wouldn't worry about it. Never be sorry for asking questions. It keeps everyone on their toes. It's always a good thing. So, increment both firsts until this equals last copy. Okay. Standard move is something else. Isn't this the right move? Am I incorrect? Standard move of some things is different. Isn't this the right thing? This is what he was talking about? Moving first and last to output? There's an overload for ranges, right? Yeah, I was going to say, like, I'm pretty sure we just saw that. I rarely ever use that one. Yeah, most people wouldn't. What's our return value of copy? Output iterator to the element in the destination range one past the last element copy. Okie doke. Yeah, I'm not going to copy it. I'll figure out what else I need to do. Copy if. Since C++ 20. This one. This is a mess. I know it's a little off the side on the right side. I'm sorry about that. It just says pred. This probably returns the same thing. We could split the... I don't really care about splitting these on multiple lines. I'm not worried about it. It's not going to affect me at all. One thing I should do is probably this. Let's think about that. I got the wrong one. Why are you re-implementing standard lib, by the way? Good question. So it says the main thing that changed with a lot of these is that most of them are const expr now. Exactly, yep. MouseSX, why are you re-implementing standard lib? Story is because it's probably easier than porting, e.g. libstandard C++ to Lenser OS, especially the Lenser OS kernel. Ozirix says, are you implementing it for your custom OS? Yeah. Here, this is what we've been running and testing the whole time. This is my Lenser OS, worked on with multiple people now. It's not just mine. Our Lenser OS. And basically the kernel uses this C++ standard library. You see we have standard print in the kernel. We have vectors. We have erase if now. So that's why we're implementing all this stuff. You can use it in the kernel. And there you go. We can get our OS working, baby. Does that make sense? So for this little test vector code, it just happens right before enabling interrupts. So you can see we remove all the elements that are even. We end up with 5, 3, and 1. And there's a number here missing because of a bug in my shell. You'll notice 3 is missing, and it happens to be right at the top of the screen. MouseSX says, I thought that if the kernel is compiled with a standard lib, then you'd be able to access it. What? Maybe I missed something. It's all good. So it says, using a regular C++ standard lib in the kernel would probably be a horrible idea. Not probably, it is a horrible idea, because exceptions, etc., and other assumptions that it makes. Yeah. As far as I know, you can compile it with exceptions disabled, but still. Even then, there's a big issue in that the C++ standard library assumes that it's running in user space. And when you're running in kernel space, 1, you can do things faster in different ways, and 2, it's a lot more dangerous. You can't, you know what I mean? You don't want to just leave things to undefined behavior and, oh, that'll never happen, and if it does, it'll cause a page fault. It's like, in the kernel, that can be detrimental to the extreme. And it's really important that we know that things aren't broken. But yeah, as basically, also another thing, there doesn't have to be any logical reason. I'm just making an OS for no logical reason. Do you know why I'm making an OS? It's not like I'm going to be the next, oh, everyone use Lenser OS. Could it harm the hardware? No, Ozirix. A page fault has to do with a CPU hardware interrupt that is basically handled in a certain way. So no matter what the CPU is doing, it says, hold on, a page fault happened. I have to do this code here. There's an interrupt frame error, and the interrupt actually pushes the, for example, this isn't exactly right, but the interrupt actually pushes things on the stack. So we end up with an IRET queue that returns us from the interrupt, which takes from the interrupt frame that's on the stack. But yeah, you can see a page fault is like a whole thing where you accessed memory that technically isn't paged into virtual memory, which means, like, let's say you have address foo, right? Foo, sure. If you tried to just dereference this, I mean, you can, right? It's not a good idea. You could dereference it and say, like, I actually want to call this a, what is it? A pointer to a page, an int. Let's do that, an int pointer. Just make it simple. We have an int pointer at some address, and if we dereferenced it, we'd get a page fault because we tried to access memory that isn't paged. We wouldn't in the kernel, but this is in user space, for example, something you could write and see what happens. But then that would just cause this code to run, which usually the OS will do all sorts of things. But yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. And you want to avoid page faults that the OS isn't trying to actually have happen. Because the OS also wants page faults for certain copy on write scenarios. Ba-da-da-da. Ozirix says, oh, okay, I see. A virtual address doesn't have a mapping to the physical address. You have it exactly right, Ozirix. And it may be that it does have a mapping, but the permissions aren't correct. You're in user space trying to access a mapping for kernel space, you know, for ring 0, and you're in ring 3. It's not allowed. So then you get a page fault. Or you're trying to write to a page that is read-only. you'll also get a page fault. So causing those in the kernel means it crashes, because a page fault in the kernel cannot be, what happened? It's just like we tried to access memory that was bad. But yeah, most of the things we're implementing right now aren't important for being different between user space and the kernel. These are all just generic things. But if we get into like format and we start trying to print things, you can't print anything in the kernel to standard out. There is no standard out. There are no files. It's a kernel. The kernel handles the files. And if you haven't set up the VFS yet, you don't want to like wait for files. Second of all, you want to write to hardware devices like UART, which is the only way we can actually see all this output in the terminal. User space is the only thing right now that's actually writing to the screen. It used to be the kernel, but now it's user space. You can see it loads a font, and then that's how we actually see things on the screen. It's loading a font file and then displaying it. Anyways, long story short, it's not like every single thing in the C++ standard relies on being different between user space and kernel space, or how it's compiled, etc. But there are very specific scenarios that really matter, like when you're trying to print things, or when you're trying to handle an exception, like Sareed pointed out, or when you're trying to, what's another thing? Allocate memory. That's a huge one. What about when you're trying to allocate memory? How does that work? You can't call malloc in the kernel, right? There is no malloc. So it can get rough, you know? But yeah, MouseSX, I do have pointless side projects too, but I was wondering here because it looked a lot like a lot of copy-paste using standard lib containers, so I struggled to see what's done differently. Yeah, that's fair. Even if it wasn't done differently and it was just a standard lib that is basic and has nothing different, I just like doing things from scratch. I don't know if you noticed. I kind of like doing everything myself and seeing how it's built and going, that's how that's put together. And even if it's really complicated and not worth it, because I feel like me learning makes it worth it, even if I don't like succeed. Like the stream where I tried to fix up the physical memory manager, I learned a little bit, so it was worth it. MouseSX says, okay. Sorry for the rant, MouseSX, I am. I know I probably started just going off. It is good to have those questions, though. It's like, why are you doing this? Can't you just not do this and work on actually useful stuff? I get what you're saying. But yeah, we absolutely could port some other C++ standard, but it's not the style of LensOS, and two, it wouldn't really work. And there'd be all these hacks and workarounds and patches, and the build times would be insane because it implements all of standard thread in the kernel. Can you even like start to think about that for me? Standard thread in the kernel. Right? How you gonna port that? It's gonna be a little rough. What am I doing? Copy if predicate on first, then this is a copy destination first. So this is copy if, which means we don't support. Okay. We're getting there. Got to use prefix increment for an iterator. And we have to copy from first. Izidayush says, hi, Lens. How's it going, Izidayush? Thank you so much for tuning in. How's it going? How is it going? We don't really need braces, but they don't hurt. So if predicate, copy, increment, return final. I think that makes sense. We'll just do a build, make sure it compiles. The OS compiles. Pog. Is it you says just woke up? How about you? I've been up. It's midday for me. Got a lot done this morning. Cooked. But yeah, it's going well. And we've done a lot of things. We actually have succeeded in implementing things today. So that's fun. All the code we wrote wasn't thrown out at the end of the stream, and it won't be. So that's a plus. Underscore first. Underscore last. Underscore this. I could have done that for both at once. That was dumb of me. I'm just changing predicate behind the chat. As you can see, it's now underscore predicate. Underscore last. First. Again, should have done it there. Did I change everything? I believe I did. I'm not declaring. I'm not declaring anything. Sorate says, also, in this case, implementing a C++ standard lib can teach you things about C++, e.g. you learn how shared putter actually works, etc. That is a fun one. Shared putter, seeing how that actually is implemented, kind of blew my brain away. Because I thought it was different. Not gonna lie. It makes a lot more sense once you realize that you have two allocations. Oh, that's so much more sensible. It's not just a pointer. It's a pointer and a thing. Is it a use? Sorate says, or what all of these algorithms do, etc. That's a very good point. Someone who's coming into C++ has trouble learning all these algorithms. I know I do. I still struggle to figure out how to use them or when to use them, or, oh, you can actually use erase if instead of capturing all these indices and then removing them later after you change the ones that are, you know what I mean? It's like there are simpler ways to do things, but there's also 8 million ways to do things. Is it ish? Sir A, two allocations, sometimes they're jointly allocated because performance. Yeah, the pointers, sometimes there's not literally two calls to new, but there are like two things. There's a thing, a type thing, and then also this magical header. And this magical header makes it, if you don't know about this like I didn't, it makes it seem like magic. Like, oh, there's just a pointer, and when it goes away, it magically calls the destructor. But seeing like all of this actual hard, like, this is code, this is how it works. It's so cool to see, like, it's not that complicated. To move something, you just set it to null. Right? Ozirix, well, how could it count references without another object? There are ways. I don't know if you want me to get into that. You can do intrusive ref counts, but that implementation doesn't support weak putters. Standard weak putter is the hard part. Exactly. But yeah, pointers are only 48 bits, but they're stored in 64-bit memory. A 64-bit memory block. So you have 8 bytes, but you only use 5. 6 of them, technically. So 2 of those bytes, guess what you can do with those upper bits in a pointer? Anything. You can do anything you want. Isn't that crazy? You can store a ref count there in a single putter. Up to a 16-bit 65,000, right? 65,000 references to a shared putter. That's not the problem of the standard implementation. Sorate says, yeah, preferably not in the kernel because the high bits are actually used. That's right. Higher half kernel would make things kind of rough if we start using the higher half for other things. It would just make addresses start to look nonsense. That's the really major thing. We seem to be doing okay. I think I've renamed everything properly. Does it still compile? So it says, yeah, no NAND boxing either. I guess we can't run JavaScript in the kernel then. Oh, I don't even want to think about JavaScript. I never want to run JavaScript on this system. Someone can, I don't. C++ standard. Implement copy. And copy if. What have I done? Hello? That was weird. Kind of hung up on me there. Let me check the git diff. I didn't like add something crazy, did I? No, everything's fine. Push. MouseSX says, joke's on you, you use a browser, Kappa. If anyone is ever able to like use LensorOS for something that isn't just like booting it up and playing around, I'm gonna be impressed. Isn't he just, oh no, how would I run React on kernel? Ozirix says, if it happened one day, it means idiocracy is achieved, Kappa. Sir, so what's so great about LensorOS? You don't have to deal with JavaScript. Everyone switches to LensorOS. It might be worth it. Move back 40 years in technical OS progression because JavaScript fucking sucks. Oh no, there's copy in and copy backward. We should probably do these. Oh, I didn't change this. I missed something. Chat, how could you let me do such things? Okay, that's fine. Wow, that went bad. Okay. Why not name it N? Why is this called result and not destination? Be consistent. Isidish says that's a marketing pitch. That's right. Sorry, it should be move 40 years back in OS development to avoid moving 30 years back in programming language development and to avoid using a scheme implementation written in 10 days turned imperative scripting language. Oh, don't forget the like billions of dollars of corruption and pushing and corporate pressure to get this out and on time and working. It's basically just copy. But there is no last. It's just N. And there is no... Writing minus minus underscore underscore might be the most cursed thing I've typed in a long time. It hurts my head to type it. N, first, predicate, destination, return. I think this is right. What else did we have with copy N? What's the return value? Let's just make sure. 0 assignments if count is less than 0. Is that what that means? At least it's not Python, because you'd be writing n underscore underscore n underscore underscore equals underscore underscore n underscore underscore minus 1. Yeah. I think we're cool here. Does it, I mean, it doesn't bother me if I do this or this. The standard says let n be max 0n. Pretty insane that Python doesn't support increment decrement operators for copy n. That is insane. Copy n. We've done it. Copy backward. Bidirectional. That took me a second. I was going bidir? Bitter? I was like, what is a bitterate? It was a little confusing. You know what I'm doing. Bidirectional. Just named it destination. Okay. I can't remember the last time I used copy backward. I hope nobody ever has to use it, honestly. Is it it's the same, isn't it? What is template and constexpr? Those are two of the largest questions in C++. I'm going to struggle to give you an answer here because I'm new to C++, this style C++ as well. By the way, is this just the same as copy? Am I crazy? This is the same, right? Just need underscores. Maybe I'm crazy. It's just bidirectional. Bidirectional last. Okay, I'm now seeing it. If you want to go in order of importance, transform, generate, replace if, partition, sort, and stable sort. Template all alone is huge. Those I use every once and again, but the rest do not use that commonly, IMO. Is it here says, I'll stick to TypeScript. TypeScript is definitely not simple. So I need to minus last. And then I need to say last is greater than first. Am I doing this wrong? Minus last. No? How do I do this? Copy backward. So I should start at the end and keep going backward. This just seems wrong to me. Suraid says, TypeScript's type system with infer and whatnot is on a similar level of insanity as templates. Oh yeah, I didn't answer anything. Template, don't look at the code we're writing right now. Just pay attention to what I'm about to say, because what we're writing is complicated. Let's say we have a template. You can give it a type name, and let's call it type. Then, the next expression can use this type. Usually it's a function declaration. So let's say we have a void returning function called foo, which takes in a type, which is called like t, and then it just says plus t or something. This could be a const type reference, right? You can't modify a const, so it's a type reference, right? Now, when you call foo with, let's say you have like int a equals 0, you call foo with a, C++ is smart enough through template type deduction, pretty sure, that when you call foo with an integer a, foo is templated to take a type name type. So this type name type, what if this was just int? So then it goes through and says, if this was int, we have an int reference t, we plus plus t, we can do that. So then this is the code that will run, even though you didn't ever specify how to handle an int. Hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. And then you could also say, iterator it equals blah, foo it. And this would increment it in the way that iterator has its plus plus prefix operator overloaded. Does this make sense? It allows you to write code once that works on many types. I'm not sure we really want to implement copy backward right now. I was just thinking about that. It's a little complicated. We have to start at the end and then copy to the end, but then that's going to cause a whole bunch of issues. So I'm just going to not do copy backward. Oh, my TypeScript knowledge is helping. This is exactly like generics. Exactly like generics. You are correct. I mean, check that link and you'll see how complicated it is. No, I think you're right. I trust you. Yeah, we don't need that. So this is a template. The other thing you asked about is constexpr. Constexpr stands for constant expression, except it doesn't, so don't think about that. Constexpr is just a keyword that means a thing to the compiler. So constexpr means try to do this thing at compile time. It really just means you're able to, but don't worry about it. So if you set constexpr foo, anytime you call foo in a constexpr context, then it will be constexpr. But the way we're calling foo now, it wouldn't be constexpr. We'd have to do like const expression int a is equal to foo something, right? And then that's how we'd have to do this type of thing. And then this would have to be compile time known as well. So this would have to be a constant expression. Something like this, right? This case would be constexpr, this case would be runtime. So if you'll see A in this case right here would be calculated at compile time, and it'd say A is just 3. This would be replaced with int A equals 3. Right? These two things are equal. Whereas with foo A, or foo B, or whatever, this, because we are not in a constexpr context, it would just call it at runtime, and it would say, well, pass B to blah, 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 end up with 3. You get the same answer at runtime versus compile time. Saray Isidiush says, okay, what? Oh, Xeric says, for my types in TypeScript are total garbage for paranoiac devs. They don't give the control of C, C++ types, for example, which have an impact on performance. TypeScript types are the inverse. It's worse, actually, except to reassure the devs with auto-completion. Lamau. Constexpr is a complicated one because it means different things depending on how it's used. If you're interested on that, I'd recommend watching some of Jason Turner's videos on his weekly YouTube channel. He likes Constexpr a lot and has a lot of videos about it because explaining all of Constexpr would take a while. Yeah, I was just doing like a what are templates, what are Constexpr. That's what it is. That's all. Optimizations and genericization. Genericization? Generalization, that's what it is. Generalization. We did copy N. We're not going to do copy backward because it's complicated. We could do move. Yeah, why not? Why not? Before I end the stream, I gotta have something. I know it's off the side a little. Excuse me for that. Okay. Okay. And basically all we're going to be doing is moving things instead of copying them. It's quite easy. This is literally just going to be copy, but with move semantics. Right? Pretty sure that's it. Yeah. First does not equal last, plus first and destination first. Destination first equals move of first. Also, did I screw this up? I did. Is it you says, thanks, Lens, Serade, and Ozirix. Of course. Answering questions is fun. Serade says, you could do the ones I mentioned earlier because I know those are the most important ones, and accept standard sort and stable sort, they're probably less of a headache. True. So I'm just going to do move. Is that all we need? We have one. I don't think anything here. We could do fill. What did you say earlier? I don't remember. It's on me. Did you say like standard transform? There it is. Transform, generate, replace, replace if, partition. Let's do transform. And also let's commit the commit the. Okay. So we're going to do copy n. C++ standard. Implement move range algorithm, not the regular one. Okie doke. Transform S begin S end, output begin C to upper C. Oh yeah. I know transform. We're mapping. This is Lisp stuff. I'm good at this, don't worry. Yeah, this is just const expr. Blink. This is gonna be a mess. Sorry about this. Okay. Yeah, transform is more or less like map. Perfect. Yeah. It's kind of map car. Except it's mutable instead of making an immutable copy, but just Lisp things. Map in C++ is the container, so they couldn't use that one. They should have used map car. Clearly. Common Lisp moment. It's true. And Emacs Lisp. Emacs Lisp has the weirdest looping conventions. They have map C. That's map car. Why would you call it map C? Oh, it doesn't accumulate the results. Returns sequence. So this just does it. Map C just calls map car, but it doesn't build a list, it doesn't do anything, it just calls the thing on each one. And then there's map car. Right? And then here's the confusing part. They also have map can. Yeah. We also have map, what's the other? Map let is one I've seen. Yeah. It's horrible. There's so many maps. Map cannot. I like that one. Map cannot. Why are these named first one and last one? Did I screw that up? It's kind of odd. Unary operation. No, they called it first one and last one. So the implementation, yeah, it's not really helpful. Right? I'm not going to worry about it. Underforce. I'm not able to speak anymore. Underscore first is not equal to underscore last. First. Iterate. And we're basically going to be transforming in a way where destination first is equal. Does transform have move semantics? I don't think it does. We just copy. Using copy a constructor. Serade, Common Lisp has loop. That's enough for most applications. Common Lisp cheats. They have all sorts of like quasi-quote style stuff where it's like symbols that are quoted in the macro are handled specifically and they're not actually applied, and it's so complicated. Move semantics are relevant here. Return values and temporaries, they get moved automatically. So if I move here, it doesn't matter? Or if I do? I feel like moving here matters a lot. Moving here doesn't matter. So it says no. I'm assuming that was in response to, so moving here doesn't matter? Unary operation first. Well, yeah. Listen, we're getting there. I'm not done. You're right, I totally forgot about that. Unary operation, which is a return value, which is why move semantics don't matter. I see what you're saying now. I see what you're saying. Because we're not actually copying first or anything. Okay. Yeah? Transform. Does it compile? It compiles. I think we're fine. Don't forget to increment destination first. Oh. Listen, it's hard, okay? First one, last one, first to def... What? Oh. It's a binary operation now. I'm getting it. So instead of applying it, one list becomes one list. We have two lists become one output with the binary operation applied to them. Okie doke, okie doke. This is rough. Also, I think I missed a message earlier. I remember reading it and then I didn't read it out loud. Watching Lens is like fulfilling my childhood dream of building my own OS someday, Lamau. That's awesome. You know, I would have thought the same thing as a child. I'd be like, making an OS? That's impossible. I'm one person. But, you know, it's all possible. You just got to put your mind to stuff and do it. And don't give up, because I fail a lot. You just can't give up when you fail. Otherwise, you'll never do it. And you'll never succeed. But if you don't give up even when you fail, you will succeed. Or you'll die. There are two options, right? It's really interesting. I'm surprised nobody's asked about the underscores. To me, that was something crazy. When I first saw this code, I was like, I don't even know what I'm looking at. First one. Last one. No, not last one. First two. Destination first. Sorry. Also, you may have missed it, but it's first one and last one because they're the first last of the first range. There's only one range. But you're right. In this overload, it makes much more sense that there's first one and last one. Because there's first two. There's not a last two. So last one is just to say it's the last corresponding to first one. I get it in this sense, but in the unary operation sense, it's kind of confusing. I didn't use this. Isidiush. Ozirix, I became addicted to failing just because I can learn new stuff, Kappa. Honestly, it's true, though. You can't fail too much, because if you fail completely, you don't learn anything. Isidiush, I talked to a founder a few months ago and they told me to fail fast. It's now stuck in my head. Well, they're right. Don't, like, teeter-totter and lollygag around and then go, oh, I don't want to fail. I'm not going to do well. It's like, who cares? Fail as often as you can. There's no rules. There's no points. This isn't a game. It's life. Do what you want. Fail all the time. No one's keeping track except you. Or if, like, you're supposed to be a safety person, don't fail all the time. You know, people rely on you. But for the most part, it's fine. You can do whatever you want. Mr. Mugame says, oh God, Lord, what is this? It's the C++ standard of Lenser OS. Sarade, don't worry about it. Mugame, the line is going off screen around the world and comes back on the left. That's right. It was kind of large. We could do like this. I don't think it really helps anything, though. It's kind of all just still a mess. You know what I mean? I just think there's not really a way to put this on one thing. We could do it like the GCC way. Not exactly the GCC way, I guess. Yep, and that should go there. Is that better? I don't know if that's better. Isidiush says the computer is round. Binary operation on first one and first two. I think this makes sense. So we take this iterator, pair, iterate all these things, binary operation on two of the things to create the third thing. Turn. Okay. Sorid says, I just format it like blah if it's too long, i.e. parentheses at the end of the line, the params on separate lines, and parentheses on separate line after that. See, the problem is that this happens with auto-indenting. And I don't like this giant empty space that's just unused. So I do the paren on a new line, and then this. But I would prefer style-wise if I could do this. This I would prefer greatly to this. I think something like that or that, right? This is fine, but it creates lots of issues, right? This would be good, I'm cool with this, but it doesn't auto indent. It does that. That's not gonna go well. I'd post an example here, but Twitch doesn't really handle white space too well. But yeah, it's not really gonna fly. We gotta do the GCC style for it to actually work. As always, I'd recommend Clang format and screw Emacs auto indenting. Yeah, you would. I'm so tired of Clang and LLVM at this point. I don't even like them. It's like, there's nothing wrong with them. Like, if you use them, there's not an issue. It's fine. It's not a bad compiler. But at this point, I'm so tired. I'm so tired of it. And I'm just, I'm not interested. That's a Windows problem. That's not a Clang problem. Clang is a Clang problem. I think Clang just is the problem. You know what I... or not that it's the problem. Clang is just a problem in itself. Like, Clang doesn't need anything to be a problem. Windows is like, well, it's a problem when used in this way. Clang is just like, fuck you. Or at least that's my experience. I know that's not everybody's. For me, GCC is like, I install it once and it works forever. For everything I do. It's amazing. I love it. The fact that you can't use anything else than Clang is because you're on Windows, right? I actually can't use Clang because I'm on Windows. I can use Clang. I have Clang. Right? It's a thing that I have. It works. I just have so many fucking problems with Clang. So it says, actually, I think it might be a your system problem because it worked on Windows VM and I candidly don't know how it doesn't work on your system. But yeah, basically Clang runs, but when it tries to compile things, it just messes up. So it says, like, I'd like to tell you to be able to tell you how to fix it, but I don't know why it doesn't work for you. Mr. Mugame, it's a thing that I have, sounds like a disease. It feels like a disease. Clang is horrid. From my experience. It's not like Clang did anything to me. It's probably how I'm using it and my system and my expectations, but GCC is just overall cherry on top, icing on the cake, works. Clang is like Apple in my head, and it's made by Apple people. This kind of makes sense. E.g. the format checker for intercept. I'm not really worried about it. Is it use and just install Scratch? Yeah. Just use Scratch, drag some blocks around, everything will be fine. What else did we do? Standard generate. What is that? Where am I going? Generate. Okay, let's implement transform or commit to transform. Implement transform. Okie doke. Generate. What does generate even do? Assigns each element in range a value generated by the given function object G. So it's kind of a lambda type thing, same as one, but a policy. Okay. Generate things. Pretty please. Generator, just renamed that. Whoops. Generator. For first does not equal last. Underscore first is equal to generator. I think that's it. I don't think this takes any parameters. Ret fun, the type ret, such that forwarded or can be dereferenced and assigned value of type ret. Yep, that's going to be an issue. There we go. I think that's generate. Generate is a pretty simple one. That's it. Yeah. Awesome. But yeah, Sarade, you're right. It would be nice to get Clang running, because then we could have like Clang format and the format checker for, you know, format strings in the compiler, and I could not rely on Emacs for all my indentation, right? Those are all good things. I'm not disagreeing with you there. That's probably something I should work towards. It's just, it's such a hassle at this point. I've tried so many times and it's failed. No matter what I do, that it's like, I don't even want to go down the same road again. We can try getting in a call and taking a look at it sometime if you're interested. I refuse to believe that we couldn't get it to work. Well, I appreciate your optimism. I really do. There's also generate n, which we should do. And it's basically just, is there size? Yeah, class size. So we have forwarded size generator. No, we have output size and generator. I'm just going to copy this whole thing. I don't want to screw shit up. Until C++, since C++ 20. Okay. Same thing. Generator. Just renamed. Underscore generator. And size. First. Okay. In case you want to see that. And this is just going to say for underscore n minus minus underscore n and plus plus underscore first. First is equal to generator. These are, this returns void, whereas this returns output iterator. Can only imagine that we return first. Where are we at? Mr. Mugume, Swift overloads plus equals for arrays. Sarade says, we can try getting, I already read that. Mr. Mugume, I don't know if I like it. The plus equals for arrays. Sarade says, that's basically standard value array. Oh, it looks like Isidius says, yep, to Azure1S. Azure1S says, is that a custom Twitch chat viewer? Sort of. Yeah, it's definitely not just Twitch chat. It's in Emacs. So this is my text editor, Emacs. It's not my text editor. This is my build of GNU Emacs, as you can see. But basically, this is something called ERC, which is a... where is it? A powerful, modular, and extensible IRC client. And I've modified it to work with like some basic emotes in my Twitch chat and stuff like that. Nothing crazy. But yeah, it's just a text editor that is displaying Twitch chat through IRC. Azure1S says that's cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. In case you're wondering, class and type name are basically equivalent in template parameter. I see. So whether it's class or type name here doesn't matter. Interesting. Since C++ 17. Sarade, this is my text editor. Plot twist. We've been talking to RMS all along. It's Saint Ignatius himself. Ignatius. Okay, we did it. We did it, chat. Generate n. Is that all we need for generate? What else did we have? What did you have after generate? Replace. Let's check it out. Let's make sure we get this commit to commit there. Make sure it compiles, I guess, would be something important. It compiles. But yeah, it's actually, I'm just RMS, as it turns out. Okay, so generate and generate n. Whoa. Everything just shoved in the corner. Push it to both Codeberg and GitHub. How beautiful. What do we got now? Replace. Replaces all elements satisfying specific criteria with new value in the range first to last. Wait. Oh, it's like remove, except instead of shifting everything, we just have a new value to put there. Okay, replace. Since C++ 20. This is a mess. Okay, step 1. What is underscore, or what's T? What is T? Why T? This is a mess. Okay, here we go. This will help. And then basically we're gonna have the same thing as before. First not equal last, plus plus first. If under pointer first, so if we dereference our iterator and it equals old value, then underscore first equals new value. Move semantics, right? Move semantics. Isidiush says, I have an idea. Can we press a button and all the code on screen gets physics and falls to the bottom? Sorry, it says, do not move that. Okay. Oh, you're right, because it's a const new value that we're copying from into this. First, it's a const reference, so you can't. Yeah. I'm distracted, okay? Sorry, it says, Lenzer, new suggestion for a light feature. That's a good idea. Secondly, moving more than once would be a bad idea. Definitely. But yeah, that's a good idea for the physics. In Emacs, there's something called zone, but this build of Emacs doesn't actually have the play directory built, so it doesn't have zone. But there is something like that. It's called zone. Basically runs all these different programs that alter how the thing on your screen looks. Remember when I don't know if you've been here before. Get in the zone. Auto zone. Don't go to auto zone. Just first of all, don't. Second of all, zone is a thing for Emacs. And if you've seen before, when I don't touch my Emacs, there's like a train going by. That's part of zone. But you can also make like the text explode or blow away in the wind or fall to the bottom like sand, or that's all already a thing in Emacs. I think I could run Emacs 28 on my system and it would work, but I'm not exactly sure if I can. Yeah, I might be able to run it. I just don't want to screw up like my open Emacs with its chat and everything. Because I have a Emacs daemon running, so trying to run another Emacs might try and overtake the daemon. Who knows? This is replace. Doesn't return anything. Replace if. Dun, dun, dun. Blump. 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 What a mess. Okie doke. Osirex, Google search has some physics when you search for Chicxulub kappa. What is the train one? I have seen it, but what is it called? What is it called? Like the zone one? Zone SL. I don't have it, but that's what it's called. You may have to, like, get this package. Zone out with a steam locomotive, baby. Oh, yes, good old SL. That's exactly what it is, just in Emacs. I have seen it, but what is it called? I see. Isidiush says, I think I saw it somewhere and it was really cool. Imagine you could make some block walls and have a character climb up onto the climb up to the top of the code. I mean, it wouldn't be that difficult. You really just need to place like an O on the screen, right? And then when you press A, instead of typing an A, inserting A, it just goes left with the O, which is really easy to do in Emacs. You just, or in any Lisp-based text editor, you could even do it in Light. You just need to figure out how to actually insert and remove things to place the O properly. Introducing fun to Emacs. I mean, it already has, this build doesn't, but it has Tetris and it has Gamoku and it has a lot of fun stuff. I wouldn't worry. There's plenty of fun stuff. It's all good. Emacs is fun. In case you don't know, the history behind that is that people sometimes misspell LS and SL, so someone made SL program that just moves an ASCII steam locomotive across the screen and forces you to sit and wait patiently until it's passed. Yep. And no, Control-C doesn't work. Yep, that's exactly correct. You basically just have to wait. Luckily, I don't have it. I think this is replace if. I'm not really thinking too hard anymore. Did I do this right? First, last, predicate, new value. First is equal to new value if predicate on first. First until it equals last. I think that's right. If replace if is anything else, I'd be surprised, honestly. That's fair. Well, we did it. Replace and replace if. Ah, how beautiful. What else did you... Partition. I don't feel like sort and stable sort are going to go so well, so let's do partition. We could do rotate, reverse. I don't see partition. Oh, here it is. What do we do? Reorders the elements. This is a complicated one, I will say. Is it huge? Imagine giving an interview and a choo-choo passes by and both of you have to wait. That'd be the best. Yeah, I suppose partition is a bit more complicated. Not as complicated as sort, but still. Exactly. I just brew installed SL so that I have consequences for my mistakes now. Legendary. I'm just trying to think about how to even do this. So we have to implement when we reach something that is makes predicate to return true. What do we actually do? Like, do we just save the iterator? And then what? Right? I have alias Claire clear in my Zisher C. Yeah, let's maybe not do partition. It would be a little complicated. There's going to be a lot of swapping going on. Like, just only swapping. It's going to be a mess. Interesting. Sort is just going to be, again, all swapping as well. So I'm not really worried. Standard next is it plus 1. I mentioned that earlier. I see. So to swap two iterators, there needs to be a temporary. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, swap is definitely an interesting one. I'm a little worried about this. I don't see the C below. Wait. It just has a lot of overloads. Why can't we swap PQ? I see what it's saying. Fundamentally, it's just temp equals move, A equals move B, B equals move temp. Yeah. You just take a temporary and copy, but it seems very complicated for some reason. Swap ranges. Okay. There's a lot of swapping going on. It's smooth and wet. This thing? I don't think we really, by the way, defined in 3 headers. What is this? Until, since. It's defined in string view? What? Swap! It's a string view? Ugh. Naturally. Naturally. C++ is so understandable. You know what I mean? It's so intuitive and simple. I love it. Just include string view if you want to swap anything. Oh my lord. No. Can I talk to the people that do this stuff? I would love to interview them. Ask them some questions about life. Do you prefer wasting time? Swap is a case of something where one's main template and then each class specializes it because swapping can work differently depending on what you're working with. So yeah, just forget about all that nonsense. The main template is all you need. C++ 20. Okay. And it's in utility. Is it in utility? I don't even know. I'm just gonna put it here. It seems right. Why is there things here? Can I not have things here? Did I just break something? Ignore no except. Okay. This seems semantically fine. A is moved into C. B is moved into A. C is moved into B. We move A, we move B, we move C. We're not moving twice. We're not assigning twice. C, A, B. We're good. Swap. Smooth and wet. Swaps the arrays, which calls swap ranges. Okay. This is an algorithm. This is in utility, most likely. These are some complicated types. So I believe these are array types. Oop, forgot one. Why is this T2? In C++, you can do no except parentheses foobar to check if foobar is no except. Naturally, the way you specify that a function should be no except if some other function foo is no except is by writing no except foo. Lord. No except is both a declaration specifier and an operator. Essentially, it's an overloaded keyword, if you will. That's horrifying. An overloaded keyword. So this calls swap ranges on A plus N, B, as far as I know. Swap ranges to find an algorithm, I guess. Can utility include algorithm and algorithm include utility? I feel like that's going to cause some issues. How do I get swap ranges here? Lucas Almeida 26, thank you. Story says, that's not the best of ideas. Yeah, I figured. Because... put it in algorithm perhaps then. This in which should also have swap ranges. Use auto, not underscore T, just in case. How would moving A not make an... Okay, it doesn't matter. I don't care. For the temporary, I mean, yeah, for C. Okay, swap ranges. Basically, just gonna say first one does not equal last one, right? Plus plus first one plus plus first two. And then we're gonna say swap first one, last one. No, first one and first two. Swap iter? Iter swap, okay. And then also gonna need iter swap. What does it return? First two. Algorithm, okay. I've got so much stuff to fix. Swap AB. Ah, how peaceful. I think this makes sense. Let's just say this makes sense. What is it complaining about? Declaration of iter swap follows non-const expert declaration. Does it now? Previous declaration and MSVC include. Okay, yeah, not worried, not worried. You can't just do underscore T underscore because that decays to a pointer I. What? Read the message before that, Lens. Okay. Swap swaps the iterator, iter swap swaps the element, and yeah, Tn is a reference to an array of n elements of type T. I see. T parenthesis this thing. You're making the distinction that if we have T, A, N, right? We just make it simpler. That's not equivalent to this. The reason being that, so it says the way you have it is fine. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Mugume, is this for Lenser OS? Yes, it is. But yeah, so the reason we need this little reference here, because that makes this a reference to an array of type n, which means that we can actually modify it. Instead of just modifying it through a pointer, which means we don't actually get the size. I see what you're saying now. Zaria says, isn't it swap and x and y? It is not in C++, because you can swap actual values, as far as I know. So that's iter swap. That's swap ranges, which is how we implement swap of arrays. Cool. Swapped it up. Swapping it up. We did all three of these, consequently. Also, this can probably be underscore n, because it's like one of those things. Well, it can be underscore n because it's capitalized, but it can be underscore n to be more consistent with all the template names as well. What do we got? We have swap. So we have swap, iter swap, swap ranges. Iter swap. Swap ranges. Cool. Izzy says, making masala tea and grabbing some snacks. That's awesome. I probably have to go here soon, just so you know. So if you're not back, or if you're not back when I'm leaving, I love you, Izzy. Thanks for coming out. I appreciate you. Trade all of this just so we can implement standard partition, lol. Zarios, it's a never-ending cycle. Mr. Mugame, do you have a full libc already? We don't have a full anything in Lenser OS, but we do have a libc, yeah. So we have a user space libc, which is basically, that's kind of how libc, what it is, right? It is user space. But basically, we have a lot of it. Like we have unistd, we have open close, read write, get quita, get current dir name. We have standard IO implementations for blah, blah, you know, if reading and writing and copying and whatever you want to do. We have, what else do we have? I think I went through and implemented, the first thing I ever did was implement all of string.h. So we have all of string.h. That was the first thing I ever did, as you can see. Sorry, it says, funnily enough, our libc is implemented on top of the C++ standard lib. So libc is actually higher level than C++, lol. That's exactly right. This is implemented in C++, and it's libc. Good luck with that one. Zariel says, trying to remember if I've even used partition even twice. Yeah, I've never used standard partition. I've never used a majority of things we've written today, to be honest. Oh. I've used partition before, not often, but sometimes. I think only in quicksort for uni. Just use qsort. I would love to do homework where it's like, implement quicksort, and you're like, hold my beer. Done! Oh! Just call qsort. What else are we doing? what is shift left and shift right? Shift by n positions. That's going to make things difficult because we can't, yeah. It just means we need two iterators, first and first. Well, we can do this. It's not going to be too difficult. I think I can do this. What do we have? Looks like 1 and 3 are what we need. Not particularly useful is what they are, Lamau. What a roast. Pointer diff t should be this long thing. I know it's off the screen. Uno momento. Forward it. Cool. Partition, erase if, etc. are pretty useful. But left shift? Yeah, I don't know. Why not? It's the end of the stream and I want to make sure I'm able to finish. Underscore first does not equal last. Plus plus underscore underscore first. We would like to say, technically we should like standard advance, but don't worry about it. So while n, we're going to say auto it equals first plus plus it. So this minus minus. So if we have 3, then we want to do it 3 times and not at 0, which means that we could do 3, decrement it, it's 2, and then check that. Decrement it, it's 1, check that, decrement it, it's 0. So we have to do a postfix decrement of n in this way. And then we can say iterator, by the way, it says if n is greater than, there are no effects, okay. I think I can just do this, right? If n equals 0, or n is greater than last minus first, return. Sure. Yeah? Otherwise, get me an iterator that I can write to. From first. Does this make any sense? Shift left. This doesn't make any sense because I am copying in the wrong direction. Which means that also we have to do it in reverse. Is that true? So to shift left, let's say we have 0, 1, 2, 3. We want to end up with 1, 2, 3. Is that true? We want to end moves the element originally to position. First plus I. The moves are performed in increasing order of I starting from 0. Okay, hold on. N is less than 0, behavior undefined. Otherwise, for every integer I, in 0, last minus first minus n, moves the element originally at position first plus n plus I, iterator to position first plus I. The moves are performed in increasing order of I starting from 0. I see, because we're not actually incrementing one or the other, we can kind of keep this moving along. Yeah, so you'll notice first plus n plus I, first plus n plus I as we're in here is equal to first. I think I did that right. Yeah. You remember how I talked about making devlogs, but you said you don't remember all the things you do in a month? There is a way to solve this. Look at all the commits you've done within a month. That's not possible either. I mean, I appreciate you thinking about that. I do too many commits in a month. It's over 1,000. TNT Master says, oh, never mind, not really helpful. I mean, it could be if I had a different style, but I have over 1,000 commits per month, right? That's how that works. 100, over 100, not 1,000. I'm an idiot. I can't read. I have over 100 commits per month. I can't like go through 100 commits and go, what does this one do? What does this one do? Oh, I did this. I did that. It's like I have 36 contributions to 3 projects in one day. I can't be doing it. I think just working on it is so much for my brain already. 1,000 commits per month. Yeah, I definitely... Listen, this is almost 12,000. 30 commits every day. It's not unrealistic. There's definitely days with 30 contributions. 36, 28, 16, 18, 15, 20. I'd say it's closer to like 10, but still. You're right. You right. And then I have days off, so the average is like 5. But yeah, that's not quite 12,000. You're right. Let's think about this one. So iterator, let's say we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to have first. We're going to have last. And somewhere in here, let's say n is 1, we're going to have iterator here. And we want to take iterator and move it. Not standard move, I don't think. We want to just move. Yeah, we just want to move regularly. We want a standard move here. We may want to move here. I'm a little curious. The return value, the end of the resulting range. Okay. I don't think we can move here, actually. Is this wrong? Sir Aid, you're going to have to help me. I'm too dumb. I don't think we can move here because iterator will always be referencing a different element. First cannot equal iterator. These are non-const. We may actually be able to move it. I think that's good. It's kind of breaking my brain a little bit, but I think it's good. I think it's good. If anybody has any recommendations, let me know. I could invert these. And then do this. It says moves. Ah. It does say moves. Yeah, I think that makes sense. And we can use standard advance if we ever do that instead of this little nonsense. Cool. Shift right. Shift right is like the same, right? Yeah. Obviously, it shifts the other way. So shift right shifts the elements towards the end of the range if n is equal to 0, n is greater or equal to last minus first. There are no effects. That's the same as that. Okay. Undefined. Otherwise, every integer moves the element originally at position first plus I to position. Is this okay? Am I insane? Because these are forward iterators. They're not bidirectional iterators. If forward it meets the legacy requirements, then the moves are performed. How do we know if it meets requirements? Pointer it. What? There are ways of checking for that. Do I wave my hands? We currently don't have them. How do we check? What would be the check? Is it like, is legacy bidirectional iterator? Is it just a call? Is same v? More iterator traits nonsense, I'd assume. Is this this is what we need? We need the iterator concept. What? Let's not worry about that, okay? Can I at least explain in the code why I can't implement this? We don't have shift right because because we don't know if it's a bidirectional iterator or not. Fix me check for bidirectional iterator using concept or to do. Okay. I see what you're saying. So just remove the check, but still implement it. In which case, to shift right, starting from last first n minus 1. This is equal to last. To do check for bidirectional iterator properties with concept. Using concept. Sure. So we have the last, and to shift something to the right, we're basically going to need to say minus minus it, right? So it says it's not like anyone's going to notice, honestly, because no one uses this function anyway. You're right. It's still fun to implement. So we now have to move from first to iterator, do we not? Or from last? let's just think about what shift right does. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. We need to end up with, if we shift it to the right twice, what do we actually end up with? What does it return? The beginning of the resulting range. Oh, okay. So we're basically going to be returning this. If we shift it to the right twice, confusingly, it's the same as shifting it. Yeah, so that would be shifting left, wouldn't it? Shifting it to the right twice would give us like da-da-da, da-da-da. Over here, where there's nothing, we'd get this list, right? Presumably, this is not how you use shift right at the beginning of a thing. You don't shift an entire list to the right. So if we only want to move part of it to the right. So let's say we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, but that's part of this larger thing that we're passing in, where it's like -1 dot dot dot. You know what I mean? So we're starting, this is first, this is last. And then where would iterator end up? Iterator would end up at last. Why? Because what do we actually want to do? If we are shifting this to the right by 1, then we would presume that we get -1 here. 0. So we would presume that we would end up with then, it's going to take two things, dot dot dot, -1, which happens to be the first, the new first, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 4 is going to be the new last. And basically, all we've done, have we actually copied anything? Am I an idiot? So to actually get this data, that means we'd have to take this value and copy it into first, and then move everything back. Am I dumb? Yeah, we're shifting it right by a certain amount of elements. So we have an iterator equal to the last thing. I don't know if this is what we need. I think we need iterator or last -1, right? There's so much going on here. We can't actually do that either. We should do like minus last, which is annoying. So this would leave us with the last element in the container, pointed to by iterator. So to shift something to the right, we have to take the first elements and copy them into the last, as far as I'm concerned. So we need to move iterator within n items within first. Maybe this still equals first. Am I just dumb? I think I am just not thinking too hard about this. Or I'm just, not that I'm not thinking too hard about it. I'm just thinking too hard about this. We have an iterator that we want offset by n into a container. So this is what we do. Then from here, to shift things right, we have to copy from the left to the right. The left is at first, and the right is at iterator. And then we say, well, iterator does not equal last, right? Then increment first and it after moving first into it. Holy crap. I overthought that one a little too much. Standard shift right is a pain to implement. Is it really? Yeah, because we have to do it backwards because of overlapping and such. That's what, yeah. So if this actually, mm, so the same way that we copy from left to right here, we have to copy from left to right here, but in reverse, so that the left is actually the right and the right is actually the left. See also, yeah, shift right from LVM. Okay, I'm just, it's not gonna happen. There's too much to think about. It is nice though, we got part of it. Can you imagine if I tried to implement partition? Wouldn't have even started. I definitely have to go soon. Ugh. Can we get partition? Partition is probably easier than shift right. Let's check it out. What do we have to do? I like the possible implementation. We have an iterator and a predicate. Find if not P. What? Okay, this is some magic here, with first being iterated every time we write. Okay. Interesting. The main shift right implementation in LLVM is like 50 lines of code. Yeah, it's not exactly as simple as shift left, apparently. It's like mem copy versus mem move, I guess. I'm gonna copy this. What was it? We basically find first, find if not. I don't think we have find if not, ironically. We just update first, okay. If first equals last, return, right? And then we basically iterate from first to last, iterating swap if last. Okay. Iterator equals first. Iterator does not equal last. Plus plus iterator. If predicate. What? If predicate on it, then swap iterator and first, and then increment first. Then we don't want to swap the same thing, I see. Won't hurt anybody. If iter swap first. Think we're doing okay. Is that partition? I don't actually know. We may actually want to test this one. Partition test vec, please. Into something like that. Does this make any sense? So partition our test vec with this unary predicate. Do plus plus in. Okay. So this should put all the even numbers at the beginning? Question mark? We can hope. We can hope. Vicarious. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Underscore N was not dis... What? Wait. Where's the first error? Ah. That would be it. What has happened? Did I forget? I forgot a semicolon. How fitting. Nearly. Find if not was not declared. That's right. We don't have find if not. I'm pretty sure we can implement that rather quickly. Assuming it's just like find if, but with not. That would be it. That would be all that we have to do. Red. L. Oh no. Element. There we go. Why not? It doesn't matter. L Lamau. I don't. What is E? Oh my god. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about that. Why not just E if you're abbreviating it already? Well, because E already exists. You had E, EL, and underscore capital EL, all in the same one. That should be fine if not. Hey, hopefully partition works. I'm so tired. I can't believe I've been doing this over 4 hours. Well, it didn't crash. Hey, blaze it, math. It works. Pog. It worked. See, we have the bug with number 1 not showing up, which is a little worrying, actually. Where's 5? I'm gonna have to do this. Why do they have butts? Ferris is cheeked up. I wonder if I can get away with it by not doing anything. It still got rid of it. So 2524231. 2524321. Something went wrong, Sir Aid. Something went wrong. What have I done? I'm scared. There's a 5 here. Did I implement find if not wrong? So for first, if not predicate first, return first. Otherwise keep going because it returned, okay, and return first, find if not. Which means it'll return last. Do I have to get rid of this plus plus? That would be weird to me. Because we're going to be like swapping the same things. It's going to be a little confusing. Yeah, that's wrong. First plus 1, not plus plus first. That worked. Standard next to it is it plus 1. But it doesn't actually increment the thing. Standard next does not change the iterator you pass in. I see. This is equivalent, yeah? That should be equivalent, because iterator will no longer change first. First doesn't change until here. Everything's fine. We should just implement shift right in terms of swap. Hey, what do we get? Still messes it up. 2, 2, 4, 2, 3, 5, 1. That worked, poggers. Don't we have like partition if? Is that a thing? No, we don't. Okay, that's good. Nothing crazy to deal with. We have partition copy. That's what it is. So we like, okay, I see what that is. I mean, with that, we could also do sort. Can we really? Is this sort? I don't like this. I'm not going to look at that one. I don't like this. Doing like shunting yard stuff. This is horrible. A performant implementation of standard sort is not what you want to look at. Because it will choose among several sorting algorithms for best performance. What do I do then? We basically have to say like, while this is true, swap, right? This is so complicated. I don't like sort. My brain hurty. Quick sort. You can't just link to a quick sort Wikipedia. Come on. This, I don't know if this is gonna help me, man. This doesn't help me. This is nonsense. This is what I need. Okay, this pseudocode. Jesus. Sucks. I'm not doing that. Partition array and get the pivot index. Okay. Isn't it a binary predicate? How do I do this? Partition by operator less than. How? Less than what? It's a unary operation. How do we get less than to be a unary predicate? Am I crazy? Vicarioso, I love quicksort, currently debugging a version of it I'm using to sort custom classes. Coolio. I don't care. What's the... Why didn't this update? Picking a pivot might work, so just pick the last element and check if it's less than that one, maybe. That's kind of messy, right? So you're saying we have a const auto reference I. But what? We have to return last minus one. This seems so wrong. I don't feel like this is right. Also, how do we get last? We can't get last. We don't have minus minus. I'm confused by your thoughts, Sir Aid, on how you think we're able to do this. It's a random access iterator. You do have minus minus on that one? I hate C++. This is so stupid. Designed like an idiot. Just saying. What if we had 18 types of iterators and they're all different stuff? Let's not just make an iterator that can go forward and backward. That'd be ridiculous. No, there has to be forwards and reverse and bidirectional and random and PR values and G values and X values. C++ is stupid. Ugh. Pointer I is less than back. I don't even need pointer I, just I. And then we need to capture back. Keydoke. Then we have to call sort on recursively both partitions as far as this is concerned. Left side and right side of pivot. How do we do p minus 1 and p plus 1? What about p? Do we just remove the pivot? I'm kind of confused at what's happening here. The pivot itself is already in the right place. Ah, that's why it's the pivot. I see now. So it's excluded from all of this. This is... Okay. What else do random iterators have? How do I tell what a random iterator has? What is random it? I hate C++. I hate C++. I hate C++. What is random it? Sraid says everything. Jesus Christ. Why can't this just be every iterator? They're idiots. They're really idiots. I don't think it helps to separate abstract shit this fucking much. You know what I mean? Why can't this just be every iterator? Remember that fat iterator I wrote a few days back? Yeah. Why does there need to be... If you call sort on a fat iterator, that's your fault. How would you propose implementing minus minus on that one? I would propose it doing nothing. You do operator, minus minus, done. Exactly. There's not, but it's an iterator, so it needs to have it defined. I don't think that's insane. That's way better than whatever having 18 types of iterators causes. With all this, what's a random iterator? What's a forward iterator? What's a reverse iterator? What's a bitter iterator? It doesn't matter. Just give me a fucking iterator, okay? If you can't do minus minus on it, don't. Having it defined but it doing nothing is semantically not ideal. Then have it... Why would it ever try to resolve minus minus on it? Why does it have to be defined unless you try and use it? If you try and call sort, it'll say no minus minus operator for fat iterator. And then it's not a problem. You don't need 18 types of iterators. You just need one iterator. It's so weird. Sorate says precisely. C++ makes me want to die. The 18 types of iterators are just for documentation. Why? Why? Just have it all be an iterator and you can do whatever you want to all of them. It doesn't really matter. Implementations will do the same thing without all this extra complexity. The alternative is looking at template instantiation errors. It's not my fault the language is designed so horribly that it can't give errors either. That's also the language's fault. And the standard. There's plenty of ways to have errors that don't suck. C++ just doesn't do them. You can't just say standard sort can sort any iterator. That'd be nonsense. What can you pass to standard sort? Only to have it error when you pass it the fat iterator because it happens to not be enough of an iterator. I'd think that's perfect. That's a perfect definition of what it should do. In my opinion, that's like perfect. That would be use case fitting. It's not my fault the standard works that way, though. I'm saying it shouldn't work that way. It's weird that it works that way. There's easier ways for it to work. More intuitive ways for it to work. That's how a standard works. Sure. There's only one way to do things. What would be the easier way? Why do you need to define 18 types of iterators? Just say, this is an iterator, use plus plus on it. Yeah? It's undefined behavior if you use minus minus on an iterator, that's supposed to be this or whatever. Is that really that different? Is there a reason this has to be like part of the language and templates and names and ideas? Like, just make it work. Some algorithms require more operations than just plus plus, such as sort. Well, then it wouldn't be undefined behavior to call them. I'm not sure what you're asking about. That's one other way that I thought of immediately how to do it. I'm not a C++ standards committee person. They have literally all day, every day to think about this stuff, and I'm sure they can come up with something better than me in 5 minutes. I'm just complaining This isn't the ideal way. There's other ways I can think of, and I'm not a genius. So someone who works on this all the time can probably think of a better fucking way. How do you define precisely what can be passed to sort? It's an iterator. That's how you define it precisely. An iterator can be passed to sort. It's undefined behavior if you pass an iterator without certain things defined or with certain things. It doesn't matter. In such a way that any type that satisfies those requirements results in a valid program. It's an iterator. Without certain things. What things? It depends on the fucking what function it is. You just say that. You like sort. Oh, you can use minus minus. Oh, but swap can't. And oh, shift left, it can't use minus minus. It can use plus plus. Just say it's undefined behavior to use minus minus in the implementation of this fucking function. That's it. That's it. You just have to say it's UB to call minus minus. You don't need a new name for an iterator to make everyone remember. It doesn't make any sense. What if we had forward iterators and PR values and X values and G values? C++ has way too much abstraction. It's clear. This is just another example of it. What if we had iterators that all have different semantics in their 8 types, but actually when you go to use things, you just pass in iterators that are just fucking iterators, and there's no difference in defining a random iterator or a bidirectional iterator or a forward iterator. It's all just a class. It's so dumb. So every function has to list all the 17 functions that its iterators require. I don't think that's insane to have a function say, the iterators it uses need this defined. Okay? I think that is insane. Sure. It's easier on the user, harder on the standard, and that is not insane to me. Infinite recursion detected. Wonderful. Why? What have I done? Low p minus 1, p plus 1 high. The fuck? There are like hundreds of functions. Oh no, it's almost like the standard already has to type out each one and exactly what it does and what it... Oh no, 5 more lines. Not just actual code, but also wording in the standard. I don't care about the fucking standard or what it reads like. Just let me use code that's better. It's like, they're just complaining. They're like, that makes our life harder, so we don't care if it makes yours easier. That is rude. And if that's what they're gonna do, then like, okay, screw them. C++ isn't a language made for the users or for people to use it. It's just made for some specific standards committee to have an easy time making a standard. Raymarch says, are we discussing pro/contra concepts? No, I'm just ranting at the stupid C++ design decisions. Let me use code that's better. Iterator concepts are for standard library implementers. As a user, you don't have to care about that. That's pretty much it. I'm a user. I am using this standard library. The fact that I have to do this to be standards compliant and do all this crap means that I do have to care about this as a user. Because I need to know, what is random it? Why is this different? What can I pass to sort, not partition? Because this is just magic words. They're just names. There's not any fucking type safety going on here. It's just names. It's so dumb. There's already type safety when it checks does last have minus minus when you actually compile this with the type filled in. It's dumb. Standard library implementers are basically treated like compiler implementers. You're expected to be familiar with the internal workings of the language. Well, that's stupid, because the standard library, the whole point of it is that it does use the language, but it makes everything cross-platform and work everywhere. That's what a standard library does. Provides common functions that are used all the time to simplify programs. The problem with statements such as, yeah, you're going to say, oh, the error messages are derived from the standard. It's a different part of the standard. I'm saying we can get rid of this whole iterator nonsense and just give us an error when we're trying to resolve a class, a type, that doesn't have the proper operator. How does an implementation know it should and should not be an error without a standard? What do you mean? There's no type safety here other than what I just described. It's just stupid names. Just call it it. That's it. They're just making stupid names for no reason. Just call it fucking iterator. If you pass in an iterator that doesn't have minus minus defined, it'll say, hey, you can't call sort. It calls minus minus on last. Last doesn't have operator minus minus fucking defined. There's already language and standard features that fix this issue. And there doesn't need to be all a million iterators for people to understand. That's what those iterator concepts do. What do you mean? Yes, that's what those iterator concepts do. It's just a name. It can be any class. It's already type constrained and type safe. There doesn't need to be special names to pretend that this makes it more type safe. Calling it random doesn't do anything for me. Ugh. What you call it in the code is meaningless. Then what you call it in the standard is meaningless too. Because it's already defined. Right? Am I insane? It's already done. Or you can just say, hey, when you call sort, what do you mean by already defined? There's a standard that defines what an iterator is, yeah? And what it can have and what it must have. It must have prefix plus plus. It must have dereference operator. That's it. It can have minus minus. It can have all these other things. Why does it need to be in the standard that sort needs minus minus? Why can't it just be when you call sort on an iterator that doesn't have minus minus, it says, hey, the implementation uses minus minus. You need to fucking fix that and implement it for whatever last is. That's already a workflow and use case that would work for users and people. This is something I'm coming up with in 5 minutes, okay? I'm an angry 20-year-old ranting. I'm sure a 45-year-old with a clear and cool head could come up with something much better in 15 minutes. Jeez. Because the standard has to specify what the API of a function is. It takes iterators. That's the API. This is already the API. You can pass in any iterator you want to this. Any type. It doesn't even have to be an iterator. That's not the API. This isn't the API. Okay. What's the API? What are you referring to as application programming interface? If you pass an iterator that has minus minus, it doesn't compile. That's my point. It doesn't need to compile because you're doing something that's against the standard. You're against the implementation of the standard on your system. The standard doesn't have to specify you use minus minus here. Why? If the implementation is implementation defined, why does me using minus minus last here have to be part of the standard that it uses a random iterator instead of an iterator? So the fact that the iterator has to have minus minus defined is part of the API. The standard has to specify that. Why? Because the standard specifies that it has to be a legacy random access iterator. Right. Otherwise, implementations wouldn't be able to use minus minus, which happens to include minus minus. What? Oh, I just read, that was a different person. I was like, I read 2 messages in a row from different people and thought it was one thing and my brain broke. I was like, I don't even know what that means. So it says, otherwise implementations wouldn't be able to use minus minus. Why not? It's an iterator. Iterator has minus minus. Standard says random it is a legacy random access iterator, and legacy random access iterator implies minus minus. Not every iterator has minus minus. Then don't pass it to sort and try to sort it. You're trying to sort something that you can only forward iterate, that's kind of your fault. How are you going to sort something if you can't move around? I'm not saying this is the be-all, end-all solution or that it's even better in the real world, but to me, right now, writing this code and writing Lenser OS and writing any other C++ code I've written, there's so many nonsense, useless extra words that all mean the same thing that it is just confusing and dumb. Your sentence, how are you going to sort something if you can't, is formalized through legacy random access iterator. What do you mean why does it need to be formalized? It doesn't need to be formalized. Why does it matter what you can and can't sort? Just say sort does this thing. Ray March says, oh boy. Listen, you can think whatever you want. I didn't say this is the solution. I'm a genius. C++, they don't know what's going on. I'm saying the design isn't good for users. That's all I started with. Then you guys are just constantly pushing me in a pigeonhole and going, it has to be this way, because it is this way. Well, I think that's stupid. If you're not even willing to explore that something can be different, you're definitely in the wrong. You have to define which you can or cannot sort. Sorting a large vector takes 5 seconds. I don't even know what you're saying anymore, sorry. Sorting a large vector takes 5 seconds. Okay. We're gonna go with that as a fact. Sorting a large vector takes 5 seconds. That way the standard needs random it. I'm done talking about this. It's so dumb. And all because allowing people to sort standard list would therefore not be a good idea. Who cares? That's their idea. There's no reason to restrict freedom for no reason and say you can't sort a standard list. Hur-da-burr. Who cares? Let them sort a list for 17 hours. When some stupid YouTuber writes a Python script that takes 30 days, they don't say, hurdy-dur, this Python would take over an hour to run. You're not allowed to do this. They let it fucking run for a month on their shitty laptop, and then they get the result. Because guess what? They're allowed to make bad decisions. It's not like, oh, you can't sort a list because it's slow, so it's disallowed. That's stupid. That's a stupid design decision. You just let them sort a list. Let people figure it out. Don't sort fucking lists. It's slow. Why would you not be able to? What if when you sort smaller lists that only have 3 or 4 items, it's faster than a vector? What about that? What if it's a small list and it's easier to sort a list? You're just going to disallow it because, oh, when it's large, it doesn't work. So now all these implementations that could have optimizations, you just disallow them because, when it's large, it doesn't work. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. I'm done talking in circles about bullshit. You're just trying to get me to be wrong by getting me to talk so much. I understand what you're doing. You're like, oh, but this has been this, and this has happened like this. So what about this specific 2 + 3 = 5? Someone already proved that. It's like, all I'm saying is that 8 - 2 can be 6, and 8 - 3 can be 5. I'm not saying shit about 3 + 2. I'm not saying shit about anything else. So it says you're arguing based on the implementation, which is not how standards work. Cool, you can argue about this all day, and it is completely irrelevant whether I or you think whether that's a good way of doing it or not. The standard has to define the way you keep saying things have to happen in a certain way, Saraid, is making me, it's it's escalating my anger, is how I'm going to word it. The standard has to define the API for every function in detail. The way the standard is now has to do it because that's how they've been doing it. That's not how standards have to be built for programming languages. It can be done in a million ways. There could be a different fucking type of standard that doesn't have the exact fucking signature of every fucking function in the standard. You can do it in a million ways. So when you keep saying shit like it has to do this and it has to fucking do that, you have to understand that you're wrong. And you keep saying these things that are just wrong and just don't apply. And then Suraid says things like, unfortunately, that's how the C++ standard is, and that has to be now because of 40 years of legacy. I don't care. I don't care if the C++ standard people think we can't change things. We owe it to all these people because we made bad decisions 10 years ago. We got to keep making bad decisions for the next 80 years. That's stupid. Okay? They can change the C++ standard. You can change it. They are the people that are making it. They can change how it works. They can say, we don't actually have to specify the exact signature of every function and everything that can be used in the implementation. There's a little bit of gray area. There's a little bit of this here. This is strictly defined. They can do whatever the fuck they want. It's their standard and there's no rules. So when you keep saying it has to do this and it has to do that, it has to do this. No, it has done that, but it doesn't have to continue. Ray March says he's not wrong. I don't care if I'm wrong. It doesn't matter to me. All I pointed out was that it's dumb and doesn't feel good to write code in C++ because of things that are so obvious and we've known about for 30 years that they refuse to fix. This rant better be on fucking CNN tomorrow morning. Ugh. The standard includes requirements that the C++ type system cannot represent. Make C++ type system stronger. It's already fucking complex to the end of the earth. Adding 3 features isn't a problem. Sure, that's a good idea. I know! It would be a lot better if all the contracts could be expressed in code and not standards, but unfortunately that's not where we're at. Because of the C++ standards people. Change the standard, change how it works, implement it in the type system, no more standard. Implementation defines standard, technological progress. Language gets better. Users like the language. Make more cool things in the language, including more languages that are better. And once we have contracts, there will be 18 types of iterators implemented in code, which is still stupid, but it at least makes some amount of fucking sense, because if you have a class foo, it makes sense that there would be class super foo that inherits from fucking foo. And this isn't confusing, and it's understandable. If you have a super foo, you can pass it anywhere you pass a foo. This is fine, okay? This isn't a problem. In the same way that it's not a problem that I have to do foo iterator and define my own fucking plus plus. It's fine. This is how it works. I understand this. You have a million types. That's how C++ works. The type system lets you have a fucking million types. However, having a template with a name of random iterator versus forward iterator versus backward iterator, reverse iterator, byte iterator, doesn't fucking do shit for me, okay? And it's stupid. It's really stupid. It's like, what if you had to memorize all this stuff about how C++ works for fun? For no reason, because it doesn't actually change any of the code you write. That'd be great. Sarade. It's this kind of maidenless and lost behavior that has come to tire me out the most in C and C++. Even among people who control all the cards, they are in many respects fundamentally incapable of imagining a better world, or seizing on that opportunity to try and create a new one. Hey, that's what I'm saying right now. Let alone doing so in a timely fashion. Meanwhile, compilers like Circle will literally implement your directive in a few days, tops, and then go give talks about how much better they are at your own job than you. Exactly, because they fucking are. This is a quote by the C standard editor I mentioned. This is definitely a problem with how the committee operates. Yeah. I know. That is, whoever said that, he edits the C standard or whatever, he knows what the fuck is going on and feels exactly what I'm feeling right now, where everybody around you says, this is how things have to work. You're an idiot for trying to think things could ever be different. I've proven that this worked, this does work, and it's how it will continue to work. And you're like, well, that's just your fucking ego. All I'm trying to say is that maybe there's a better way. And all everyone ever does is blame you and make you feel shame for going, guys, can't we do this better? Can't we not do this all crazy insane steps and just make it simpler? And everybody goes, oh, you are bad, you're dumb, because all you're doing is pointing out that they're making bad decisions or that they have made bad decisions and their ego is so big they can't admit it. And they go, nah, we made good decisions then and we make good decisions now and they're the same decisions. It's like, sure, never change your mind. See how it fucking goes. So it says, I'm not saying that having all these iterator types isn't a good idea, but unfortunately at the moment they're necessary. Raymarch says that projection though. That projection? Let's hear you talk for the next 5 fucking hours and hear you not project one fucking time, Raymarch. Seriously, Raymarch, in chat, right now, are you gonna say you never project ever when you're talking for 5 hours straight? You'll never say, those people over there act like me because I act like that. Sarade says some stuff about trying to accept a world that is worse to live in for no reason. Also, I feel like generally if you program in C++ for a while, you get somewhat used to the status quo. That's not a good thing. That means you get used to writing bad code. At some point, you're just like, ah, yes, I'd love this, but I can't, so let's just do this stupid thing again. Right. Never change the world, because it's not changed. And who are you to change it? I understand in C++ it's not the user. We can't change it because there's some stupid group of old white people calling themselves a committee and acting superior to everybody and going, this is our language and you have to follow this. It's stupid. Raymarch, I don't know who hurt you, but you seem to be very angry. Me pointing out this was projection is not saying I am better. Sure. So it says, sure, you go ahead and convince the committee to change everything tomorrow. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's not our fault. That's why I'm angry. Do you not see this? Raymarch, I don't know who hurt you, by the way. You're acting better than me when you say things like that, okay? So Raymarch, I'm going to describe to you how that makes me feel. When you say, I don't know who hurt you, you are implying that I am hurt and that I am acting this way because I have been wronged in my past. I'm acting this way because I'm angry at the fucking C++ committee and at the people in my chat who keep arguing endlessly about nonsense, right? And I can stop arguing anytime. It's not like I have a problem with anger. I'm not going to go punch a hole in my wall right now, okay? I'm angry. That's not a problem. If you think it's a problem, that me being angry is because, man, I've been hurt. There's so much hurt in me that I'm angry. Can you stop, though? No, Raymarch. Fuck you. Leave if you want me to stop. Jesus Christ, you're an asshole. What the fuck? So, when you're saying, you're not saying I am better, I don't know who hurt you, what does that mean? You just said you can stop any time. Now I'm asking it again. Now you say no. I can stop any time. I don't stop at some idiot fucking person on the internet asking me to stop. Jesus. Sarid says, you definitely have a lot more energy to be angry at things than me. Ha ha. I do. I'm just generally tired or annoyed, Lamau. Yeah, see, I murder. So now you're calling me an idiot. Yes, I'm calling Raymarch the fucking idiot in my chat on the internet. An idiot. He hasn't left. Wow. Things go in all directions, it seems. Right. Me calling you an idiot is so out of the blue. It's crazy. It's unheard of that an angry person meeting resistance for no reason calls someone an idiot. Do I need to leave when you call me an idiot? No. You need to understand that I feel that you deserve to be shamed and or disrespected at the moment because I don't feel like you're treating me with respect. I feel like you're treating me with shame and disrespect, so I'm volleying it right back at you, Raymarch. You'll notice that for Sarid, I don't call him an idiot. Sarid is not an idiot. He has proven to me he doesn't say idiotic things, and when he does, it's just as idiotic as anybody else would be in the scenario. Sarid is smart, okay? He's very wise. Raymarch, you came in here, and all you've done is fucking provoke me and then try and call me a worse person for feeling what I am feeling and having the fucking courage and I don't even know what it's called, the braveness to fucking do this online in front of people. Whereas you sit behind your keyboard and you go, oh, can you stop now? Oh, I don't think you can stop because I asked you to and you didn't. It's like, I don't do whatever the fuck you say. Can you not understand? Jesus. Raymarch, I think that shame and disrespect, you put that into my words. I don't think it's in there. Well, I don't care what you think is in your words. You said words to me for me to hear. I heard them, and my feelings were of shame and disrespect. So either what your intentions were or not, guess what? You were shamed. You shamed and disrespected me. It doesn't matter if your intention wasn't that, because when I pointed it out, you didn't say, I'm sorry. You said, oh, I didn't shame and disrespect you, and you tried to prove me wrong again. You're just trying to argue with me. And you can argue with me all day. I'm great at arguing, and I'll do it to the end of the fucking earth, okay? I promise you I have more endurance, energy, and anger to get through this than any of you fucking here. I feel like if you have to deal with this for a while, you eventually run out of energy to be angry. At least I do. I don't. This anger and this angry energy is inside me all the time. You say random new, this is Raymarch, you say random new things every 2 sentences and I'm trying to keep up. Okay, so we arrived at the information that you want me to apologize for something I said. I think that's progress. So I apologize for hurting your feelings, sincerely. Sure you do. That was an easy one. See, when people say sincerely after apologizing and going, well, I don't understand what I'm apologizing for. Apparently I said something offensive, so I guess I'll apologize. Guess I'm sorry, sincerely. Fuck you. You're banned. You're not nice. You're just provoking and you're not taking responsibility. You're going, I said something that hurt your feelings? Yeah. When you say, I don't know who hurt you or why you're this angry, oh my God, what the fuck, this guy. It's like, do you not think that makes me feel like maybe I shouldn't be doing what I'm doing? That's definitely what I feel like. But I know, logically, I'm doing the right thing right now. There's nothing I'm doing wrong, okay? You came in the chat and then we're just rude. That's it. Jesus. I really hate this fucking random iterator shit, okay? By the way, Sarid says, what are we even talking about at this point? How much Raymarch is a fucking idiot and deserves to be hated? That's what's going on in my head. What are we talking about at this point? Random iterator is fucking stupid, okay? Having a million fucking names for an iterator doesn't make any sense, and it is stupid. And this can be, if you're gonna have this be a template, why have it be a template if you could just have it be a class that everything's supposed to inherit from? That is a forward iterator. But we were implementing quicksort. We did implement quicksort. I don't know if you, I think. It said infinite recursive call. That's right. At least the names are fairly descriptive. Yeah, sure. Random it isn't confusing at all. The word random doesn't have a million meanings. That could be anything. Random it just means, of course, an iterator that you can do a bunch of things to. It's like, can't that just be full iterator? No, random iterator. Because of course, at least forward iterator does make sense. Random means random access. Which is, I don't think that's understandable. Random access iterator, if you told that to a 10-year-old, they're going to say, I don't know what any of those words mean. And even if you take the time to describe, this is an iterator, this is what it does, this is kind of why it's named a thing, this is how you can use an iterator, this is a real-world example of an iterator, they still wouldn't go, now what's a random access iterator? They'd go, an iterator that just gives you a random item in a list? That's to me what a random iterator would be. Every time you go plus plus, you just get a new random. So much rage inside my bones. I really wish I could reach through my computer screen because I get so angry. I agree that random access is not the best term in general. Because to me, random iterator just means I get random stuff. It's a term that's generally known. It's also generally known rand. So rand has nothing to do with random iterator, right? These just don't have anything to do with each other. Completely different meanings. Yep. These are both in the C++ standard, right? This supposed to so rigorously defined. Yeah? They have rand. They do. Sorry. You can call rand and use the numbers you get to index into the iterator. So you can access it randomly if you want to and it doesn't need to be in order. That's so dumb. That doesn't make any sense because you can't call rand and then it just still has to be from within last. So rand isn't actually random. It's like it just is an iterator. There's nothing random about it. But yeah, it's definitely not an intuitive term if you don't know it. Even if you do know rand and, oh, this is something random. I get a random number. This is a random iterator. Has nothing to do with rand or random. It's like, for one, you don't need to use words in the first place. This can be iterator. Second, random isn't a good word to use. Third, fuck C++, just for fun, with a little cherry on top, okay? By the way, Sir Aid, I appreciate you sticking with me. I know so many people get uncomfortable with anger, including people in my real life. And I don't tolerate these people because I'm angry a lot. And if you think that's a problem, it's not you, Sir Aid, but if somebody thinks that's a problem in my life that I'm angry, I have a problem with them. Because do they think I'm not able to be angry or allowed to be angry at this thing, at this injustice, or at this random thought or feeling that I'm just having for fun, right? It's like, shouldn't I be able to feel happy or sad or angry or mad or frustrated or annoyed, or I should be able to feel anyway to any stimuli, and it should be understandable to certain stimuli why you would react a certain way. And Sir Aid, I just want to say I appreciate you and you're awesome, because I feel like even when I'm angry, you treat me like when I'm happy. And when I'm happy, you treat me as if when I'm scared. And when I'm scared, you treat... I mean, obviously there's caveats. Like, you're not going to... If I'm screaming, you're not going to, hug me, right? But I'm just saying that you feel I feel like I get to talk to you even when I'm angry, and other people just shut off their talking. They go, oh, well, you're angry, so I get to do this game now, where I say you're angry so I don't have to argue or do anything and I can win. And it's like, that's not, I don't like when people change that behavior and say, well, you're acting angry, so blah, blah, blah. It's like, it just makes me more angry. I'm sure you can understand. And I appreciate that when I'm angry, you don't just go, he's angry. There's nothing to be had from this conversation. You just kind of listen to what I say and you sit back. And if I'm sure I drive you crazy because I'm way too angry. And everyone in my life is just fucking, they're tired of me being angry. I understand. Oh, Sarade, that means so much to me. That's like, you're such a cool person. I'm just going to read this out loud. And if people are confused that are listening as to why one person from the altercation that just happened isn't here anymore, and one is, this is why. Sarade says, nah, if I think you're wrong about something, I'll just keep arguing, so long as you don't get so angry that you don't want to talk to me anymore. That's beautiful, Sarade. I want to put that like on a golden plaque and hang it above my computer, like above my desk. That is so incredible. The conviction that you have to be able to do that and act in this way is incredible. So many people in this life give up. They go, the person in front of me isn't smiling. I'm just gonna do anything except what we were doing because I don't like this scenario. And they give up thinking about the thing, right? They go, I'm going to stop arguing about C++ and I'm just going to say you're a bad person and you've had trauma in your life. And that's why you're making this argument. It's like, that's a big switch up, right? They switch the goalposts on themselves and they go, well, my goalposts are over here, so I actually didn't miss when I kicked it to the side at 35 degrees to the right. And they're like, yeah, actually, the goalpost isn't straight ahead. It's over there, so I'm winning. Sarade says, yes, classic ad hominem fallacy. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. It's literally that. They go, I'm wrong? Well, you aren't a good person. It's like, well, I might not be a good person. I never argued that. I'm arguing this thing. And they're like, yeah, you're not a good person, so you must be wrong. It's like, right. Someone who's done bad things in the past can't be right about anything in the future. Sarade, I'm wrong. Nah, you're stupid. That's right. And that's the thing. It's like, that's a big difference in ad hominem versus just insulting somebody because you're angry, right? Ad hominem is like, well, I'm wrong. Well, no, you're stupid, so you don't know if I'm wrong or not. That's like, what? And you continue to think you're right. Whereas the other, I'd say non-ad hominem but similar scenario is when you say, I'm wrong? Well, that could be, but you're stupid. That's a different thing, right? It's semantically different, but it's got that importance. It does have that importance though, because it's like, you're not saying, I'm not wrong because you're stupid and can't prove me wrong. You're saying, well, yeah, I might be wrong. I'm an idiot. But also, you're an idiot too. So we got to think about this and not just assume you're right. Oh, also vicarious, am I saying your name wrong? Is it vicarish? Vicarious O. I appreciate what you're doing. I am happy I found you today. I am self-taught and it's great to see others like yourself on these platforms. This stuff ain't easy. Lots of respect. Vicarious O says, nope, you're right. Legendary. Okay, we had something break. Graham's hierarchy of disagreement. Is that this? This is this. It was Twitch, by the way, that broke the link. Explicitly refutes the central point. Oh, this is beautiful. I love this. Okay, this is If moving up the disagreement hierarchy makes people less mean, that will make most of them happier. Interesting. Interesting. The way you pronounced vicarious the first time was right, if it's pronounced like the word, that is. I see. This is exactly what I'm talking about. If somebody said, like Suraid was the whole time, let me just point out. If somebody said, exactly what you're saying is not correct because X and Y. I guess I was applying refutation earlier. Finds the mistake and explains why it's mistaken using quotes. That's definitely something you do a lot, and I appreciate it. Because I get to hear what I'm saying back to me, and I go, I can hear that. I can see how someone else hearing that could think that, and this all starts to make sense. Contradicts and then backs it up with reasoning and or supporting evidence. Interesting. I'd say this one also happened, where it was like, no, that's wrong. And then you take some time and figure it out how to describe it's actually this thing because X. States the opposing case with little or no supporting evidence. Sounds like somebody that was in the chat just recently. Responding to tone. Criticizes the tone of the writing without addressing the substance of the argument. This would be like, okay, like something I recognize in myself when I listen to myself talk. I say like all the time. I am like a teenage girl, right? And I go like, I don't know if that's like the right way to like talk, right? And I say right at the end all the time, and I do these little like qualifiers. If you were gonna make fun of that and be like, oh well, you sound like a teenage girl, like, that'd be like, well, anything I said, just you ignored it and said the tone of what you're saying is just sounds like a teenage girl, so it must be wrong. Which I've had this happen a lot more in person because I feel like part of this also has to do with your looks. Like if you don't look put together, if you're not in a suit and you're arguing with somebody in a suit, they just go, well, you're not even in a suit. You're not put together. I mean, you're not a professional. I'm a professional. I know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? They have this like persona they put on because they're in a suit. It's like, we are both humans. I'm in a t-shirt. That's the only difference. But that happens a lot in real life, right? TNT Master says, I was using webhooks on Discord trying to, but forgot to turn off my script for 12 hours. And I just found I have 13,000 pings. Oops. Oh no. TNT Master, Discord is just gonna deny you service. They're gonna delete your account. Like, yeah, we think it's a bot. TNT Master says, oh, I forgot to finish my sentence. Oh? Beef Viper, first time chat. I wouldn't trust a guy in a suit with anything to do about computer programming. Oh, that's so correct. That's so correct. Sorry, 429 go brr. Lamau. That's the API rate limiter. Error code, right? Attacks the characteristics or authority of the writer without addressing the substance of the argument. Ad hominem. Name calling. Sounds something like you are an idiot. This is what I do in response to these. Yeah? I go, if you're going to ignore the substance of my argument, I'm just going to say you're dumb. Because that's what I do in my head. It's not like here's the thing. When I say you are an idiot, that is not the proper term. I'm not saying when you think, you don't have the ability to think. 429 is too many requests. That's right. That's what you get when you get rate limited, but it's not necessarily. Well, if you get rate limited, you'll just get 404 because they won't allow you to connect at all. Too many requests is the actual error you'll get. It's complicated. It's complicated. So it says it is rate limiting. Yeah. So here's the thing. When I say you are an idiot, I'm not saying your mental capacity is so low such that anything you think is wrong. That's not what I'm saying. When I say you are an idiot, what I'm saying is that in the context of an argument, I don't have to think about what you're saying to me, because what you're saying to me is based on these two right here. Right? I'm fine with contradiction. Somebody can say, you're wrong. You're saying you are being an idiot. You are being an idiot. Yes, that's, yeah. I like the fishhook R that snuck in there. It's an IPA moment. Yoda saying. Yoda saying. I don't know why that makes me laugh, but it does make me laugh. Sounds something like you are an idiot. Yeah, I'm saying you're being an idiot. I'm saying that when I made an argument and your response to it was as if you didn't understand that you're down here in the triangle. Like you can be in any of these and it's kind of fine. If you say, no, you're wrong, I'll go, sure, how come? And if there's no response, I'm never going to think about it again. I'm not going to, you know what I mean? Sraid says, I have the typographic quotes, quote, on alt gradient 9 and alt gradient 0. Interesting, like parentheses, but with alt instead of shift. Boink, 90 eyes. How do we get rid of this infinite call thing, by the way? Why does it think it'll never happen? So when we sort the two partitions, we call low high, and it just says, hey, we'll infinitely go forever. So maybe I haven't done this. If low is greater than or equal to high and low is less than 0, then return. So this would be if first is greater than or equal to last. And if first is less than 0, I don't think we have to check that case. I think that should do it. If first equals last, return. Nice. Ah, yes. Because, yeah. The pivot eventually will be equal to last, but eventually, yeah. Basically, if we have last equal to first and then do minus minus last, we're going to get problems, first of all. Second of all, first here, when we sort first and pivot minus 1 is eventually going to be first. Because pivot is eventually going to be just after first if we've moved a certain amount of things, I guess. Because when we partition, we'll say everything that's less than back goes to the beginning. So we're basically taking each back, and we're saying if the back is larger, move it to the back, right? And over. You're cutting the range more or less in half every time. Yeah. Okay, it does support greater than equal, I checked. I would have been thrown into a rage. Oh my god. If they're like, oh yeah, it supports greater than and less than and equals, but not greater than or equals, I would have lost it. Like, random it is useless. Oh, it is so dumb, though. It is so dumb. And the thing is, the thing that bothers me is it's like, imagine somebody is like holding their just pushing with a fingertip into your chest, right? They just have their arm extended and they're pushing into your chest. And you tell them, can you stop pushing in my chest? I'd like to be able to just stand here without being pushed on. And they're like, well, no, I've been pushing on your chest for the last 10 years. And 15 years ago, when I decided that, I said I wasn't going to change my mind. So I'm going to sit here and push on your chest forever. that part, that part bothers me. It's like, you could also just not do that annoying thing that you did before, and it would be better from now on. Sir Aid, more like 40 years, F. That's right. It's not even 10 and 15 years. It's 40 years ago. Because 40 years ago, all of the decisions we made 40 years ago, we've upheld till now. Nothing's changed. Everybody thinks the same opinions as 40 years ago. It's all the same, right? Right? Oh, wait. Shit. That's not how it is. That's right. The world changed. Crazy. It's almost like we need things to change in the world as the world changes around them. Wow. Wow. Honestly, I don't think the C++ Standard Committee purposefully does this either. I think if they could... Anyway, does Quicksort work now? That's probably a good idea. I don't think the C++ Standard Committee purposefully makes things worse. But I think that in the C++ Standard Committee, pushback is more powerful than push forward, and that's dangerous. That is why all these people are angry. That's why I'm angry with C++, because we're not pushing forward. Sir Aid says, oh yeah, sure. Exactly. I'm glad you agree. Also, I would agree with you that random access iterator not having greater than equals would be stupid. Thank you. I appreciate that. But it's like in C++, another thing that makes me angry, another thing, so it says because backwards compatibility, ABS, etc., etc., etc. Right. Hey, it works. I mean, it supposedly works. 2, 5, 2, 4, 3, 2, 1. It worked beautifully, Sir Aid. It worked amazingly. What do we got? Jason Turner? What is he talking about? Break ABI to save C++. Yes, please. This comment describes exactly. We had this old binary written by a previous dev and we'd lost the source code. Anyway, we had to change some values, so we had to hard code them into the binary using like hexedit. It worked, but the first thing I did once we were done with that project was just to rewrite the damn thing. Best decision I ever made. Bjarne Strustrup needs to write C+++++. We need to increment C++ once more. We need to like iterate, make a whole bunch of breaking changes, and it's going to break everything, and it's going to be C+++++. There's a new language, new standard, new ABI, and it doesn't have all this cruft. Did the committee commit to a certain X number of years never breaking backwards compatibility? Or is it forever? Forever. Forever. I don't know if you've seen Sandlot. It's from a movie. This is beautiful. I'm interested in this. Interesting. This is, yes. This is exactly what I'm saying. I'm so glad you linked me this. Pretty much the latter, I'm sure. Yeah, that's forever. Isn't that dumb? Do you see why people are being angry and going, I don't want to use code that has to work with 12-bit machines from 60 years ago? All I want is to write something for right now? Oh. Yeah, this isn't quite sorted. I'm not sure what we didn't or did do. So partition should be the thing that's swapping, right? Could it be this? Do we need to pick like the first as a pivot? There's a link to a CPPCon talk from last year further down where he elaborates on this project. Pretty good talk, I'd say. Here's the link if anyone's interested. Can C++ be 10 times simpler and safer? Very good question. Oh, and this is Herb Sutter. H. Sutter. It's all coming together now. Honestly, this could be like, what if we could do C++ feels like a new language again, but broadly for the whole language. This is what I want. This is what I want. I'm just linking every, even remotely C++ related resource today, aren't I? It's like that, a little bit like that. But guess what? We're doing C++ today. It's all, it makes sense. I have so much shit to put in the description. I have to put CPP reference. I have to put eels. I have to put my links. I have to put, what else should I put? I'll put this. Someone might want this, hacking CPP. Quick sort, gonna have to put that in there. At least I don't need another CPP reference. Just for fun, I'm gonna link this hierarchy of disagreement SVG, just for fun. And then, now I'm going to link this C++ Weekly, Break ABI, this Herb Sutter CPP front, and this talk by Herb Sutter about CPP front. Honestly, this will be one of the videos with the most learning resources. The H in herb is pronounced, by the way. What? Herb? I don't, it's weird for me to say the H-E, like herb. I know it's like her, but her is a weird word for me to say too. Herb? Herb Sutter. It's Sutter, but you know, you can tell the difference. That was such a bad joke. Oh my god. I still am filled with rage that this doesn't work a little bit. Why do you not work? Quick sort how work? You supposed to work. So when we partition, we should end up with everything at the beginning that is less than back. Doesn't this mean that nothing will change? So it says, are we missing a step maybe? I don't think so. Partition -1 less than or equal to the pivot. Move the temporary, swap the current element. Move the. Are we returning? Yeah, we're returning. At the, okay, what? At the end, you have to move the pivot to the beginning. What? So choose the last element as the pivot. Temporary pivot index. So this choose the last element as the pivot is this back. Step 1, okay. Move the pivot element to the correct pivot position between the smaller and larger elements. So you're saying I'd have to iter swap pivot and back? Am I dumb? I may be dumb here. Is this what's happening? I feel like that's wrong. I feel like this is going to be an infinite loop. Or sure, try that. Why not? Ugh. One thing I was talking about earlier, pushback. If in any project, making progress forward, all people do when you suggest a change is go, well, that would break this thing that we've already done 10 years ago. And that changing that would mean that this has to change as well. And this means that this has to change as well. It's like, yeah, everything's changing. That's the point. Ugh, fuck. It is close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2. God damn it. Serade says, actually, it would break that thing that's been like this since C. Right. Basing C++ on the design of C. Genius take from the C++ committee. C is obviously such a great language, so usable, readable. You know what I mean? It's simple, it's cross-platform, easy to write, standards compliant C. Oh, wait! That's the hardest language to write standards compliant. That's the hardest language to read. That's the hardest language to use. Maybe we shouldn't design new languages based on C. Even if those languages were based on C when they started, right? There's no reason. It's like, you know, C, that 80-year-old piece of crap that people still use because they have to? Yeah, let's do that. Base it off English. Oh, I hate the world so much. English is so dumb. There's no rules. It's even worse. It's even worse than C. English is worse than C. Serade, maybe we shouldn't design new languages based on C? Exactly what I say all the time. You do say that. You've said that before in Intercept. You're like, well, just because C is dumb. If someone proposed C as a new language today, they'd be laughed out of the room. Well, actually, all the programming languages now are based on C. So they would be laughed out of the room because they copied whatever replaced C, whatever abomination. Mr. Mugme says the exact same thing. Yeah, but only because we would already have something similar like C. I feel like C is the middle ground. The design of it isn't stupid. It was just limited in its time. It was technology limited. The design of C was going, well, we don't know even what computers are. They are things, I guess, that need to have numbers that can be any size. So maybe it's an integer that's 4 bytes or 8 or 2 bits. Or they didn't know, right? They were limited. Serade, exactly. Exactly. C is fine. For the 70s. Serade, C back then made perfect sense. You're right. We agree so much. C made sense 80 years ago. It was like, this thing called C, it means that like we could run things on any system with 7 bits or 8 bits or 9 or 22. Isn't that cool? It's like, yeah, that's cool. But now we're at a point where computers aren't 17 bits. Words aren't 8 bytes or 8 bits. Words are 16 bits. Bytes are 8 bits. This is all defined now. It's like before it was all unknown and kind of up in the air and, ooh, what do we do? Let's make sure we don't lock into one in case we choose one or the other. But now it's like there are no computers in use that aren't a power of 2 bit width. There aren't. There aren't any computers in use that aren't based on binary. There aren't any computers in use that aren't exactly what C was built around and not for, right? C was built around a computer because maybe the computer won't be there and it'll be a different computer and it has to work with that one too. C++, I don't think it was, it was designed in that way, but it was designed later when they knew all the computers we're using all have power of 2 bit widths. every time we compile, int is 4 bytes. It's like we know these things now. Also, I'm so mad. This is so close. So why is the end not there? Ooh, whoops. Why is the end not there? So we move the pivot element, swap the pivots, that's partition, quick sort, p partition, low equals high, low is less than 0, return. Exactly. Serraid, we don't have to write assembly anymore, and it's still performant, was C basically. Yeah. Yeah. Before Fortran came along in the 50s, people were like, a compiler? What are you, stupid? Translating code to machine code using an automatic tool? Impossible! That would be way too slow. Handwritten assembly, it is. That's right. They just made punch cards. They're like, punch cards are way easier to make than like some machine that makes punch cards. Are you guys insane? Maybe print the partitions or something? Okay. It's gonna get messy. Hope you know. Index equals 0. We're gonna be going... it equals first. It does not equal last. Plus it. And then we have it equals pivots. It does not equal last. Plus it. Does not equal pivot. It does not equal last. It. Beautiful stuff. I'd print each partition on one line, maybe. So maybe no indices. And then we'll do begin, right? We'll just do first and last. We'll do first and pivot. That'll make sense. What a mess. Sure, yeah. Oh. I was a little confused there, I'm not gonna lie. I was like, standard print doesn't exist? Are you kidding me? vprint doesn't exist in this scope. What have I done? Is this an infinite loop? It's just all of standard print is not okay. Move partition and sort to case stage 1. This is such a mess. This isn't gonna work though. We'll move them back here once it works. So you're saying move the whole thing? Oh, did I do it? I think I did it. Okay, I did it. Mini Lispers is format.h. I appreciate that. It's not. So now we don't have iter swap. Because we don't have fucking algorithm. It now has to be standard iter swap, naturally. Standard partition is so annoying. Standard. Because there's no way the compiler could know what I mean when I call iter swap that doesn't exist anywhere but except in one namespace. It might be any iter swap. Who knows? What do we get? Well, there's one missing. First of all, there's meant to be a 1 here. We have an off by 1? What? Last? Oh, God. I hate iterators. I hate iterators so much. Please. Never make me do this again. Never make me do this again. I'm melting. I am melting. Mini Lisper says, okay, learn something new every day. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? See, this is why we have algorithms, so you don't have to do this again. Please. No! Okay. 0, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, 5, 2, 6, 5. Well, that's better. One, two, two. So there's a 1. There's 3 2s. There's a 3, a 4, and a 5. We should have 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dang it. Let's just move it back to algorithm and rename it to standard almost sort. See, that's perfect. I think that's what we should do, really. It nearly sorts it, so I mean, we can't be asked to do more than this. If you call it often enough, it might just sort it. Where does this 2 come from? We have 2, 3, 2, 5. So there's a 4 here that we're not seeing, but it's fine. So first is nothing, pivot is all of it. First is nothing, pivot is not all of it. Because we're doing first and pivot minus 1, right? Which means that first is still nothing. First has not moved forward. But pivot has now been 1, which means that we'll partition this to get all the ones less than the last one at the beginning, which means that we get this 2, 4, 3, 2, 5, because this is now larger, so it goes to the end. Oh my! Standard partition, unlike standard nth element, doesn't return an iterator suitable for the divide and conquer recursion. What? So you're saying the iterator returned from partition isn't good enough? Why isn't it good enough? Do we need to do it -1? What's the other function do that partition doesn't? Apparently partition just doesn't work with this. What? How? How does that even make sense? Isn't that like the whole point of partition being in the standard library, is that it implements partition? Sraid says, I don't know. I don't even remember the last time I implemented quicksort, okay? That's fair. Why doesn't partition fucking work? This is just optimization. Partition in the standard lib is for partitioning a range. I guess quicksort uses a different kind of partitioning. How's this different? This type of partitioning is what we've just done. Pivot equals a high. Choose the last element as the pivot. Yes. Temporary pivot index. I equals low -1. So this is back, right? None of this is here. All of that is still in sort. That's this. So then we say for low to high, right? For every within the range, J, which is in partition, for every low to high. Yeah. If AJ is less than or equal to pivot, then move the temporary pivot index forward, even though it's already at the end. Oh no, low -1. So this is at the reverse end. Sraid says, I'm just going to implement quicksort from scratch real quick and compare it with this. What is I used for? What? Swap A of I with A of J. So it's just keeping an iterator. Could also just use low as the iterator, but it's saying low is immutable, I guess. Low is first. Temporary pivot index is first. We do swap iterator first. Predicate pointer iterator, which means that first at the beginning. And then we move the pivot element to the correct pivot position and return I. Hold on. Well, yeah, return I, which is the same as returning first. Minus, first minus. Just implement Bago sort and name it Q sort. Nobody's going to notice. You're right. You are right. Move the pivot element to the correct pivot position between smaller and larger elements. I'm not quite sure what's going wrong here, to be honest. This returns the pivot index. And the interesting thing is that the reason we don't have to add one here to I is because we've already done it afterwards in here. Let's just see what happens again. See, it removed a pivot because of a stupid bug. I'm so angry at my shell. I'm so angry at this stupid shell. Or terminal, whatever it is, I don't care. It's just stupid that it doesn't work and it literally deletes fucking shit from the output that I need to see. It's so annoying. How does this 2 not get swapped, man? Sorry, it's just F. Yeah. It really is an F. It really is a loss because, god damn. How stupid is it to just have shit disappear from your output, your program output? So we should have swapped. Well, I guess I don't know for sure. New plan, keep it as small as possible. That way the bug won't happen. Has to do with some stupid prompt drawing nonsense. It's like it takes a line from the output and just replaces it with the prompt instead of doing the proper thing. See? Oh, look, it's gone. Okay. So first in pivot, right, the pivot was at the very end, and it happened that 1 was at the end, so nothing happened to be less than this, which means first is still nothing. Means pivot is now this. And with 2 at the end of this, that means anything less than okay, just trying it. Trying to less than or equals instead. I've been streaming too long today. I screwed it up. Yeah, I screwed it up. I gotta leave it small until I close it. Mr. Mugame, 6 hours, 9 minutes. Nice. Very nice. C++ is so dumb. Oh yeah, we'll have a partition, but it doesn't actually work for anything. Fucking Christ. Now I'm really confused. I don't think less than or equal is the way to go, as it turns out. Maybe there's an off by 1 error. Maybe. So pivot will be equal to first. Can I just do that? If first equals pivot, return? Like, what? I'm pretty sure it's less than. Yeah, I know. I'm just desperate at this point. I want something to work. So if standard partition doesn't return the iterator that we need, what do we need? Do we need to partition it, then get something? Do we need to, like, you know what I mean? Then get the iterator? I screwed this up again. Maybe the condition is the other way around? Like greater than? Because the elements that are less than the pivot go on the left of the pivot. Yeah, that's definitely... Well, then that means we have to do less than, right? That means we have to do less than. I'm pretty certain that this will put the largest numbers at the beginning. See, well, this does work, but the largest numbers are at the beginning. Why? What? How? Is that correct? It's supposed to be less than, though. Doesn't make any sense. Predicate on it. Swap first. Huh. That's dumb. So because we're okay. We're comparing the iterator, not first. Is this correct? Even? Should we be comparing first here? I feel like we should. I guess we're kind of doing this. Okay. So it should be less than or equal to then, right? I guess if it's equal to back, then it would just be on the back after we've completed this, so there'll be repeated elements and it won't matter. Okay. Okay, so Raid, you're making sense. Is it supposed to sort it in descending order? I feel like it's not supposed to sort it in descending order. Is it? I don't remember. Well, it's not in ascending order, so maybe we're okay. What is non-descending? Typically, it's ascending. Okay. So this is backwards, but it works. But when we flip it, it doesn't work. Why is that? Back, last minus one. Do we need to support the one at the end? I think we've already handled it. Am I dumb? I might be dumb. I'm dumb. I shouldn't even be here. I should be here. Typically, it's ascending. Okay, so... like, should we just be passing back here instead of last? That's kind of my question, because we swap back, so there's no reason, if we know that the pivot is at the end... Yeah, no, that didn't help at all. So move all the ones greater than the back to the beginning. But we want to move all the ones less than the back to the beginning. Rondi Dev, first time chat. Sounds like McDonald's chime. Oh! Spotted. It's not the McDonald's chime. It's just these notes in this order. There's not even really a BPM. But guess what? It's totally the McDonald's chime. Fuck, man. There's one case we're not handling, and it's really getting to me. There's one case we're not handling. There's an item at the end, and it needs to move. If I just pass last here, by the way, it doesn't fix anything. That is an off by one thing. And the reason we should be able to do this -1 +1 is because the pivot is already in the proper spot, I guess. Is the idea. One, two, two, three, four, two, five. Fuck. Rondi Dev says, I have no idea what is going on, but it's cool. I'm glad you think so. I'm glad you think so. We're working on a C++ standard, trying to implement quicksort using our own algorithm header, all for an OS to use it in the kernel. Yeah, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. All you need to know is join the Discord. Hit that like and subscribe button. Rewrite it in Rust, Kappa. Yeah, sure. What do we got? What do we got? What if we don't do pivot -1? I'm kind of curious. What if we include pivot? What if pivot's feeling left out? We get an infinite loop. Which is interesting that we get an infinite loop. But we get an infinite loop. So that doesn't quite work there. Also, why'd we triple fault? It must have been a, I don't even know. Stack overflow and then caused a, what did it cause? I don't know. It's a complicated one. So it's not just when it's at the end. It's nearly in order. I'm gonna try random stuff. I'm starting to get antsy. I gotta get out of here. It's been like 6 hours. Almost 7. I just, I gotta get this done. I'm gonna go insane. That went great. We just never stopped iterating because pivot was passed last. Interesting. In Spain without the P, lol. What? Oh, I see. Insane. Pivot equals first. We didn't do anything. So when we go and do pivot -1, wouldn't that get us horrible things? Well, that's what this is for. Okay. I'm really not sure why this doesn't work. We're getting an iterator. We're getting an iterator with as many of that have been partitioned, which means that pivot should return the element that we don't want to change. That's not even true. Because 2 is not less than 1. So we don't want to move 2. but we do want to move 1. Right? So when we choose this pivot of back, what are we actually saying? Then we're going to swap pivot and back. So we get 0, 2, 5, 2, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 5, 2, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we should partition that, if everything's less than the back, into exactly the same thing. None of the items here are less than 1. Yeah? So because none of the items were less than 1, pivot will equal first. And when we call first and pivot minus 1, first is going to be greater or equal to than last, so we return. So what if first is equal to last? Is that what I'm doing wrong? If first is equal to last, back, or not equal to last, but, well, yeah, what is going to happen? One, 2, 3, 2, 4, 1. That definitely didn't work. We're not going to think about that. So if first is greater than or equal to last, which means that when we do first pivot minus 1, I'm starting to now understand this. So when we get the iterator, the pivot, if it's equal to first, this will do nothing, and then this will sort the rest. But first, this swap will mean that the back is actually swapped into the front, right? So 0 to, if we get through all of the elements and only the last one is the smallest, then that last one needs to go to the front. So we swap it with the pivot, which happens to be the front. So then 2 and 1 get swapped. Yeah, the pivot needs to be swapped into the right place, which makes sense, That the back needs to go where the pivot was, because the pivot refers to everything that's smaller, the end of everything that's smaller than the back. So by moving the back to that place, we've guaranteed it's proper. Nearly. But okay. Where are we at? We got questions. Randy Dev, why is pivot on line 81 negated 1? I see. Why is it subtract 1? When it's negated at line 64 when entering the function, I'm confused. Pivot and last and back are all different things. Sarade, maybe I should have mentioned this before, but in case it's not clear, the way quicksort works is like this. A call to partition will place the pivot in the right position and ensure that everything to the left of the pivot is smaller than the pivot and everything to the right of the pivot is greater than the pivot. By then recursively calling quicksort in this partition, the entire range is sorted. Yeah. We get it. We're trying to find where to put this back thing, right? So we're looping over this range and we're saying as soon as we find something that's like greater than back, right, or less than back, move it to the front. Everything that's greater than back should be with back at the end. And then we swap and say the back now goes into this position at the end of everything that's smaller than it and at the beginning of everything that's bigger than it. Yeah, but pivot is passed into sort and it's like pivot minus 2. I generally don't understand it. Maybe it's incorrect. Not harming anything. Let's try it. It should be okay because back is different from last, but we will see what happens. Maybe you just solved the bug, Rondi Dev. You may have done it. Rondi Dev solved it. Hey! Rondi Dev, thank you so much. You fixed it. You fixed the part. You've implemented quicksort. You can put this on your resume now if you want. Sir Rondi Dev fixed it. Sir is interesting. And Pog. Rondi Dev says, I was just asking why it seemed wrong, lol. That's perfect. You just helped us out. We've been trying to figure this out for like 15 minutes, maybe longer. Maybe 20. Especially since I went on that angry rant. Rondi Dev, 10 times developer in the chat. Beef Viper, is that jingle the McDonald's I'm loving it? Possibly. Sraid says, wait, what was the problem now? Pivot. So in calling pivot minus 1, this refers to the back of the thing we want to sort. And then to calculate the back of the thing we want to sort, we calculate last minus 1. Because we're supposed to be an iterator, last needs to be greater than the last element that you actually want to access. So when we pass pivot minus 1, we're accessing from first up until pivot minus 1. Whereas what this was supposed to do is sort first until pivot, pivot after pivot until last, right? So we weren't just excluding pivot, we were excluding pivot and the one behind it. Sorry, exactly. Because the damn thing is one past the last element. Exactly. I felt that. I felt that internally. The realization of iterators are stupid. Why is last not the last element? Last does not equal back, does not equal pivot, does not equal first. My brain hurts. My brain hurts. I'm such an idiot. Rondi Dev, we appreciate people like you around here. You help us out so much. You come in, you say, hey, isn't that wrong? Can't you just do this? And we're like, well, maybe, let's try it. And then it works. It works, Rondi Dev. It's beautiful. Thank you so much. Why is that? What is Emacs doing? Why is this a comment? And this a type? If and return are no longer keywords. Emacs moment, for real. I'm gonna reload the mode. Okay, this should help. Hey, okay, that makes more sense. We can remove standard print. Doink, doink. My God. Oh, I'm so glad I never have to do this again. No more standard on everything here. I was just looking through the code trying to understand lol. I have barely touched C++. Ah! That's amazing. Well, you helped us out either way. So if you want to stick around, feel free. I'm sure anyone you stick around will be very appreciative of your presence. Like, so, you notice anything? Pog. It works. Thank you so much. That's a good example of how you can have an impact, right? We've been sitting here for half an hour implementing sort, maybe an hour because I've been yelling. And it took this person, they don't right? They've said they don't know C++ that well. And somehow, I'm going to unstage this. I don't think I need to keep that. Somehow they fixed a bug that we haven't seen. Just because we've been sitting here for so long and looking at the code going, it matches exactly. Right? We've looked past all these little things that we did or these assumptions we made. It's beautiful. It's a good example of like, you don't need to be fucking Magnus Carlsen or whatever to beat somebody at chess, right? Not saying like what you did was beating me at chess, but you basically saw a move I didn't see, right? It doesn't require a genius to like see something somebody else doesn't. It just requires the ability to be brave enough to speak up, like osdev. He's like, well, I'm not sure if this is right, but that doesn't look right. I'm not sure if I'm right, right? Sorry, it says, so wait, one sec, let me test this. But yeah, by the way, this is why we were doing P-1 and +1, because the implementation of Quicksort on Wikipedia does that. But what we weren't paying attention, actually, there might just be a bug here, because P-1 and then high-1 is also done on Wikipedia. Can you show me the sort code for a second? Yeah, sorry, my friend. I want to make sure if it works with actual standard partition. I think so. Maybe I'm not seeing something properly, but it should be fine. osdev, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. We also have a Discord. There's announcements every time I go live. There's Ferris cheeked up. You know, we got a lot of things going for us. Sorry for hiding the code again. I got distracted. This is totally indented weird. Why is this like 6 spaces indented? 6 space indentation. Beef Viper, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it so much. We're almost at 300 on Twitch. That's incredible. We're almost at 1,000 subs on YouTube where all my VODs are posted, so you could head there, check it out if you are interested in this type of thing. I think this is fine. I could test multiple elements at the end, I guess. Because if there's like 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Good question. I love questions. In C++, I'm sure as you know, osdev, a const int a means that you can't then reassign it. You can initialize it with some number and say that it's always equal to 2, but you can't say a was equal to 2, now it's equal to 3. Not allowed because this is a const, right? With a reference, it means that you don't actually copy anything when using this number. A const int reference would just be basically a pointer to a number. And in this case, it's a little funky. I don't think this would even work. We technically need like int b, a constant reference a equals b. Then we can't reassign a, but we can reassign b, and subsequently accessing a will return the value of b. So with this const auto and, right? Auto is kind of just like automatic type deduction. Don't worry about it. Let's assume it's an int. This square bracket syntax has nothing to do with, yeah, I know Beef Viper, I'm getting there. The square bracket syntax has nothing to do with this type. So it's kind of confusing. You're right, Beef Viper, though. You're right. Don't feel bad. So what this actually is saying is that we have a function, right, which returns, it's just automatically deduced, it returns a bool. So we have a bool returning function, some function, and it takes in a const auto reference to I, and we know this is, let's say, a const int reference, right, to I, and then it just returns I is less than back. Well, if this represents this code, right, is equal to this code, some function right here is equal to this code. How come this code is valid down here when it uses back and some function is not? Back doesn't actually exist within this function. It is not a parameter. It is not a global in the global scope, so it's not accessible there. And it's not a local. So back doesn't actually exist in this function. It's not defined here. It's passed here almost as if it's a parameter, right? You could do like auto back. And we can't do auto. We'd have to do like a template type name. And then use automatic deduction, right? So when we call some function with something, we'd have to pass in back and I. And that would work. But there's no reason that every time we're comparing, for example, in this function, if this is the signature, then you can't just hack the signature and say, actually, there's one more parameter. This is the fixed signature. So what you actually have to do is say that it's as if this is kind of in a scope and that back is declared here equal to the past whatever, right? So you need to define back in some way. And to do that in C++, there's this thing called lambda captures. And this, anything within this square bracket basically says, I know that back exists. It's this thing here. When I'm within this lambda, could you please let me use back, even though it's not defined anywhere in the lambda or as a parameter or as a global? I'm actually asking you to capture it from this back right here. RondyDev says, oh, coolio. I'm just a silly little Rust developer. C++ syntax confuses me. Great explanation, though. Thank you. It's really funny because I'm the opposite. Rust syntax just is... Ugh. I don't know how to read it. There's a lot of little quotes and little A and keywords and ref, var, long, blah, blah, blah. It's like, C++ isn't that much better, but it is better, in my opinion, as far as syntax goes. Rust for me is just confusing because there's no, it's just new, you know what I mean? They just did new stuff. And I like that about Rust. I do like they just try new things, but they also haven't, and it's kind of worrying. Saraid says, honestly, the fact that pseudocode algorithms often use inclusive ranges that start at 1 is the bane of my existence. Off by 1 errors are already bad enough. I know, with all this inclusive, exclusive nonsense. RondyDev says, lifetimes confuse most Rust developers as well. Saraid, so why do they keep pretending that every language is algol? I know, the pseudocode they write things in, it doesn't make any sense. Like, what if we wrote something that looked like Python, but worked like C++, but actually isn't defined anywhere and it's just made up? What if we just made stuff up and said algorithm? Yeah, that's good. This defines an algorithm very well. Let's use C-style comments too, because why not? C has the best style comments, clearly. That assignment operator reminds me of Pascal. And intercept, my language. Not the my language. A language I created. Our language. But yeah, it's the same way in here. Whoa. Where are we at? Yeah, this works. Cool. That only took like 9 hours. Nothing too bad. What did I change? Oh, standard size T. Okay. Why is there an extra space? Yeah, that shit's not needed. For sure. Beef Viper says... Bago sort. Rondi Dev, now it's time for bubble sort, right? Kappa. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. So this is the testing in K stage 1. This is actually algorithm. And this is going to be C++ standard. Implement stupid, useless iterators. No, we implemented shift left, which is pretty much stupid and useless. Partition and sort, however. Rondi Dev says it should be easy. Now you know how to sort. Writing code is never easy. It's like write code that adds up 8 numbers. It's so hard. What if the numbers are infinite? What if the number is 8 billion and you can't store the result? What if it's like, it's so difficult. Serrades says AVX go burr. SimD moment. Partition and sort. I don't care that it's overkill for 8 numbers. Overkill is better than underkill. Let's be honest here. If I can leave you with one thing today, this is random, I know. If I can leave you with one thing today, don't be afraid, A, to be wrong, B, to change things, and C, most importantly, to break things. If you are scared of breaking things, I think it's truthfully an issue. If you're scared of breaking things, go buy a plate from Walmart or a set of plates and break them. I don't care how you break them. Don't litter. Don't leave your garbage everywhere. Pick up the fucking shards of plate, okay? Be responsible. But break them. Break a bunch of plates. Why not? Break everything you can. It's fine. It'll be fine. Right? The plates are gone now. Oh no, nothing changes. The world is different without the plates. The plates are now in different pieces, and they're not going to be used as plates anymore. The world will not end, right? Breaking plates is fine. So if you just please, don't be afraid to speak up, change things, and break things. Do those, and it'll go so much better. Well, it may not go better right now, but it will end up better later. Rondi Dev says, my code is just my result of what is the path of least resistance to make it work. Beef Viper, handy tip 7. For C++, just keep adding *s and *s until it compiles. That's right. When in doubt, just keep adding address of and dereference a few things a few times, and everything should work from then on out. Rondi Dev says, if I write it once, I can write it again, hopefully. Yeah, that's not true for me. I hope that's true for you. That would be sweet. But I've found in my experience with myself, that is not true at all. Oh, my foot's asleep. Ah. If I write it once, I probably don't remember how I wrote it. And it's going to take me a week to remember and look. Oh man, my foot's so asleep. Oh, I got to stand up. Hold on. Oh. It's like the ones where you can't even stand on it very well. It's just so tingly every time I touch it. Oh man. RondiDev says, this is why I don't delete any of my projects. I can go back to it. Exactly. Oh, man. Jesus. Beef Viper. I found myself coming back to old code, being like, how the hell did I even figure that out? That's very accurate. I feel the exact same way. I look at stuff I've built and I'm like, did I make that? I don't even know how this works. RondiDev, exactly. I had this function in this one project. How the hell did I do it? See, and I get shit like that for simple things. Like, I forget how to remove things from vectors. Because in C++, it's so complicated to just remove something from a vector. It's one of the most complicated things to do in the language. You have to understand templates and iterators and so much about the language and lambdas and captures, and it's like there's so much to understand just to remove an element from a list. And that's where I get I forget, and it makes me so mad. Sorry. Iterator invalidation, not like this. No. RondiDev says Rust holds my hand the whole way. I mean, until the first unsafe block, yeah. Which, I mean, to be fair, implementing standard C++, you're not going to need an unsafe block, or you shouldn't. But in implementing an OS, you definitely need an unsafe block. I've never written a single unsafe block, which makes sense. It does make sense. You live in user space and you do user space things. That's how things work. Rust is fine for user space. It makes a lot of sense, but also I don't like it because it doesn't work for me. It doesn't hold my hand. It like stops me at the door like a bouncer and says, "You want to make software? No. You got to make this change to your code." And then you make the change to your code and you recompile and it goes, no. See that change you just made? It's not allowed. You have to change it back. And it's like, wait, you just told me to change it. And it's like, yeah, but this doesn't work because of X, Y, and Z, so change it back. And then you change it back and then you get the error, hey, this doesn't work. You need to change it to this. And it's the thing that you just changed it back from, and you're just in an infinite loop of compiler errors that tell you to do the same things over and over that don't fix it. That's been my experience with Rust. Now, I will say, if I was someone who didn't know programming languages, right? If I didn't know programming languages, and Rust was like the first one where I learned how computers work and anything, right? If it was just like my first T, I would like it as T, and I'd be like, yeah, Rust is good T. I had it for my first T, and it was fine. But because I've had these other things, like C++ and C and Lisp, Rust just seems like a burden. It gets in my way. I can't actually do what I want to do. It just tells me I can't do it. And I'm like, oh, okay. Sorry, it says, I don't want to add lifetimes to everything just because I want to store something in a struct that I know is going to live until the end of the program. Exactly. A lot of the times, it's harder to tell the computer what you want to do than to just understand that the computer won't know what you want to do, and you have to circumvent it a little bit. That's way better. It's a better system. I will admit, in my opinion, of course, I'm not saying it's objectively, this is the only way to do things and Rust is wrong. Rust is awesome. More languages and more popularity and more things, awesome. More software. I love free and open source software. If you can write free and open source software in Rust, go for it. That's awesome. I can't though, because I get too frustrated that the compiler won't let me literally just like make a linked list. It's like, you can't actually, you have to put that in a box. It's like, well, what's a box? It's like, it's this thing we made up. And it really just means it's a pointer. It's like, so I can just access the pointer? No, it's a box. You're like, what? What? And the lifetimes thing, don't even get me started. It makes it impossible to do anything complex. Like if you want to do a garbage collector in Rust and not use the Rust garbage collector, what? Well, you're done for. You're done for. Because everything's going to have static lifetimes, and then you have to have a pool that's never actually freed, and then you're going to have to allocate your own things from this pool, which means you can't use box, but because you're not using box, you can't have a pointer, because that'd be a raw pointer, so it's unsafe, so you can't have an unsafe raw pointer, so now you got to actually have... It's so messy. You just paste... Okay, Particle, you're going to be banned unless you say why you pasted my email. Did somebody ask for it? Okay, you're just banned. That was easy. Oh, what is wrong? I'm bad. Dot clear. Dot clear. Oh, apparently they don't like messages that start with dot on Twitch. Sorry, it doesn't let you make a linked list? Maybe Rust isn't so bad. I love Rust because I don't have to manage memory, and I like the lack of garbage collection. Like C++ or C? I mean, in C, you sort of have to manage memory, but in C++, you don't really. Beef Viper says, I haven't tried Rust. I haven't... What? I haven't tried Rust. I haven't learned of any new programming languages in the last decade or so. Learning new languages was something I did when I was younger, back in the 90s and 2000s. Old man! No, I'm just kidding. You can still learn new things, I promise. Old dogs, you can teach them new tricks. It's just a little tough sometimes. Vengariath LP says, hey, you just picked the two things Rust is bad at. There are good uses for it. You're right, you're right. And that's what I've said. It's like if you can use C++, or if you can use Rust to make good free and open source software, not even good software, just if you can make free and open source software in Rust, you should do it. Because I can't. I mean, I can, but I won't. Interesting. Beef Viper can send .clear, but I can't send .clear. 2 spaces, then dot. Ah. Soroid mentioning, you don't have to manually manage memory in modern C++. Very true. 2 spaces, then dot. That is cursed. We'll keep in mind, though. Are links disallowed? No. I'm probably not going to click on it. But unless you know it's Soroid, I click on links Soroid posts because I trust him. But links are not disallowed. You'll just get banned if it's a bad thing or not explained. Like if you send a link, I'll say, nobody click it. Why'd you send a link? Right? But if you say, hey, here's a link to this thing we're talking about, I'm not going to, it's not a problem. You know what I mean? That's, I don't, it's github.io. It's HTTPS. I'm going to click on it, baby. But yeah, don't worry about posting links. As long as you're not malicious, you'll be fine. Oh no. Why is everything an enum? This is exactly what I went through. This is beautiful. This is exactly what I went through. Straight says, it's true, you gotta post helpful links. Exactly. Beef Viper says, I'll click it. Me is fearless. Lamau. Like this totally C++ related video. Never gonna give you up. I love that I know the link. So it says I couldn't resist. I'm sorry. It's fair. It's fair. We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. It's beautiful. It's beautiful, it's beautiful, it's beautiful. We did it. We've done it. You should have seen the monstrosity we had in here before to try and remove an element from a vector. You know, I feel like XQC picked his name wrong. He should have picked XCQ very clearly. I mean, the monstrosity in question is still there, is it? It's just in algorithm now. I've now cemented the monstrosity into the C++ standard implementation. That's so good. I've embedded hatred. Anyway, I feel so much better that I've actually been able to push things to the repository. For the past few days, I've just been working on things that didn't work out. And it's very disheartening to just work for 8 hours on something and then go, well, all that code will never be used, and you just throw it away because it doesn't work and you don't know how to fix it. And you're like, come back tomorrow and you're like, oh, maybe I can, salvage things. So you open up your stash and you go, yeah, nope, that doesn't fucking help. You restart, you start again, and that doesn't work either. That's where I've been for a while. So implementing something that actually makes things more readable and usable, where I can erase things naturally from a vector now without having to go to ungodly measures to avoid iterator invalidation and etc. This is amazing. RondiDev says, I still gotta look for the motivation for working on my Windows status bar. That is, honestly, I know what you mean. Motivation is the hardest thing to cultivate. There's no fertilizer. There's no water. There's no seed. Right? How do you cultivate motivation? Nobody told you. RondiDev says, I have to look at Windows API. Oh God, no. I hate the Windows API. That whole idea is just dumb. Like C++, random iterator, forward iterator, reverse iterator. Oh, whoa. And then there's more. There's more. Beef Viper says, sounds like me on my main project. Got to a working proof of concept, but it's really just a bunch of code hacked all together. Need to break a bunch of stuff to make it better. Ugh. I know what you mean. That is... okay. First thing, Beef Viper, don't be afraid to break things. Break everything. 2, be afraid to break things if you can't back it up. Okay? So don't be afraid to break things if you have things backed up on Codeberg, on a Git repository, and you can just undo all your changes. Yeah? If you can switch a branch and go, I want to check out this branch and then start pushing to it and do all these changes and break everything and see if I can get it to a working state, or just get one part of it to a working state, even if the other pieces are still broken. That's worth it. That's progress, right? Yeah, it's on GitHub, just a lot of work to refactor it. Yeah, in that case, it's a lot like Lenser OS, where it's like everything I do breaks it. And if you don't believe me, I can change literally anything in this function and it breaks. I've tried. I've tried to change almost anything except the print statements, of course, right? Some print statements aren't important. But for the most part, the truth of the matter is changing anything in here just breaks the entire boot system, the boot process, and everything breaks. Like if I tried to say, do we really need gtext? Well, that may be something I'm able to get rid of because that's old and unused now. But maybe it's like in the basic renderer, what if in the constructor we just, instead of taking this code path, we take this code path, right? That's it. So target base address is equal to null putter, which means that our frame buffer should just be the render frame buffer, which means that we don't do like vsync, we don't do frame buffering. We'll just use the frame buffer and nothing should go wrong here, right? It's just a frame buffer. And you'll see obviously it compiles because all of this is proper code. But last time I tried this, there were some interesting side effects. Just make sure not to change OXAA55 and it should boot, right? Oh, if only. Oh, it booted. It's actually never done that before. Yeah, there it is. This is from QEMU, the emulator I'm using to run the OS, right? Code should not be reached. This is an assertion from the emulator I'm using. Bailout! Error! Code should not be reached. How did this happen? There's no error I got. Like, there's no error. It just says, hey, this thing failed in the source code of QEMU. I don't have the source code of QEMU on my system. I don't know what this file is. Or why this is a relative path, because it doesn't make any sense. How a relative path would end up here, because I don't have this code on my computer. Right? Very confusing. But that's QEMU for you. I changed one little thing early in the boot process, right? In where I just didn't map the deferred frame buffer. I said, not there. I said I have an active frame buffer, I'll map that, and that's it. That's all we need to do. And everything worked until it didn't. And there's no reason why. I literally don't know why this happens or how to fix it. The solution, I'm sure I'll figure out eventually. For now, the answer is don't change shit, because it breaks. But if I wanted to change how this worked, all I have to do is break more shit and then break more shit, and eventually I'll get to a point where I've broken so many things that it works again. Right? It's like two broken gears that mesh together still. Beef Viper, can you try it with other emulators? Yeah. VirtualBox, TNT Master 58, just came back from dinner, what's the problem? No problem, we just got finished implementing all sorts of stuff in the C++ standard, and I'm kind of just chilling and ranting now. But I'm much calmer than before because I don't have to deal with random iterator forward iterator ever again. I never got to think about it. And I'm not gonna. Box x86 seems to get a lot of press lately. Box is so old. And it's not, I think it's BOCHS. I don't remember. But yeah, you can see we add it back. Hey, look, it works. We can run Blaze it. Blaze them off. We can run PWD. We can get our process working directory of FS0, the file system 0 that we mounted in our VFS. But we can't not have... Beef Viper says box is something else. There's two boxes? I don't want to look this up on stream. Box 86. I haven't seen this. It looks like a Linux emulator. Yeah, it's a little different. Yeah, box 86 isn't helpful at all. It's something totally different. We can take a look at why if you really want. It lets you run x86 Linux programs, which might be fine because we use the sys5 ABI just like Linux. But you need a 32-bit subsystem. What? And that's when you realize 86 does not include x86 64. Why would you make something for 32-bit processes? Because those computers aren't made anymore. Hint, hint. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. Most games need OpenGL, blah, blah, blah. It looks mainly like a... it doesn't look like an actual x86 64 emulator or even an x86 emulator. It looks very specifically like it's faking syscalls from Linux. I don't know, but that is what I would guess it does. Well, that's kind of confusing. I'm not sure what it does. Oh, wow. Okay. Do we have main? We have open ftrace. In main? Okay, main is thousands of lines. Yeah, that's interesting. It doesn't look like... yeah, it's definitely just a Linux user space emulator. It's not a x86 emulator at all, really. So it's not helpful, because this doesn't let me run the hardware. But this is a cool project, I will say. Box86, allowing to run programs that use like STL and libmath and libc and OpenGL. All of these are kind of hard to deal with sometimes, porting. So it's very cool to be able to run things that already exist and not having to... oh, it's a video. But yeah, being able to run things that already exist and not having to recompile or do things like that would be really helpful on some systems. Beef Viper says, yeah, now I'm wondering if I was thinking of something else. Haha, that's fair. Rondi Dev says, Lens, can you teach me how to read C++ docs? No, but you can teach yourself. You can ask how. I can give you advice on how I read C++ docs or how I think might be the best way to go about it, even if it's not how I do it. But I don't think that I would actually be that much help there, because I kind of just am terrible at reading. I'm blind. Oh, but if I go like here, C++ docs is really just CPP reference. Is that what you're talking about? Because if you're just talking about CPP reference, it's just like, well, what are you working on? It's like, oh, I don't know how to remove from a vector. You can go like vector, and then even this gets tough for me, I promise. There's a lot of complicated stuff that is like the signatures, which can be helpful, but most of the time you want to read the thing at the top here and it says what it does and what it is. And then there's a bunch of member types and functions that you can then walk through and go, how might I remove something? What if I did... what do we got? Empty? Checks whether the container is empty, so that's not what we want to do. We would like to empty the container, maybe. And then we have modifiers. Here we go. Clears the contents, inserts elements, constructs elements, erases elements. Erase probably means remove, and then you can figure out how to use it from here, which removes the element at pause, which is an iterator, and then you have to know what is an iterator, right? So in C++, hopefully, you might be like me and just be ignorant. RondiDev says, I need to read Windows API. Yeah, there's no help in you. I think I mean, MSVC is horrible, first of all. Right? But you just have to, like, push through. None of this is important. Right? The important part is there's 4 things, and they're named this because they are these types. That's kind of all you have to pay attention to. These 8 words, 8 identifiers, that's it. And then it tells you all about them. You can map like, okay, what's symbol? What's p symbol info? A pointer to a symbol info structure. Okay, so you know what type it is. And that provides information about the symbol. So symbol info structure holds info about symbol. You just kind of go from there. B5er says, I think I'm at PCM. It emulates a bunch of old systems from 8086 to Pentium. Doesn't really sound helpful for Lenser OS, which runs on 64-bit only UEFI modern systems. We boot UEFI modern computers, leave the bootloader in 64-bit mode. So doing things in like 16-bit or 32-bit means like you're already in legacy of hardware, which means in like 5 years it's gone. Beefiper says, oh, okay, so only newer stuff. Nice. That's exactly right. I kind of got tired. Every OS I could see that's made, like every hobby OS, they're like, this is a 16-bit OS for this architecture of CPU that stopped being made 22 years ago. It's like, why? I can't stand that. It makes me angry at the people making it. I'm still impressed at what they've done, but it makes me angry. Like, what are you doing? Like, are you joking? Who's using a 16-bit computer? Who's not, like, it's not even on the level of like, no one's going to run your program, so who cares? It's not that no one's going to run your program. It's that no one is going to be able to run your program, because 16-bit computers are no longer made. They're no longer user desktops. 16-bit computers just don't, they're not made. They maybe are made in some microcontrollers or some custom silicon for some certain hardware. All of the CPUs that everyone has is an x86 64 Intel Itanium CPU or AMD Itanium CPU. It's all 64-bit x86 64 or an M1, and that's it. Right? M1 came out like a year ago. It's like there's not many options to modern hardware. When you buy a laptop, it boots using UEFI since like 5 years ago. Well, since like 15 years ago, but it removed the BIOS from like 5 years ago. So if you're writing an OS that uses the BIOS, yeah, if it uses the BIOS, your OS is deprecated. And it does not work on any computers made or bought like since 2017. How dumb is that? Why would you make a program that can't be run anymore and in 10 years will be so rare that you find a working computer to run it that it's like one person at a university still has this old system in the back, right? It's like, don't you want to be able to run things in 2 years and not have to update everything? It's so confusing. Unless your goal is different, right? My goal is to have an OS that is run and runs and works. That's not everybody's goal. Some people's goals are different. They're like, I want this to run on old hardware only. I hate new hardware. Cool. That's awesome. If that's your goal. But nobody says that that's their goal when they're making OSs. They just say, yep, this targets 16-bit BIOS at boot time in the kernel, and then we move it up to real mode in 32-bit, and then we move it into long mode in 64-bit, and then we can finally do stuff. It's like, you start in long mode. The CPU starts in 64-bit mode. Bobsman says the because I can argument. That's right. Listen, if somebody can, they can. There's nothing stopping them. It's fine. It's just not reasonable. Sorry, it says true, haha. Bobsman or ARM like Raspberry Pi. Yeah, there's like Arch 64. That's still 64 bits. And generally, people who are targeting ARM aren't targeting 16 or 32-bit ARM or Arch. They're doing Arch 64 or like RISC-V, which is, again, 64 bits. I think 64 bits is where we're going to stop for 100 years. I know I'm probably going to sound like Remember when Bill Gates said we only needed a kilobyte? But it's like, it's true. I don't think 64 bits is small. You can fit so many numbers in 64 bits and so much data and so much memory that it's like, it's going to be 100 years before we actually get to the point where this doesn't work anymore. And we're like, have to go to 128-bit. Because the only reason we have 128-bit now is because of 64-bit being the base, and we go, well, we could optimize things more if we can copy as much memory as possible, and if we can store as much data as possible in registers. In the hardware, people were like, so if we just gave you 16-byte registers, are you cool with that? It's like, well, yeah, that's cool. And that's it. That's the only update that's needed. It's not like the entire architecture needs to move to 128-bit. For the entire architecture to move to 128-bit, we'd have to actually use the full 64 bits first. Because we only use 48 bits of the 64 to address RAM. So we're not going to run out of RAM addresses anytime soon. TNT Master 58 says, I'm going to leave now. Have a great evening. Thank you so much, TNT Master, for tuning in. I'm just about to leave as well. I hope you have a great evening yourself. And whatever you feel like doing today, I hope you get it done. Even if that is nothing. Even if you go, I don't want to do anything, I hope you do nothing. Hopefully that makes sense. I love you, TNT Master. Thanks for coming in. Wow, a 7-hour stream. That's right. We didn't stop in this one. We got shit done. We implemented standard sort from scratch, motherfucker. I couldn't have done it without Sir Aid and Rondi Dev. Rondi Dev, the bug fixer. Sir Aid, the genius. The forever patient Sir Aid. He listens to me rant about how stupid C++ is. TNT Master says, time sure went fast. It really did. It really did. Hopefully my cat's still alive. It's like, I go upstairs. It's been 3 weeks. You forgot to feed the cat. What have you been doing? It's like, I was streaming. Time sure did go fast. But yeah, standard sort, implemented using partition, implemented using find if not and iter swap, implemented using swap, implemented, where's find if not? And find if not. How about that? How about that? What a complex day we had. And we also added a bunch of other stuff too. Remove if, which we'll never use or touch again now that we have erase and erase if. We have all of, any of, none of, for each n, count if, copy if, copy n, move, transform, generate n, replace if, etc. We did that all today. That's incredible. I'm just happy I got something done because I haven't been getting anything done for a long time. I haven't been able to make actual progress, so it feels good to get things done. I do still believe, with hindsight, random iterator and things like this don't make any sense in the way that they are currently used. It's not that these distinctions don't matter, but in the way that they're currently used, they don't matter. All of these are the same, and there's no reason to require a bunch of random names or use them. However, I think if we could maybe do a few things. First of all, these don't need to be templates. Why can't it just be a base type, right? Why can't we have a forward iterator? Probably a struct. Yeah? And then why can't that just be here? I really don't understand this. C++ is a language where at the language level it has inheritance and abstraction and composition. Through composition, it would appear that you could make a type, forward iterator, that is a part of any type that you would like to make a forward iterator. You could make my thing, which happens to be a forward iterator, and also has this other stuff, yeah? Yeah? And then forward iterator would say it has a virtual blah, which equals 0 or delete or whatever. It has a bunch of pure virtuals, right? That require an implementation on the superclass. This feels like a C++ solution to a C++ problem, and it's simple. It simply says if you want to iterate something using the standard library, then it has to follow some sort of pure virtual interface in order to be able to iterate that thing. And depending on the type of this, you could have like a forward iterator, reverse iterator, you could have all types of iterators, and you could even have either multiple and do both, or you could have composition, right? Where you have, oh, we have bidirection iterator as well as, which is made up of forward and reverse iterator, which is made up, right? This seems like the C++ way to do things. So what angers me truthfully when I use C++ is that there are language level features like inheritance and composition that are disallowed and unused by the standard when it seems like that would be the solution to just use the language level features to implement a thing rather than using words that mean nothing and are just identifiers. So it's a C the thing is. Oh, I'm curious. Beef Viper says, I noticed you have a code review channel on your Discord. Should post my project in there and everyone can tell me what I did wrong. If you want. People are very nice, though. People are very nice. Generally, people use that to show off and say, look at this thing I made. So, people are very open. Rohan says, hey, what's up, Rohan? How's it going? So it says, 1, you generally don't want to use virtual functions, etc. here. 2, templates are all about duck typing without inheritance. I'm not sure what duck typing is. I don't know if I am ignorant in that sense. Well, I know that I am ignorant in that sense because I don't know what it is. I'm just going to look it up. I don't see it. I was hoping there was something. Soulfoam says duck typing is exactly how templates work, and templates are fucking awful. Oh, Soulfoam. We're a kindred spirit, you and I. Oh my god. Yeah, that's stupid. Duck typing should be removed from the standard. E.g., if you use foo.size in a template, then anything that the type points to has to be .size. Then you don't care what foo is or what size does. Right. I mean, you care a little bit, obviously. It can be implementation defined, but you should hope that it returns the size of the thing. You only care that it's something that has a size function. Well, see, isn't this my point? Why don't we just make this a language level feature? Why are we using templates to hack in inheritance? Why would we avoid using virtuals, a language level feature, if it's in the language and it helps implement something that's in the language? So it says it's not inheritance and virtuals are awful. It's not inheritance. It's saying if it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, blah, blah, blah. What I'm saying, I agree with you there. You're not wrong. I thank you for pointing that out. It's not an inheritance, but if it's not different, if you did my_it is forward iterator or random iterator or whatever, and then implement these virtuals, and then call them, and it's actually more guaranteed that your iterator will be valid and actually able to be used, and it will be known which functions it can be used in and which ones it can't, because the type system will ensure that you do not use the wrong type iterator at the wrong time. C++ 20 has exactly what you're saying. That's what concepts are for. Well, they should use those, because this is dumb. They should use those in the standard library. Why is it still implemented using this nonsense? Since C++ 20, you can define concepts for all these iterators very simple. Oh yeah, I'm sure it's so simple. It's C++. I'm sure they've found the most simple way to do it. That's what they're good at. It also has to be valid C++ 17, 14, etc. Well, that's stupid, and they're limiting themselves and causing the language to be worse overall. Hopefully, Herb Sutter can make this garbage fire a little better by throwing out all the garbage from 30 years ago. So it says no, very simple, as in response to why can't they just use it for the standard lib. I see. Why can't they use it for the standard lib? Very simple. It also has to be valid, blah, blah, blah. That's the problem with backwards compatibility, which makes no sense. I hate backwards compatibility in 99% of cases. Linux not breaking user space, that's cool. It's not a bad idea. It lets them change their implementation out from underneath user space, and user space still works. That makes sense to me. This doesn't make sense to me, where a language says, yeah, the language can't change because the language wasn't changed before. Like, oh, well then let's just go back 40 years and make better decisions, sure. Or we could actually try and start making things better in the modern world instead of dealing with every piece of legacy cruft that we're dealing with now. Sarade says, you are right in that they should be able to use it. But the thing is, you're saying, why don't they just use it? If there is a clear reason why they can't do that, I'm not saying that that's a good thing. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Sarade. I know what you're saying. I am angry. I'm not angry at you. But the reason why they can't use it is clear. So, what you're saying, yes. Okay. Sarade, I'm hearing you. I hope. I'm going to describe how I think I'm hearing you. I keep saying things like, why don't they just do this? When I fully know the answer why. Right? The answer why is an answer that I'm not satisfied with, which is why I keep asking why, right? It's like if you asked, why did you do that? And someone goes, because. You go, no, why? And they go, because. And you're like, why did you do that? Because. It's like they think they're answering, but all they're saying is because. And in your head, that's not like a valid answer, right? It doesn't answer the question, so you still have the question. Is this making sense? And Sarade, I think this is what you're recognizing impressively through a third party. You're recognizing this in me. So you're saying that I'm saying, why don't we just use this? When it's like, I know why. And the reason is, it is a well-defined reason. It's just a stupid reason to me. I don't think it's a valid reason. Sarade says, I agree that the answer is unsatisfactory, but yeah, to me it sounds like you're asking what the answer is. Exactly. And that's on me. That's not on you. Rather than complaining about the utter stupidity of said answer. Right, which is what I'm trying to do. I'm just not communicating well. Because when I say, why would they do this? I'm not going, why? I'm saying, it's ridiculous that they did it this way. And there's so many other ways they could do it that have language level features and have like integration and type safety, the whole thing C++ is about. They just ignore that because we can't break backwards compatibility. It's like, okay, guys, if you don't want to break backwards compatibility, maybe make a layer of abstraction similar to Linux. It doesn't break backwards compatibility in user space, right? That's it. It's just in user space, which means that for them, they couldn't use the new C++ standards in user space because if they broke backwards compatibility. But they could use it in new programs. Does that make sense? Like your current programs are locked in at C++ 03, and the only reason they don't want to break things is so that C++ 20 can interact with C++ 03. Why are we writing code now that interacts with 30-year-old code and trying to make that work so hard? Instead of saying, every 10 years, there'll be a bunch of breaking changes, and you'll have to update, either not update and say, we're using this old ABI and this old thing, and it works, and we're keeping it. We don't need the new features. Or you can upgrade, use the new features, and break the ABI. But they just give up, and they said, no, we're never going to change anything because we don't want to break it. And it's like, C++, come on. You have to innovate. Otherwise, it's always going to be 1980, like it is, right? Exactly. Okay. Yeah. Sarid says, sure, that's what I always say. Use C++ plus 20 or now C++ 23, right, for new projects, which you should. You should. Interop with old code is important if you have code that can't be updated. In what case would you have code that cannot be updated? Sarid says, there is a case to be made that should just happen over C APIs, which is exactly, yes, that is not a case that can be made. That's the case that should happen. Soulfoam says, assuming you don't have the source. Well, that's illegal if you're writing free and open source code to not have the source. So if you're writing free and open source code and you're not being a malactor, guess what? All your code is free and open source. You'll always have the source. You can always update it. You can always modify it to run it on your system specifically. So if you're writing and running free and open source code, there's no problems with breaking changes. Beef Viper says there's still tons of systems that run Cobble. Yeah, but they shouldn't. There's no reason. It's just money. It's not like it can't be done. Sarade says code cannot be updated, for instance, if you don't have the source, which isn't really possible if you're writing proper code, or if the library is no longer maintained, it's millions of lines of code, there are no comments or documentation, and no one knows how it works anymore. In that case, that's a bigger problem to continue using something you don't know how it works. If something is so old and so large that you don't know how it works, then the problem that it's solving, presumably you know what problem it's solving and why you're using it. Otherwise, you wouldn't use it. You'd use a better solution. In writing all this code, right, to make it work with this old system, is it not just as easy to rewrite the old system, even if it's different semantically, it does slightly different things, and make the new system work with the new system rather than making the new system work with the old system? It's a bigger problem to continue using something that you don't know how it works. Tell that to every bank ever that still runs on Cobble from the 80s. I would if they were open still. Huh? Sarade says, can you really be sure that you'll be able to rewrite it perfectly without any bugs? No. Can you really be sure that the original millions of lines of code that you don't understand has no bugs, no security implications, no anything? it's an equal amount of work to make a new system work with an old system than to make a new system that works with a new system. Bugs that could cost banks millions or more. The new code will be more likely to have less bugs than the old code, even if it's old and it works. The new code will be new and it works. Why is that worse? It's even if there's 2 bugs. Okay, there's 2 bugs. There's more than that in the old software, and if there isn't more than that in the old software, guess what? You understand how it works, and you can rewrite it in the same exact way, because to understand that there's no bugs in something, you have to either test it so properly in every single way that you can, right? To the point where anything that you run through those tests will act the same, in which case you can write a new system, run the tests, everything will act the same. Or there's not tests, and it's just an old thing that does one thing, right? You call like one function one time from this old library. Can't you just replace that one function? Like what? I'm confused at the point where it becomes like, let me use this old legacy piece of crap. I love it. And I would rather do that than spend 10 minutes writing, or even 10 months writing a replacement. I didn't say rewriting. I didn't say you should start from scratch on everything. I didn't say rewriting, right? I'm not saying all this code should be thrown away and you should start it from scratch. I'm saying that if you have old code, then you can easily not easily, but you can, with an equal amount of work, replace it with a new system. Might take some time, but you know how the new system works and can optimize it for your use case, usually a plus. And you can use, if there's breaking changes, new features from new language, from new time, and everything will get faster and better and more secure. So it says new isn't always better. I would agree. So it says, if you have old code, you still have the source code for, and that you still know how it works, both of which may not be that simple. Okay, so if you don't have the code anymore, technically it's illegal if you're running proper software, free and open source software. You can't not have the source code that's illegal. So I kind of crossed that one off as unsatisfactory answer, right? You can't not have the source code and want to still use a program. That's illegal. It's your fault. What are you doing? B, that you still know how it works. That is a difficult one, because the ownership of things doesn't stay with the person who made it. And even if it does, if that person dies, the ownership goes to somebody else, and then that person didn't make it and they don't understand it. So it says, yes, let's just stop using the code then. It's not like people use ATMs, right? Well, they don't need to. They don't need to use a 40-year-old ATM. Right? There's no reason. It's just that's it. Bobsman says not everything is open source, though. Well, whose fault is that? If you're not writing code, I know it's not just ATMs, it's everything. But guess what? Everything that we do need will end up getting new code and a new system to make it work. Otherwise, we will leave it behind because it's too hard. And purges like that are good. You get rid of the cruft and you cut down and just get an efficient working system. Sure, eventually, but that's expensive. Yeah, it's also expensive to have running electricity in every single home across a nation. It's not like we don't try. We do. Just because something's expensive or hard isn't like, we can't do it. As far as I know, the military is still using floppies or whatever, as they should be. That's for a different reason, though. Military has a whole bunch of security issues. With new software, you cannot prove security. Old software, you still can't prove security, I guess, ever, but you can make it more likely that it is secure. Does that make sense? Something 40 years old, you can go, well, we used it for 40 years. Nobody ever found a way to kill somebody with it. Nobody ever found a way to hack into this thing. Let's use this thing. So it says, that's exactly my point. Okay. I don't see how. I'm listening though. So you're saying, but the thing is, they still have the source code to those old floppies. The Cobble code has been working for 40 years. Well, sure. Let's say the Cobble code works. Let's say there's no problems and the company doesn't have to work around Cobble, because they do. I've been in banks. I've been in places. I've been in real situations and they go, oh yeah, we actually have to put in a 13 here and then -7 because technically this thing happens where it carries the 5 and then, so doing it this way anyway, it just makes sure it's right. It's like, oh, that's not good. You just are using magic numbers. You're making the same argument as me by saying that they're still using the old code because they know that it works. So even if they haven't lost the source code, why change it? Well, we're talking about two different scenarios here. We're talking about cutting edge, and then we're talking about military. Right? Military, still using floppies, has nothing to do with cutting edge. The military, what they're transferring things on floppies, or like, the floppies aren't cutting edge technology. It's not like, this needs to be new, right? Nobody's using it. They're just putting the floppy in and then waiting all day to hit a button or not. That's usually what the military software amounts to, right? So it says, sure, use C++ for new technologies by all means. That's what I always recommend too. I think we are in agreement more than we're in disagreement here. We're just having troubles in communication because I'm very, I'm very open with my mouth. Middle Cloud says, hi, I caught your discussion 5 minutes ago, but not everything should be open source because if it is, if it is that how other than donations, how you are eating. Middle Cloud, I'm not sure what you're saying. It sounds like you're saying that if everything was open source, you couldn't make money off of things other than through donations. Which means that I would disagree. You can make money on anything open source. There's nothing stopping you. There are open source projects today that are charged for and money is made out the wazoo, okay? Open source has nothing to do with commerciality. You can sell open source things as much as you want. It's not going to change anything. You can still make money off of open source software. You can license it by charging people to use it. There's no qualms with any of that. It is all still free and open source software. Free as in freedom, not free as in Libre. Right? Free as in Libra, not free as in, what is it? Virtus. It's the Latin one. I don't know. The one that means free money. It's not that. It means free as in freedom. Open source isn't correct terminology. Saraid, the fact of the matter is that there is old code that can't be updated, and that sometimes we have to interface with. Do we? Can't be updated or is too costly to update, etc. Why do we have to interface with the old code? If you're making new software, use C++23 and don't interact with old code. Rewrite anything that the old code would have done. Why would you need to write new software that uses something from 40 years ago? I'm confused. Middle Cloud, that is also another common misconception that's just simply been proven to not be true. Open source projects are way more secure, or at least as secure as proprietary projects. There's nothing about keeping something open source or proprietary that changes how secure it is. In fact, open source more likely to have, guess what? less bugs because more people can see it. Do you really want one guy to be what's stopping the nuclear bomb from going off? You want 1 million people to see the code and go, yep, this couldn't turn on a nuclear bomb unless this very specific thing happens. Saraid says, do you really want to rewrite some random state-of-the-art, fast and reliable 100,000 line of code signal processing library that someone wrote 20 years ago? Random, state-of-the-art, fast and reliable. So why can't you make a C++20 wrapper around the library? Why can't you call it from C and then make that something you call from C++23 and it's breaking changes and now guess what? Sure, by all means, do that. Well, there you go. Beef Viper, yeah, like Sprite. They have their code on GitHub and they sell binaries on their site. Exactly, Beef Viper. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Middle Cloud says, let's talk about WordPress then. I'm not sure what the situation with WordPress is. That's like a custom website thing, right? What's with WordPress? Can you repeat that? Beef Viper says, unfortunately, that's not always true. Just because it's open source doesn't mean there's anyone actually looking at it. Oh, that's probably in response to WordPress. I don't know. I'm sure WordPress is open source and something happened. Do you think that something being open... I didn't say open source stuff is immune to bugs and there will never be problems or security issues. I said there aren't any more security issues from being open source versus proprietary. If WordPress was proprietary, guess what? The same shit would have happened because the same people would have wrote it. Saraid says, the library itself may still have to be compiled with C++98 or something, and for that you may need a standard lib that is valid C++98. Yes. Why can't we have a standard library for C++98, a standard library for C++20, and then compile two programs with either one, and then link them together? If there's an ABI issue, why can't you call them from C specifically, link with that ABI of the old standard, and then with your new code, link with the C library, which has a defined standard that hasn't changed. Then you can just call C, which calls your library. And at this point, there's like 7 C++ standards. Do you really want to copy paste the entire standard lib for each standard? Yes. I don't think that's an issue. It's making a new version of software. It's not that big of a deal. It's the same way that like the C++ standard and the C standard are different. So it says, okay, I disagree then. Why is a new version of the standard having a new version that big of a deal? Why don't you want them to coexist? Why do you need them to be the same thing? Saraid says the changes between C++ standards are not that drastic. Okay, Saraid, well then I pull back what I just said. Saraid, you're assuming that the changes to the C++ standards are what they are now, which is not what I am proposing. I am proposing that the C++ standard starts breaking things. It starts changing everything a lot and more often, right? It starts saying, what if this was different? What if this was different? What about this? Do this. Make this a language level feature. Make this a standard level feature. Move things around. Right? Saraid, so what you're saying I agree with is that right now C++ standards don't change. Why would you want to change, like copy partition if partition is going to be literally exactly this, but with const expr next time? That's not useful. I get what you're saying. This would be dumb to have one version this, one version this. Very stupid. That would be dumb to have a new version, right? But when you release a new version of a C++ standard, if it had breaking changes, then you could just copy paste the entire library, replace the pieces that work, remove the pieces you removed, right? Just do things change things, break things, and then you could have two pieces of software that coexist, one at 14, one at 17. You could even have compatibility layers where every time there's a new standard released, there's a way where it's like, hey, if you now put C++11 call __ before a fucking function declaration, then it's called in that way. Or, and you can put C++ call before an actual call of a function, and it'll use a different ABI to use this proper thing. Why can't we do this? Why can't we do this in such a different way? Why are we so locked into nothing can ever change ever because we made decisions and we'll never make new ones? It's like, it's hurting the world, it feels like. I'm not saying old code should be thrown out. I'm saying that everything can coexist and we can still make progress. Sraid says, then you were talking about some hypothetical future where the standard has changed so much that writing an entirely separate standard lib is viable. Sure, that's an argument you can make, and I'd agree with that. However, I'm talking about the status quo, and the fact of the matter is that right now, that would be categorically unfeasible. If the changes are so drastic that a major part of the standard lib would have to be, or could be, changed, then sure, go ahead. That's not likely to happen anytime soon, and even then I'd be skeptical about rewriting a library as big as the C++ standard lib. I mean, we're doing it now. I understand. It's not like I'm saying that you guys are wrong. You guys are correct. That is obviously how the world works. The C++ standard won't change. Nothing will fucking happen. Racism lives, right? Corporations are still greedy. America's still corrupt. Governments around the world are harming their own people for profits. It's rough. Nothing will ever change. But thinking that nothing will ever change doesn't make it better. The only thing that makes it better, or even the possibility, or has the possibility of making it better, is to change shit. Beef Viper says the same reason everything is the way it is. Money. You're exactly right. You are exactly right. Money is the only reason that this world is like, oh, everybody wants money. I can have $1 million so I can buy a Lambo and then I'll be cool. It's like, everyone's idiot. Everyone's an idiot. They're just have no reason. So it says, see, that's just a difference in philosophy then. I'm generally not an optimist. I'm not an optimist at all. I'm a very heavy pessimist. The world is terrible, right? It's awful. Bad things happen. But accepting that and doing nothing in the face of it is pathetic. You have to see that the world is awful and be motivated to make it better. Otherwise, you're a part of it being awful. You're a part of making it worse even. Not even it just keeping the status quo, oh, it's awful. You're a part of it, the status quo getting worse for generations ahead of you. You have to you gotta keep the status quo up because it's constantly falling. Gravity is pulling that shit down. You gotta jump that bad boy back up constantly. It's like a ping pong on a the paddle. You have to keep bouncing it up and it's going to keep coming back down. And eventually you can keep moving your arm higher even though the ball keeps coming back down. Beef Viper, same reason I already read that. Bobsman, I generally would rather spend my time making the end product better than having to keep updating old things that otherwise work. I don't get what you're saying there. You're saying that let's say you have an end product. What is that end product that you'd like to make better? And how does updating the old things not make it better? If updating the old things isn't required to make the end product better, then don't update the old things. I'm not forcing you to. Nobody is. Right? You don't have to do any extra thing. I'm just saying maybe you do CXX11 before a function call. Maybe You do a C wrapper that somebody wrote for the C++ library, and you just call the function. Maybe you don't make this a function at all, and you just take this. What does partition do? It does this. Let me just take this and implement it here. Is that an... So it says, sure, but who's going to do that? You? The people that are being paid to add new features? What? B5 says, I like to follow science news and they're constantly making new and interesting discoveries, but they'll never be implemented commercially because they're not economically viable. Yes. Sorry, see, the thing is, your argument to me is coming across as though people were simply unwilling rather than unable to change it. If someone just went ahead and updated all old code, that'd be nice, but unless there's a good reason to do that, that's probably not going to happen. Okay, don't update the old code. That was just one thing I said. I said, okay, you could update the old code and work with the new code, that way everything's new. Another thing I said, you could also just make the new code, use CXX11. You don't have to update the old code. You call the old ABI using the old stuff, using the old library. Done! Whoa! Fixed! Wow! What? But unless there's a good reason to do that, that's probably not going to happen. You mean a good reason? Like maybe making the C++ language itself better? Implementing new features, which allow for a better standard library to be implemented that's more optimized and faster? Yeah, but no one wants to do that either. Well, they should get motivated, and I'm gonna fucking be mad at them if they don't. That's the result, okay? I don't care if shit's probably not gonna happen. That doesn't mean I'm not gonna think about it. This is what should happen. The world should get better. It won't get better. That doesn't mean I shouldn't think about it not getting better. The world will get worse. C++ is going downhill. Everything is. As soon as it starts, it goes downhill. Right? You don't become a baby and then in like 18 years, you're having the time of your life. You are a baby, you have the time of your life, and everything from there is downhill. It's like, man, I'm alive. Oh, man, I'm crying. Oh, man, I have a headache. Oh, man, I'm sick. Oh, man, I gotta go to school. I gotta go work. It never ends, right? It just gets worse. There's no... And when you're 15, you're like, man, life sucks. I have to go to school, and my friend, he said some stupid stuff, and now I don't know if I should text him or not, or if, like, he's gonna be an asshole or what. And it's like, when you're 15, all that seems so important. Then you're 30, and you're like, oh, life sucks. I might not be able to afford rent this month, and I might be evicted in a few months. I gotta figure this shit out. And then people are calling you. They're like, hey, can you help me move? You're like, I can't fucking help you move. I got my own shit. And then in a week, you're like, oh yeah, I'm being evicted. I need to call people to help me move. And guess what you just did to the person helping you move? You said, fuck no. And now guess what people are going to do to you? They're going to say, fuck no. So guess what? No help, no house, no food, no money. You're alone. You're 30. You got nothing. Life doesn't get better. But that doesn't mean when I'm 15, I should sit around and go, well, there's no reason to try anything because most likely I'll just be 30 and nothing will change. Hera Studio says this example is oddly specific. I mean, it's not. I just made it up. It is specific, I will agree. I'm not basing it on anything. I'm fine. I mean, the housing is still rough. I'm not 30, though. I'm just saying life doesn't get better. You start with, like, no worries about your house, no worries about your food, no worries about your feelings. You're just a baby. You're unaware. And slowly, life just launches itself into you constantly until you're battered down into a pulp, right? A nothingness. Wait, says opinions on Rust over C++. What does that mean? Like Rust over C++? If you're saying you should use Rust instead of C++, That's kind of weird. I think you should use whatever language you want. Beef Viper, yeah, I mean when you're a baby, you can't worry about that stuff. When the day you're born, you don't come out going, well, I gotta go hunting so that I can find some meat that I can cook on a campfire and then put in my mouth. None of that is something you're worrying about when you're a baby. When I was 5 years old, right? 5 years old, that's different. Even 2 years old, you start to understand. You're like, oh, that's my parent, and oh, they do this thing, and oh, I'm hungry, and you start to get things. When you're a baby, you don't. Even if you are struggling with housing or food or etc., you don't understand to worry about it. Rondi Dev says, life has no purpose, lol. That's exactly correct. I don't know why I do shit. I don't know why I've been sitting here for 8 hours. Do you? I'm asking you. Because if you don't know, I don't know. And if I don't know, you don't know. So guess what? We don't fucking know why we're here. There's no reason. The only goal is to, like, do whatever you want. That's literally it. There's nothing in your life stopping you from doing anything else. I mean, there's a fuck ton stopping you from doing what you want. But as far as, like, attitude, you can do what you want. Rondi Dev, I'm sitting here trying to escape my own brain. I mean, I relate to that. A lot of the times, sorry, says, weren't we talking about quicksort? Nah, this has been my self-help seminar. You can go to www.getyourlifeup.rich.now and for $49.99. That's right, the low price. I'm giving it to you for free, basically. $49.99. You go to www.yourlifeisbetternow.get it.hustle. If you go there and you pay me $50, I'll be $50 richer, and you're an idiot. Beef Viper, thanks for listening to my TED Talk. Rohan says, wasn't this a coding stream? Now we're all philosophers? Well, I think that actually gets into the exact problem with the C++ standard. It's a problem in philosophy. It's not a problem in technical. It's not a technical disagreement. There's nowhere here where I'm going 2 + 2 = 4 and you think it's 5. You are wrong, right? There's nowhere where I am doing that. There's no logical, hey, this is factually incorrect. You said $49.99. How are you $50 richer then? Oh, because I lied to you about the price. It's actually $50 for the one-time fee. And then it's $30 per year. And every year that you don't pay the $30, it goes up times 10. Beef Viper says math checks out. No, but it's exactly correct. Like, there's nothing technically that I'm saying is wrong or stupid or like, why would you do it that way? It's all philosophy. Why would you do it that way? You had these issues and you chose this solution because why? Like, what? Okay, you guys are dumb. Right? It's like, oh, you could have gone with A or B. And at the time, there's no... Rondi Dev says, even my therapist agrees that life has no purpose. Well, they should. As far as I know. Unless they'd be lying to you, and if your therapist is lying to you, that creates some horrible trust issues. I don't think that life has no purpose. I think that the way in which people think that life has purpose, there's no purpose like that. Because when you say life has no purpose, I disagree with that. I'd say one human life has no singular purpose. I would agree with that. One human life has no singular purpose. Totally true. But life in general, plants, bugs, it's all there for a purpose. There's a reason, and it's to be alive. Otherwise, it'd be dead. Rohan says, my purpose is to go to sleep now. 3:30 again. 3:30 a.m. again. Get W. Oh, no. Here, I'll play you out with a little nice McDonald's theme, Rohan. Thank you so much for tuning in. I really appreciate it. And thanks for listening to me rant. Hopefully it was interesting, or you learned something, or you saw some C++ standard that you can use now. It's been 8 hours already. Oh no! I don't even like thinking about that. I'm loving it. You know what that sound always reminds me of? Remember in Super Mario 64? Was it the, when you talked to something, it'd go like, wah. It had like a quack sound. But, here's the thing. It had that little, wah. But there was also another sound when you, in the menu, remember in the menu in Super Mario 64, you would select something and it'd go, whoop, whoop. RondiDev says, I do not remember Super Mario 64. Oh, that's a rip. You should play it using you should not use an emulator that you can download off the internet for free at www. No, you should not use an emulator and play Nintendo games that you can't play on real hardware anymore. You should totally use a real Nintendo 64 and go play Super Mario 64 off an official cartridge, right? Yeah, you would never go to the internet, Google something like Super Mario 64 emulator, right? You would never do something like that. And then you could go like click on a few links, figure out one that looks official, maybe System 64 or something. You would never do that. You would never do this. You would never go to System 64 and download it and then find like some ROM off the internet. You know what I mean? You would never find some illegal ROM off the internet and download Super Mario 64 from like some unofficial source because you just want to play an old game that no one's going to really get mad at you for. You would never do this. You know what I mean? It's really not smart, but you know what I mean? Who am I to stop you? Beef Viper, definitely don't use an emulator and definitely don't check out archive.org. Frostburnt says, of course not. I'd Bing it. Illusiven, thank you so much for the follow. I missed it 45 minutes ago, but we did get there eventually. Hey, we got some people in the Discord. What's up, Beef Viper? Hello, hello. Thanks for tuning in. You're on the stream. You're in the Discord. You're a part of the official Lenzor community. Oh, Pog. Let's get some love for Beef Viper. We love Beef Viper. Oh, Sir Aid, that was such good timing. I was sitting in suspense, in silence, and I was like, I wonder what we can take. I thought you were going to be serious, and it it killed me. I'm sorry, that was probably so loud. I was right next to my microphone, and I bust out laughing. Sir Aid says... Shrade says, well, takeaway from all of this is that we can sort things now. When did the RondiDev, if you have the year handy, what year did the N64 come out? I don't know. I'm curious how old I was. Sarade, you thought I was going to be serious? What made you think that? That's fair. That's fair. Beef Viper says, I was 19. Uh-oh. Rohan says, I was 2. You're like Rohan. You're like 30? I totally didn't picture that. That broke my brain a little bit when you said that. It's like 1994, what? I know some people that are born near that area. That time. I'm an idiot. You know that time? You know that place you can go, 1994? I'm not from there, personally. But, you know. What do we say? Yo soy. 1994. You would actually use, like, yo bye or something like that. It doesn't matter. If anyone's curious, I was -6 years old in 1996. I'm younger than everyone here. Beef Viper says 1996 in Japan, 1996 in North America, and 1997 in Europe and Australia. Rondi Dev, he's an O2 kid? Frostburnt, I was born in 96. Lamau. I love he's an O2 kid? What? Yeah, I am. I'm born then. And guess what? I'm stupider for it. uh, 1994? Ah, yes, I've heard of that place. I recall it having something to do with a certain G Orwell, but I can't remember what it was exactly. Was it a decade? Maybe it's 2004. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. 1974? What is it? Frostburnt, the fact that O2 kids are in their 20s scares me. Like, I am not much older, but damn. Yeah, it scares me, if it helps. Sraid says, oh god, don't remind me of that. I can't believe that I'm over 20. It doesn't feel like it. I feel like a kid still. But to be fair, as a kid, I was also treated as an adult. Got that classic INTJ setup. Rondi Dev says 05 kids turn 18. That's so weird. Frostburnt says recent years also haven't helped with sense of time. It's been quite challenging. Rondi Dev, I turned 22 and I still don't feel like an adult. I don't think I'll ever feel like an adult. I hope I don't. Because the truth of the matter is, I'm not a responsible enough person to, like, have all my shit together. I'm really not. I don't think I ever will be. It's not that I don't try. It's not for lack of trying, right? I try and have my shit together. I try and do my best every single day. But damn, I lose track of shit. You know, I lose track. And, you know, I forget. And, you know, I fail. I fail. And you know what? I make mistakes. A lot. And it seems like when you're a kid, adults don't make mistakes. They're adults. And then you get older and you go, I'm making all these mistakes. I feel like a kid. And then you see like your friend and they have a 5-year-old. They have a kid. And that kid is dumb. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Don't quote me on that. It's all jokes. It's all jokes. No, they have a 5-year-old kid. Your friend is a 5-year-old kid. And you're like, you are not on top of shit at all. They're doing horrible. They have, yes, they have responsibilities. Yes, they're somewhat fulfilling them, but a lot of shit is being neglected. Beef Viper says, no, it's true. Kids are pretty dumb. Oh, Lamau. Saraid says 2020 felt like 2 years, at least to me. Frostburnt says 2020 feels like 5 years ago and 1 year ago. I see, for me, I had a large transition a year or two in my life, a year or two before the pandemic. Rondi Dev, human intelligence is always questionable. Are you sure about that? Frostburnt Remissio, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that so much. Be sure to check out the Discord, join the community like you already have. We're almost at 300 followers on Twitch. Thank you so much for being a part of that. On YouTube, we're almost at 1,000 subscribers. There's notifications every time I go live on the Discord, and you can get code review, get some help. You know, you can just post fun things, like this awesome maze credit card that Pyrodeath made. Very sweet. He made this custom using a script, by the way. He talked about it a few days ago. You could probably search for it. It's very cool. Join the Discord. It's a lot of fun. And you'll never miss another announcement. Beef Viper, do you like looking at other people's projects? No. I'll explain why. I like other people's projects. And I like reading the code of other people's projects. This is going to be kind of meta, and I'm sorry, because it might be confusing. When I look at someone else's project, I'm not doing it as a streamer, if that makes sense. By the way, I'm assuming your question. I'm totally just assuming you meant, do you want to look at other people's projects on stream? Oh God, we're back to philosophy again. Oh God. It's over. Everybody's philosophy time again. We gotta get out of here. It's gonna get bad. It's gonna get bad. Everyone's gonna get mad. It's gonna get bad and everyone's gonna get mad. Okay, we gotta get out of this philosophy area. My philosophy on it is Rondi Dev. Rondi Dev says, quick, poison him. Quick. Get him. Get him quick, poison him. Take him out. Oh, that's so good. Don't poison me. Hear me out. Okay. No, I didn't die. I wasn't poisoned. Hear me out, okay? My philosophy is that if on stream I start looking at other people's projects like a thing, or like, okay, or doing code reviews, Sarade, hear me out. Oh God, oh no, it's starting again. Oh God, oh no, it's starting, oh no. It's like torture. It's like you're on It's a Small World for the 1,000th time. You're like, it can't happen. It can't happen again. Please. Oh, I really gotta stop streaming. I'm torturing people. Oh, that's so dumb. Oh. Rondi Dev says nice auto mod. It was a good one. It was a good one. We're tolerant of all people around here. Listen, I could say some controversial stuff right now. I won't. I'm just gonna say that no matter who you are, where you are, what you think, we will do our best to accept you in this community as long as you are nice, positive, having a good time, laughing like we all are here, right? We're all screwing with each other. We're all screwing with each other. Say controversial stuff. Say controversial stuff. Say I just feel like I'm being chanted at. Is the laughing mandatory? No. There is nothing mandatory. You don't have to be person A. You don't have to be person B. You can be anybody in the world. You can be a dictator, horrible person to most people across the world. We'll accept you here. Okay? You can do horrible things. You can be a bad person. We're not going to judge you for that here. We're making jokes online, on the internet. We're just having fun, right? But we're not going to allow the spreading of hatred or negativity. So if something implies that a certain group of people isn't as good as the other, just because of something either they can't control or that they've been segregated for no reason, just to be, you're different, right? We don't accept stuff like that. But you don't have to be anybody. I'm not putting like only, you know, only nice people can be a part of this community. RondiDev says, so I can kill a man and still be accepted? Hey, hype, hype. Yeah. I mean, there may even be people that have done that in the chat right now. I'm not going to bring it up. It can be, people have all sorts of histories and all sorts of lives. They could be military people. They could be in another country. They could have had to deal with something horribly traumatic and they don't want to think about it ever, right? BRB gonna poison a philosophy streamer. Not saying who, though. Philosophy streamer. That's so sad. Just those words put together hurt me internally so much. Can you imagine Plato? He didn't even like... Plato didn't even like the written word. He was scared that people would stop using their minds and they'd start forgetting things. And they would never remember things with their own brain because they would just write it down and read it again. That used to be philosophy. Now it's just some guy writing down words on the internet constantly. That's now philosophy. It's flip-flopped. It's like, you still use your brain? Nerd. I just write words. Sorry, it's just Lamau, and he was right. I can't remember things for the life of me. I can't either. Oh, it's so bad. It's so true. MSH. Imagine using your brain instead of copy pasting SMG, MSH. My shaking head. I gotta stand up. Oh my God, no. It's been 8.5 hours of philosophy. Oh no. Oh, it hurts. Sorry, this is why I don't like typing. It's the fucking typing. It's the fucking keyboards. Fucking SMG. Fucking it doesn't matter. Oh no. I'm so sorry. Frostburnt says, it's okay, you can philosophize about typing being bad now. Typing is gonna make people stop using their brains to remember. They're just gonna type stuff out and then read it again. You have to use your brain to remember. See, you gotta make these philosophical arguments like Plato, right? Someone deliver me of this, please. I just want to go back to talking about code. What have I done? I've broken programming Twitch. Everyone's gonna be so sick and tired of me giving my stupid rants, my philosophical spiels. I'm gonna say, and you know, the other thing about that is, and everyone is gonna go, oh God, this again. Oh no. Oh no. I can't believe. Oh. Oh. Someone deliver me of this. Dev. Thinking is in fact bad because you can have bad thoughts, therefore you should not think. Actually, that's a good point. If we are taking to life, taking to truth, to heart, to power, the C++ standard design, we truthfully should never think. Right? Because thinking is a breaking change. Your brain is broken once you've thought. Because if you haven't thought, then your brain is in an unbroken state where you can't think. All you have to do is keep your brain ABI unbroken and completely blank. Keep your brain blank. If you learn something, it's actually a negative thing for the universe. More philosophy. I'm going to be given philosophy lectures. I'm going to go to MIT. I'm going to be like, yeah, I'm a philosopher. I got started on Twitch. Oh, I didn't think that'd make me laugh that hard. My brain hurts. A philosopher on Twitch. Can you imagine Plato? Can you imagine we have clips of Plato playing Warzone? Oh. Beef Viper says, sorry, I tried. I was trying to get him to look at my project. Beef Viper, I don't want to do that to you. I don't think I ever even got into it. It's too meta. The fact that if I was looking at your project on stream, I could do like a show off. I wouldn't feel bad about that. Like, look at this cool new project. Here's what it can do. I'll run it on my system and stuff like that. Right? So I would totally look at your project like that. I'd go through the GitHub. But Beef Viper, I'm not going to go through your project like, let's look at your main function. Oh, you first handle command line arguments. Oh, and when you're handling command line arguments, you could do this instead of this. Or I'm not going to put myself in the position like I know better than you how to write your code. Dev, yes, as far as I know. Dev, talking is in fact bad because you can say bad things. Therefore, you should not talk. And in fact, if we're listening to the C++ Standard Design Committee, talking is a breaking change to silence. So, don't talk. It's not allowed, and it will never be added. Sorry, it says, exactly. Don't think. Wait, Descartes said, I think, therefore I am. So if I stopped talking, would that mean that I just... Honestly, I do think you do kind of stop being if you stop talking. Because those around you don't see you as much... See you as what? Two ases. The people around you don't see you as much of a person as you really are. Oh no, not again. Just forget that we brought that up, okay? Oh, I hope. Oh no, not again. Oh, it's gonna. Twitch chat is just gonna endlessly be like, you've said this before. Stop doing philosophy. Write code. Oh, shit. Beef Viper says, nah, I just like showing people the file format. I'm writing a VGDL and an engine to run it. The VGDL is based on XML, and the engine uses C++. Huh. That sounds really cool. It's a very complex system. That sounds sweet, though. I definitely check out that project. If you want to, yeah, why not? Not right now. But if you link it in the Discord, I'll like mention it next stream or whatever. Whatever you want, okay? Beef Viper, that sounds cool. I'm really happy you're making awesome software. Is it free and open source? That would help a lot. Beef Viper says, most people hear XML and go, ugh. Strayed says, there's really not that much to it. It's just something some random guy said 500 years ago. Rondi Dev, can we think about existential stuff? Like, do people exist when you don't see them? Or do they just not render? Are they still there? It's a good question. That's object permanence, sort of. But it's person permanence. Consciousness permanence, which is a good question. We could, but I'd rather not, okay? Serade. Middle Cloud, are you talking to me? Don't ever change your mentality and way of thinking. You are awesome. Thank you so much. If you're talking to me, I really appreciate that. Because I don't think... Most people definitely don't say that to me. They go, your thinking is wrong and weird. What are you doing? Serade, is it free and open source? Nah, I was just going to send you our internal company tarball. You would be surprised the shit I get messages about, man. They're like, can you help me with this? It's like, what is it? They're like, oh, well, I mean, I'm doing it on paper. And it's like, you're writing it on paper? I'm not there with you. Serade says they disappear when you don't look at them. People disappear when you don't look at them, clearly. Otherwise, how would the universe not be laggy? On a computer, if you render the stuff behind you that you're not looking at, it lags. So guess what? In real life, gotta be the same. Beef Viper says, yeah, it's on GitHub. It's public domain as far as I'm concerned. Hee hee. What does that mean? Is there a license file that says, hey, all the code in this repository is in the public domain? If so, that's sweet. It's in the public domain. If not, it's still fully yours. And I would love for it to be licensed properly so that people can legally use it. Serade says, because they're behind the frustrum or something. Middle Cloud says, yes, you are awesome. Thanks, Middle Cloud. You're awesome too. I like having you in chat. Thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Serade says that's called occlusion culling or something like that. I don't know. I don't do graphic stuff. That is what it's called, pretty much. It's technically just culling, but in that case, yeah. In that case, it is occlusion culling. Because it's a occlusion of the perspective. Or it's occlusion of the object because of the perspective. It's so confusing. There's also backface culling. There's also... it's like, okay, I can't remember what it's called. It's when something's really thin. You don't have to render it at all. You can just render a line. I don't know how that... I can't remember how that works. Rondi Dev says, I'll send you pictures of my sheets of paper. That's actually something that has happened. Yeah, so the simulation has to have a good rendering engine. It does. Serade says, yeah, you can't just render everything. It's so obvious, really. Like, do you know when you're standing in front of a mirror and someone is right behind you, but you can't see them in the mirror? You can only see yourself. Duh. Ugh. Let's look at the deeper truth underneath this. Beef Viper says, nah, no license file. I don't really care if people copy my code. Well, you just said two opposite things. Because there's no license file, that means that your code is fully owned by you, and it's not legal for anybody to do anything because you haven't given them written permission to do it. If you made an art piece, right, and you left it on your mantle, can somebody go into your house, break into your house, take the art piece, make copies of it, and if they put the art piece back, it's not a problem? Or if they leave the art piece where it is and they just take a picture and then make money off of that by selling that? It's still your art, right? Your art has still been created by you. It's still owned by you. So no one else can technically go and use it. That's your art. If you drew a cat and then stapled to it a piece of paper that says, I made this on this date, and anybody who finds this can use it. I'm using some open source libraries, so it's probably already covered by those licenses. That's not how that works. When you write code, you own it. It is your proprietary property, right? There's nobody else that can take that from you. It's your code. Even if you use an open source library or a closed source library, that's still your code that you own. So by not including a license file, the legal precedent is that you retain copyright ownership. And if I were to copy it, you did not give me written copyright permission to copy it. So I am now in violation of copyright law, and you could sue me for using your software. That's not cool. I don't think you will, but I'm saying that that's what the viewpoint on it is. Whereas if you include, it's as simple as something like this. I'm going to Google this over here. I can't remember the name. It's MIT-license.org, right? Can you go? The MIT license, right? You just copy this into a file called license, put your name here, or just say authors, or just say contributors of project, right? Or just say project authors, or it doesn't even have to be you. Your name doesn't have to be doxed. Just go here, copy this, put that in a license file, and you're good. Okay? You're not going to be in trouble. So you're going to be good. Because this is basically the only thing you could get in trouble for is if you try and distribute other people's code under this license, which you don't own their code, and it may say be a copy left, and you have to retain that license for that code. But if in the repository all the code you have written, then guess what? Include this, and then people will actually be able to use it. Teachers will be able to use it in their classrooms, right? Or if there's no license, teachers can't use it in their classrooms. It's illegal. I didn't know that. That's cool. Suraid says, on GitHub, you can also just click on Add File, and if you make the file name license, it'll give you some license templates you can choose from. That's really cool. I didn't know that. But yeah, do that. There's even easy ways to do it on GitHub. I don't know how, all of my projects are licensed, so I can't really do that unless I made a new repo. But yeah, it would really be cool if your code would be not just, and if it's in the public domain, that's okay too. It's not as ideal because you can do some shady stuff, right? With the public domain. There's still some shady laws in the US especially, where proprietary stuff can be made and there you can copyright something in the public domain given certain conditions, which means that someone could take your code, copy it, copyright it, and then sue you for using their code that you wrote. And I don't think you want that. So public domain isn't always the best. It's okay for certain things, like if you're just wanting to release a few lines, like in a gist, and not worry about it. Rondi Dev says laughs in European. Yeah, that you need a license file, Beef Viper. And I know it seems like something stupid, like all I'm doing is writing some silly code. Do I really need to tell people that it's legal, that they can use it? Yes, that's very important. Imagine it's the same thing as you're making art your entire life. You're drawing, you're painting, you're writing poems, and you never show anybody or allow anybody to see it. They can't use it. Beef Viper says it does seem silly, all that legal stuff, hee hee. It'll seem less silly when you're getting sued for $1 million in 10 years. Yeah? Because some company took your code and then you tried to continue using it and they said, no, that's our code. And you're like, no, that's mine. And they're like, actually, you released it to the public domain and actually blah, 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 and actually blah, blah, blah. And then you owe them money. I'm just a silly developer developing a silly program and a silly license so other people don't break silly laws. It's true. It's very true. All of it's very silly. It's like, it's not needed, but it sadly is needed because people lost their jobs and lives and careers and life's work because some horrible, malicious actor did the wrong thing with the laws. And that's really what GNU GPL v3 is all about. No malicious actors are allowed to ruin your hard work, your free, open source code. Should continue to be free, should continue to be open source, no matter what happens. And that's what GNU GPL v3 guarantees. You should use that if you can, and you know what you're doing. If you don't, just use the MIT. It's fine. You know what I mean? Nothing's going to go wrong. And if you really don't know what you're doing, you probably shouldn't do anything, but also don't release your code because you could be breaking a bunch of laws. Beef Viper says, I grew up in the 80s and 90s. We weren't really concerned with copyright. Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, I don't concern myself with following copyright law. You know what I mean? As far as my personal use is concerned. But when it comes to opening yourself up to legal liabilities, if someone asked you today, based on your actions today, would you like to be sued for $1 million and lose? Would you like to be sued for $1 million and lose based on your actions today? That can happen unless you license your code, right? Then it can't happen. Then you close yourself off to legal liabilities. There's no more liability that you can be sued because you've clearly stated that there is copyright. It is assigned to you. You have retained copyright. And there are a certain number of legal terms and etc. that you can do. Rondi Dev says, most of my software on my personal computer could open me to legal action. Yeah, I think that's all of us, right? Nobody's perfect. Nobody's saying we all follow the law all the time and never break it. We're saying that we're not malactors. We're not being malicious. We're not losing anyone money in large portions, right? So we're not going to be sued for this stuff. You're not opening yourself up to legal liability. Serraid says, you know what? Actually, can we get back to philosophy? I don't really like legal discussions and all that licensing stuff either. Beef Viper says, technically I'm super poor, so I'm judgment proof. I feel you. I'm in a similar boat, friend. I'm in a similar boat. The economy isn't it's not in a nice place. Especially for people like I, which is sad, but that's how it is. That's how it is. Nothing I can do about it. I think we got done implementing Quicksort at around 6 hours 30 into the stream. It is now 8 hours 44 into the stream. Philosophy, right? Rondi Dev, I was in a courtroom for a school thing where we spectated a case. Nice. I thought you were saying I was in a courtroom because you like did something at school. I was a little more worried about you. But you just spectated a case. I went up to the lawyer and asked, what would be the legal liability for pirating software be? That's a good one. Depends on what you mean by pirating. If you just mean downloading a cracked version, no issue. They're not going after you because you're not really breaking a big law. They're not going to be able to get any money out of you. If you are distributing software against its license, you're going to have real issues, though. Like millions, billions of dollar lawsuits. Not even joking. That's real. $250,000 fine is the start. Okay? Do you want to pay $250,000? Can you? If you can't, do you want to be in debt your whole life? You will. You will. I promise. But if you're just downloading, like, I want to use Photoshop to, like, make my Instagram pictures. Nothing's gonna happen. I hate to break it to you. No one's gonna care. Okay? Unless you make $1 million on that picture. Then somebody's gonna care and say, how'd you make this? Did you own the software? What computer did you do this on? Did you own the computer? Where'd you do this? What city were you? You know what I mean? Everyone cares as soon as you start making money. If you're just doing stuff for personal use, nobody cares. It's going to be okay. As long as you're not harming anybody, you're not distributing things you shouldn't be, you're good. Rondi Dev says, just today I broke like at least 5 traffic laws. I encourage you to break less. Some traffic laws are a little ridiculous. So I wouldn't say you have to follow all of them, but most of them are pretty sensible. Like, don't run into other people. Don't run red lights. Go when it's green. Don't go too slow. Don't go too fast. All of these things make sense, I'd say. Don't break those ones. You may want to break traffic laws like, I don't know, honestly, what traffic laws you would want to break. There's definitely some, though, that feel pretty dumb. Where you get pulled over and you're like, this is a rule? They're like, yeah, you can't do that. And you're like, okay, I'll try not to do it anymore. And then they give you a ticket anyway because they're assholes. Beef Viper, I remember when IRAA tried to sue someone for more money than exists on the whole planet, or tried to claim they lost more money than actually exists. Wow. Drifting on public roads is apparently illegal, silly little laws. I mean, listen, if you need to pull out a Tokyo drift to prove your point, you do it. You do it, okay? You Tokyo drift around that corner 3 times in a row to prove your point. But, don't go too fast. It always just depends. I'd say the thing that matters the most, don't endanger other people. Don't be that guy, okay? Don't be the guy on the road saying, oh, well, I'm good enough to drive 80 miles an hour, even though all these other people can only drive 60, so I'll make sure I don't crash. You can't control the road or the other people on the road. You can only control you. So it's true, you wouldn't crash if you were alone on the road. There's other people there, and they're not going to make decisions that you expect, and you can crash and harm a bunch of people, including yourself. Most importantly, other people, right? You don't want to harm other people with what you're doing. So don't put other people in harm's way, but you're right. Some traffic laws are silly. If you can't drift, how else are you supposed to pass people on the highway? That's so bad. Oh, that's so bad. Okay, I definitely have to go. I'm not even gonna... I might not be able to... I can still do it. I'm gonna have a quick dinner. Can have a quick dinner before I go. Not like go stream, but leave. Don't worry about it. I don't get how the police here can say, yeah, you should learn how to control your car on ice, but they expect us to all have a huge private parking lot to our name? I know what you're saying, like, there's no way to learn. It's almost been 9 hours. 25 24-hour streamer, end it now. There is no in between. Oh no, I gotta go. I gotta go. That's amazing. 24-hour streamer, end it now. Oh, it has been way too long, though. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. If you haven't, be sure to check out the About section on Twitch. It's got all sorts of links to, for example, my GitHub, Codeberg, where you can find the OS we worked on today and all the open sourceness C++ standard that we did in here. Look at all this beautiful C++ standard. Go check that out on Codeberg. Or GitHub if you really prefer. I'd prefer you go to Codeberg if you can. Check out these links. You know what I mean? I have a lot of projects. I work on them all the time. Check out the Discord. Look, we had people join. Look, Frostburn. Thank you. Frostburn TT, you are in the chat. Thank you. Beef Viper, we had joined today. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you so much. I am so glad to have you in the community. We're going to have a great old time. We're going to have a great old time. I promise. I promise. Ooh, code review. Oh, this is interesting. I'll definitely look at this. Be sure to check out the Discord so you can see this link. Ooh, yes. Check out this game engine. Oh, yes. But yeah, all my VODs go up on YouTube. So be sure to... Just making sure it's not showing anything crazy. It'd be funny if I did that and then showed something crazy. But all of my VODs go up here. There's a ton of videos on the compiler I've worked on, the OS, there's a few of those. There's assembly, we got all sorts of things, idle game and terminal from scratch, C. We have all sorts of things. Be sure to check it out, and I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you everybody so much for watching. We're almost at 1,000 subscribers. I don't even know where to go to see the number. We're 953. That's amazing. This VOD is longer than the last two combined by 2 hours. It's been a long one, boys. It's been a long one. But yeah, be sure to check out my YouTube. There's all sorts of things that are going on that you should know about. There's the Discord in case you want announcements every time I go live, or you want to check out code review by other people, or sometimes I post stuff to be reviewed. And really, the biggest part is just be a part of this awesome, amazing community. We already have so many people, so many beautiful people. Who do we got? We got so many beautiful people. It's amazing. I really appreciate all of you, and you make it a fun time to be here. So keep being real. Like you are. Sorry. I cannot believe it's that long. I've done 2 streams on 2 separate days, and if you combine those 2, it's still less than this one. That's incredible. Oh, shout out to, hold on, I gotta figure out if I can read this name. What'd they say? I got a donation. Thanks so much for contributing to this channel. We're gonna invest it right back in, baby. There's no message. I'm gonna say, if anybody in chat, by the way, put the donation and you want to have your name read, just say it now. Or you can, especially if you put it, if you include your initials, it'll definitely, I'll definitely know. Middle Cloud says, don't read. If it was you, Middle Cloud, I'm so happy. I never dox anyone. I never read stuff that isn't in the message that says, hey, this is my name, and it's clearly a streamer message. So I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I didn't. I never will. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. We got 565 from the beautiful, beautiful Anonymous. But thank you so much. I'm sure it was Middle Cloud, and if it was, I appreciate you. Middle Cloud says starts with T, my name. Hey, it's him. It's him himself. Or her. I don't know. Them. It's them. Oh, probably him. But yeah, shout out to Middle Cloud. Thank you so much for being a supporter of this channel. With people like you, I literally don't get to do this as much. Middle Cloud says him. Thank you so much. That helps me a lot with my my anxiety going, oh shit, you said the wrong, oh god, you said the wrong word. Oh god, everyone's gonna hate you. It's like, I really hate screwing up people's names or their pronouns. Because it feels like I shouldn't. It's something rather easy to say, to not to do, right? So I am glad that you helped me out there. But yeah, shout out to Middle Cloud, the OG, the legend. Not only were they hanging out and being an awesome spirit in chat for a few hours, right? A true leader. They were also kind enough, generous enough to give me a few bucks. And really, I don't feel like I deserve it, so I thank you so much. Middle Cloud says, don't bother. I have dyslexia and it's a pain for me as well. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It can be such a struggle. This life we live. And then everyone says, like, they try and move the standards up to be like better than the average person, if that makes sense. And then everybody feels bad. Beef Viper says, I have lysdexia too. It's rather common. I don't feel bad about it. We all got our own things that we deal with, right? But, you know, you are very impressive, by the way. Because I can't even imagine it being harder for me to read. Middle Cloud says, yeah, sure, exactly. That's how I read. I know, I'm sure you don't get that a lot. But Middle Cloud, I can't even imagine what it's like, because I have trouble. I've been tested. They thought I was. I've had trouble differentiating letters like P and B, not in reading, but in writing. So when I'm writing, my hand does like these automatic, each letter is so fast that when I'm thinking goodbye, I'll write good pie with a P instead of a B. And I'll do it the opposite way. Or a 9 and a 6 will be swapped when I'm handwriting, right? Anyways, they really thought I was fucked up. Turns out I'm just an idiot, and I have trouble keeping things straight. But I don't actually have any like cognitive, I don't know what to call it, cognitive feature where anything is different. I'm just bad at writing. They thought I was screwed up, but they're like, you know, I think he's just bad at this stuff. I think he's fine. Great. Sarade, good pie. See you later. Oh. Circumference? Pi? Radius? Mentally challenged, as they would like to say. Well, to be honest, it's more fun to be challenged than to have things just be easy. So maybe it's a good thing. I don't think there's any way to tell if it's a good or bad thing, really. You know what I mean? Because things just sort of happen. And if they were different, things would be different, but there's no way to see how they would be different or what it would feel like. So it's like, I don't know. Maybe it's better. Maybe it's worse. The things you can't change, I have a hard time thinking about as good or bad. Middle Cloud says, well, I'm too challenged with dyslexia and T1 diabetes. I'm sorry about that. Health troubles don't make things easy. Hopefully I can provide some good philosophy for you in this philosophy channel, in the philosophy section of Twitch, and we can get you feeling better. No, I'm just joking with you. Hopefully you have fun coding and programming and stuff, because I know I do. It distracts me from a lot. Sir, we need like a Lenser philosopher emote or something. Oh. It's just going to be spammed every time. They're like, no, stop. He's going to talk about philosophy. No, don't bring it up. Middle Cloud says, don't be the life is more fun this way. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's easy or that it's better. I was bringing up maybe it is like that, but I'm being honest. I don't think it's like that. I wish it was like that, and I think maybe it could be like that, because I could be wrong, but in my opinion, a lot of things just make life harder. They don't make it easier, doesn't make it more fun, just makes it harder, kinda sucks. Doesn't even kinda suck, fully sucks, right? A lot of shit is like that. So it says, I keep forgetting that Twitch emotes don't use the ::. Middle Cloud says, no, really, it is more fun this way because you don't get bored. Man. If I could not get bored, I may be in a much better place in my life. It'd be really funny. I've made a lot of bad decisions because I was bored, so you may be right. You may be right. It might be more fun because every time I've been bored, I've done some dumb shit. I'm not gonna lie. I've made some stupid decisions. Also, it's a 24-hour stream. It's over 9 hours, so we gotta go all the way. We gotta go all the way now, right? Oh, so funny. I gotta text someone, hold on. Cause I'm late. Yes. Ludicrous. I'm just saying saying random stuff so it's not silent and empty. Middle Cloud says, like a 10-word email. It's taking me 1 hour to write an email for work usually, like a 10-word email. Ugh. Honestly, it... Chat, it's so good. Middle Cloud, it takes me a long time to write a 10-word text or an email because I just am anxious, like, did I make a typo? Did I say the wrong thing? Did I make a grammatical error? I'm gonna go over it. I'm gonna go over it 3 times. What if they misinterpret it? Oh, I gotta add these words so that it's more specific in this way. And then it's like, it's been 2 hours and I didn't respond. So it says, I guarantee you'll stop being bored as soon as you see the word iterator. Sure, you may end up angry, but not bored. Oh shit, I sure as shit will end up angry. Honestly, I get angry every day of my life. I've been to I've done so much about it. You know, I've tried. I've been to multiple people. So it says, not on stream though, maybe, okay. That's fair. I'm definitely not mad every day on stream. But you're saying, maybe don't get mad on stream all the time. You're right. Beef Viper says, I'm mildly autistic. Sometimes it seems like it would be nice to be better in social situations, but then again, my brain is also able to do some really cool stuff. That's an amazing way to look at it, Beef Viper. I agree. And you're not missing out. You know what social situations are? Distractions. Nobody has anything to do, so let's all sit in a circle and talk, right? That's most social situations. It's like, what if we just, I don't know what else to do, so, and then you go, snabdi-yap, and they go, yeah, right? It's like, it's just this fake game we play with each other to make things not so empty. So it says, you know what? The next time we need to check the standard, I'll do it for you, okay? Oh, thank you, Sarade. So it says, wait, it's on CPP reference 2. God damn it. There's no escaping. I don't think I use the poop emoji enough. The smiling poop emoji is powerful. It's a stance, right? It is a move. It's a queen to e4. You know what I mean? It's like that heavy hitter. Middle Cloud says, so when I'm writing an email or text, I'm deleting at least 20 to 30 times what I wrote, and in the end, it's still wrong written. I know what you mean. I'm sorry you have to struggle with that, if it is a struggle. Honestly, one thing I get frustrated with myself for is over-communicating, which I think is not a problem many people have. But I over-communicate, where I'll ask 3 questions, I'll answer 2, and then I'll bring up this new thing, and then I'll wait, and then I'll have you, you know what I mean? And it's like, maybe I should slow down and say yes, or no, or you know what I mean? But my brain goes so fast, and I'm like, I gotta deal with it, go. Right? I have this like desperation to get to the end. So I end up with like over convoluted solutions to something that should just be one. Okay, Jesus. Middle Cloud says, no, this is a problem with engineering. We over-communicate, over-engineer, etc. That's definitely true. I think if you watch or see anything I make, you're definitely gonna see it though. Like, can't you just add 1 + 1 to get 2? Maybe? And I go, what? No, that's ridiculous. You gotta go 1, and then -1, and after you -1, you're at 0. And once you're at 0, if you add 3, then you're at 3. So once you're at 3, you can -1, then you're at 2, but it's not the right 2, so you gotta add 4, and then -4, and then you're at the right 2. And it's like, maybe you can just do 1 + 1. Just maybe. Middle Cloud says, unfortunately, I'm not a C developer. I'm Python, PHP, Node, Go, C#. Those are cool. Go isn't. No, I'm just kidding. Go's an interesting one. Don't, Sarade, when you say iterator to me, just imagine that somebody is showing you Go code. Sarade says, nah, you want 2? You gotta make an abstract to factory for that first. A 2 factory. Beef Viper says, the proof for 1 + 1 = 2 is 379 pages. Piano numbers, baby. It is, though. That's not even a joke. It pretty much is that long. Piano numbers are hard. There's a lot of axioms you gotta go through and prove each one, and like, it's really tough. Because just proving that S of S does not equal S is like a whole thing. You gotta say, oh, S starts at a sentinel and then grows by 1, and then you say, oh, S and S plus S and S is actually equal to SSSS. And it's pretty rough. It's pretty rough. You know what I mean? There's like, it's not the best thing to formalize. So it says, establishing all of maths and logic would probably take that much, yeah. At least 12. At least 12. Ugh. Thank you all so much for watching. I'm going to end in just a minute or 2 here. Get your last messages in while they're hot. But yeah, thank you so much, everybody, for watching. I had a great time today, baby. We implemented C++ standard stuffs in Lenser OS stuffs for fun stuffs. I got angry, and I think I dealt with it in a cool way. As far as how I've dealt with it before in my life, I feel like I did really good. I had people disagree with me. I was able to reasonably discuss with them, as long as they also reasonably discussed with me. I discovered. Oh, thanks. Beef Viper says, cool, been fun, later. Middle Cloud says, so for high-level programming, I felt privilege. I know what you mean. Python makes it so easy to open and write to a file. So easy. Saraid says, ta-da! Bye, Saraid. Thank you so much for coming out. You're so generous. You're so amazing. Thank you for putting up with me for 9 hours. Oh, that was bad. It was a long time. I don't know how you do it. Thank you for having the patience. I really appreciate it. And you helped me out so much, both in code and just in mindset, that I really appreciate you being here. Everybody that came out, Middle Cloud, Frostburnt, Elusiven, Remisio, Beef Viper, Rondi Dev, who else did we have? Vicarious, we had in here earlier. I don't think Nix Craig showed up today, but I remembered his name, so I had to say it. Yeah, I think that's it. I forgetting anything? Bobsman, we had so many people. I appreciate you all. And Middle Cloud, thanks for being so nice. You have a good one as well. Thank you for the donations. Shout out to Middle Cloud, the OG, a true representative of what it means to be a supporter. And just like Saraid, just like all of you, just you being here means so much to me, and it means that I can sit here and laugh and not be alone. I can laugh with friends, and that means so much to me, so thank you guys. I really do appreciate it. I appreciate you dealing with me even when I'm not at my best, when I'm angry and I'm going, you're an idiot. That's not how things work. You don't understand. No. I appreciate that you understand what it's like to be on both sides of it, right? And never stop proving me wrong, please. I love it. I'm not even being facetious. I love being proved wrong. It's good for me. It's better to be proved wrong than to be proven right. Being proven right inflates your ego. It says, oh, I'm right, and I was right, so I'm right about more things, I'm sure. But that's not true. That's a misconception. It's a totally flawed mindset, but it's how everyone works, right? If you have a day where you go 2 + 2, that's 4. 4 + 8, and you just have the answer right away. Any question you hear, you're going to think, I have the answer right away today. I'm doing so good, right? It doesn't have anything to do with that. It's just, that's all ego. So it's hard to deal with that stuff as a human and go, rather, it's not hard to deal with that stuff, but it's better to deal with the things where you go, I was wrong 18 times in a row today, and I still don't have the right answer. Oh, that is the good one. Middle Cloud just says over communication. I know I should have said goodbye already and left. I'm sorry. I'm bad at goodbyes. You can go back. Middle Cloud says, love it. Love it. Saraid, tune in next time for Philosophy with Lenser. Oh, I really want to name the VOD that on YouTube. Philosophy time. And the best part is no one's going to watch 6 hours of it. So no one's going to understand why it's named that. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Oh, 9 hours. That's right. Anyways, thank you everybody so much for watching. It's been 9 hours, 15 minutes, and 0 seconds. So thank you so much for watching. I've been live way too long. All of you have been way too generous. I will get out of here before you treat me with more respect than I am due. Goodbye, good sirs, good madams, good peoples. I'll see you in the next one. Bye!